Good morning to all of you, and a humble request to those who have joined us late. Kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. I repeat, I request everyone to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Thank you. Hello. In just few moments from now, our Honorable CM of the state will be arriving over here. He's in a close vicinity as well. It's a humble request to everyone to kindly rise from their seats when Honorable CM Sir enters the hall. Thank you. आइए तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से स्वागत करते हैं हमारे गुजरात राज्य के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल का। साथ में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है अहमदाबाद के मेयर श्री किरीट भाई परमार का। We also welcome Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Dr. Anju Sharma, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Labour, Skill Development and Employment Department. Shri Jakshay Shah, Chairman, Quality Control of India. Shri Anupam Anand, IAS Labour Commissioner. Shri HR Sudhar, Retired IAS Registrar, Kaushalya, The Skill University. आइए बहुत बहुत तालियों के साथ मंचासीन सभी महानुभावों का हम स्वागत करें। मंच पर विराजमान सभी महानुभावों से नम्र निवेदन है कि इस विशिष्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस का शुभारंभ करने हेतु दीप प्रागट्य के लिए आगे पधारें। समग्र सृष्टि पर प्रभु के आशीर्वाद सदैव बरसते रहें, वैसे उन्हें प्रार्थना अभ्यर्थना। धन्यवाद। आज इस विशिष्ट अवसर पर उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों का हम स्वागत करने के लिए अति उत्सुक हैं। Foremost, I would request our Additional Chief Secretary, Dr. Anju Sharma ma'am, to kindly welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat State, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. Thank you. I now request Shri Lalit Narayan Sandhu to kindly welcome Shri Kirit Bhai Parmar, Mayor Shri Ahmedabad. Thank you. Will now request Labour Commissioner Shri Anupam Anand to kindly welcome Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Thank you. We'll now request Shri H.R. Suthar, Registrar, Kaushalya the Skill University to kindly welcome Dr. Anju Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary, ma'am. Thank you. I now request Shri P. M. Mistry, Chief Skill Coordinator, KSU, to kindly welcome Shri Jakshay Shah, Chairman, Quality of Control. Thank you. I now request Dr. Jignesh Taparia, in charge, Academic Director, KSU, to kindly welcome Shri Anupam Anand, Labour Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब मैं श्रीमती डॉक्टर अंजू शर्मा, एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी, लेबर, स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से नम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे स्वागत प्रवचन करें।
नमस्कार। आज के नेशनल ड्रोन कॉन्फ्रेंस और ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब के उद्घाटक और मुख्य मेहमान हमारे परम आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री गुजरात श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल साहब, भारत सरकार के कौशल्य विकास मंत्रालय के सचिव श्री अतुल तिवारी जी, क्वालिटी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया के चेयरमैन श्री जक्से शाह जी, हमारे प्रोग्राम में शोभा बढ़ाने के लिए पधारे हुए शहर के मेयर श्री, मेरे साथी अधिकारी, लेबर कमिश्नर और डायरेक्टर स्किल डेवलपमेंट श्री अनुपम आनंद, हमारी कौशल्या स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी के रजिस्ट्रार श्री सुथार जी, पूरे देश से पधारे हुए ड्रोन क्षेत्र के एक्सपर्ट्स, पैनलिस्ट, स्टार्टअप और ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री के मित्र, सब भाई बहन, मीडिया के मित्र, आप सबका गुजरात सरकार के बिहाफ पे और कौशल्या यूनिवर्सिटी के बिहाफ पे मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ। प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ड्रोन के जो विजन है कि हर खेत में ड्रोन हो और हम ड्रोन के क्षेत्र में भारत सबसे आगे निकल के ड्रोन का एक हब बने, उस ड्रीम को साकार करते हुए हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल साहब ने ड्रोन क्षेत्र को विकास करने का जिम्मा हमको दिया और एक गुजरात में ड्रोन इंडिया की ड्रोन कैपिटल बने, इस प्रकार की कामगिरी करने का विजन, गाइडेंस, सपोर्ट उन्होंने हमको दिया। और इसके तहत लास्ट ईयर स्कूल ऑफ ड्रोन्स की स्थापना हुई और कौशल्या स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी में स्कूल ऑफ ड्रोन बहुत जल्दी ही कार्यरत हुआ और अगस्त 2022 में उन्होंने अपने हाथ से ड्रोन के फ्लाइंग स्कूल, जो हमारा DGCA का फ्लाइंग स्कूल है ड्रोन के लाइसेंस का, उसका उद्घाटन किया। लेकिन जब ड्रोन की बात आती है तो सिर्फ ड्रोन उड़ाने पर नहीं रहता, ड्रोन की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ड्रोन की इनोवेशन, ड्रोन की एप्लीकेशंस और ड्रोन से निकले हुए डेटा का यूज़ और ड्रोन में नए नए इनोवेशन, ये उसके साथ साथ चलते हैं। तो उसका भी जिम्मा स्कूल ऑफ ड्रोन्स में करने का उन्होंने काम हमको दिया और उसके तहत ये ड्रोन लैब की स्थापना हुई है, जो ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब, ड्रोन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड ट्रेनिंग लैब, एक यूनिक एक्सपेरिमेंट स्किल के क्षेत्र में और यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में हमने शुरू किया है, जिसमें ट्रेनिंग के साथ साथ रियल टाइम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी होगी और स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग से ये सीखेंगे कि ड्रोन कैसे बनाए जाते हैं, खुद ड्रोन बनाएंगे, खुद ड्रोन की प्रोग्रामिंग करेंगे और खुद ड्रोन के एप्लीकेशंस डेवलप करेंगे। और जब स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी की बात आती है तो सबसे पहली बात एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग की आती है कि खाली थियरी ना पढ़ाई जाए, खाली देख के ना पढ़ाया जाए, पर हाथ से करके और उसको अनुभव करके पढ़ाया जाए। और इसको फलीभूत करने के लिए ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब सफल रहेगा। हमारे पास गुजरात का पहला एकेडमिक क्षेत्र में ड्रोन आरपीटीओ है और उसमें मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि हम अब तक लगभग 150 के आसपास लाइसेंस प्रोवाइड कर चुके हैं और ट्रेनिंग कर चुके हैं। हम धीरे धीरे विकसित कर रहे हैं और इसके लिए हमें ड्रोन की आवश्यकता है। इस ड्रोन की इस आवश्यकता को भी ड्रोन का ये जो ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब है वो पूरा करेगा। जैसा कि आपको सबको मालूम है कि ड्रोन क्षेत्र अभी भी धीरे धीरे विकसित हो रहा है गुजरात में, और आज हमारे पास यहाँ की स्टेक होल्डर्स इंक्लूडिंग DGCA, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट, MOCA और ख़ास करके क्वालिटी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया के पैनलिस्ट और खुद जक्षे शाह जी यहाँ आए हैं। क्वालिटी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया का भी एक बहुत बड़ा रोल इसमें है, जिसमें जो ड्रोन का जो टाइप डिज़ाइन होता है, टाइप सर्टिफिकेशन होता है, उसमें DGCA QCI के माध्यम से वो टाइप डिज़ाइन सर्टिफाई कराता है और उसके बाद ही ड्रोन की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और वो ड्रोन एक लीगल ड्रोन बनता है। इसके साथ साथ हम लोग ड्रोन के क्षेत्र में हमारे काफ़ी सारे स्टार्टअप्स काम कर रहे हैं, काफ़ी हमारे यंग इनोवेटर्स काम कर रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्री काम कर रही है। उनको प्रमोट करने के लिए और उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म देने के लिए हमने एक ड्रोन प्रोटोटाइप डेवलपमेंट सेंटर कुशल नाम का क्रिएट किया है, और जो ड्रोन मंत्रा के साथ हाथ में हाथ मिला के काम करेगा। इन इनोवेटर्स को अपने सारे आइडियाज़ को मूर्तिमंत करने का अवसर वहाँ मिलेगा। उसके लिए हम ड्रोन हैकेथॉन का लॉन्च कर रहे हैं और पूरे भारत से नए नए विचार हम मंगा रहे हैं। उसमें जो सिलेक्टेड एंट्रीज़ होंगी उनको हम यहाँ पर प्रोटोटाइप डेवलपमेंट में मदद करेंगे। आज के इस प्रसंग में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री हमारे कांस्टेंट उन्होंने हमको कांस्टेंट गाइडेंस दी है। श्री तिवारी जी, उनका भी हमको पूरा सपोर्ट मिला है और सबसे ज़्यादा पूरी ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री का बहुत ही प्रेम हमें मिला है और बहुत ही फास्ट हम इसको आगे कर पाए हैं। उसके लिए मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। और आज इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप लोग पधारे हैं, इसका मैं बहुत आप सबका फिर से स्वागत करती हूँ और ख़ास करके माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री का इसलिए स्वागत करती हूँ कि उन्होंने अपने सारे प्रोग्राम छोड़ के हमको समय दिया, जो हमारे लिए बहुत ही प्रोत्साहक बात है। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय जय करवी गुजरात।
आपके ऊष्मापूर्ण स्वागत शब्दों के लिए और सारी जानकारी देने के लिए आपका मैडम हम भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। विज्ञान और तकनीक के विकास में भारत हमेशा से अग्रसर रहा है। इसी संदर्भ में वर्तमान में ड्रोन तकनीक के विकास ने पूरे विश्व के साथ भारत ने भी कदम से कदम मिलाने का ठान लिया है और इसी उपलक्ष्य में गुजरात एक आवश्यक कदम उठाने जा रहा है और वो है ड्रोन निर्माण एवं प्रशिक्षण प्रयोगशाला यानी कि ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से नम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे रिमोट द्वारा ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब का विधिवत उद्घाटन करें।
के ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी को विकसित करने के विजन से प्रेरित होकर गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल द्वारा गुजरात में ड्रोन क्षेत्र को विकसित करने के लिए ड्रोन नीति 2022 बनाई गई है। कौशल्या द स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी ड्रोन की संपूर्ण वैल्यू चेन को फैसिलिटेट करने के उद्देश्य से स्थापित ड्रोन स्कूल के द्वारा ड्रोन पायलट प्रशिक्षण, ड्रोन निर्माण और असेंबली तथा ड्रोन डेटा प्रोसेसिंग, और एनालिटिक्स जैसे विषयों पर कोर्सेज उपलब्ध कराए जा रहे हैं। 45 DGCA लाइसेंस्ड इंस्ट्रक्टर्स और जरूरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ KSU में एक रिमोट पायलट ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन RPTO कार्यरत किया गया है। ड्रोन निर्माण में अनुभवात्मक प्रशिक्षण प्रदान करने के लिए कौशल्या द स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी ने ड्रोन निर्माण और प्रशिक्षण सुविधा ड्रोन मंत्रा की स्थापना की है। ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब अत्याधुनिक निर्माण सुविधाओं से सुसज्ज है, जैसे कि मैकेनिकल असेंबली लाइन, ड्रोन के स्ट्रक्चरल कंपोनेंट्स और असेंबलिंग इलेक्ट्रिकल कंपोनेंट्स और तो और फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर्स के लिए एडवांस पावर टूल्स भी उपलब्ध है। फिक्सचर्स चेक करने के लिए हाई प्रिसिशन सेट स्क्वायर्स उपलब्ध है। इलेक्ट्रिकल असेंबली लाइन में वायरिंग और इंटीग्रेटेड कंपोनेंट्स के सर्किटिंग के लिए नवीनतम उपकरणों का उपयोग किया जाएगा, जहां उनका आउटपुट तापमान से कंपोनेंट डैमेजेस न हो, इसलिए आवश्यकता के अनुसार सेट किया जा सकता है। इसके बाद असेंबली किए गए ड्रोन को हाई एंड ऑसिलियोस्कोप, असेंबली टेस्टर एंड DC इलेक्ट्रॉनिक लोड का उपयोग करके QA/QC रूम में इसकी स्ट्रक्चरल एंड इलेक्ट्रिकल इंटीग्रिटी के लिए जांच की जाएगी और फिर अंतिम असेंबली रूम में ले जाया जाएगा, जहां ड्रोन का पूरी तरह से कार्यात्मक होना जांचा जाएगा। प्रशिक्षण इकाई में छात्रों को सैद्धांतिक पहलुओं पर पढ़ाया जाएगा। ड्रोन के इनोवेटिव पार्ट्स को 3D प्रिंटिंग या एडिटिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्शन में बनाया जा सकता है। छात्रों द्वारा बनाए गए डिजाइन्स को प्रोटोटाइप किया जाएगा और ड्रोन के अभिन्न घटकों को कवर करने के लिए टॉप शेल्स और केसिंग जैसे कॉस्मेटिक विभागों का निर्माण किया जाएगा। ड्रोन मंत्रा आय कुशल ड्रोन निर्माण और प्रोग्रामिंग में पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट लेवल कोर्सेज, जिनके द्वारा ड्रोन के क्षेत्र में गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा प्रदान की जाएगी। प्रशिक्षण ड्रोन का एक प्रोटोटाइप ड्रोन मंत्रा द्वारा विकसित किया गया है, जिसे कौशल्या ड्रोन का नाम दिया गया है, जो प्रशिक्षण संस्थानों में व्यावसायिक उत्पादन और उपयोग के लिए DGCA द्वारा टाइप सर्टिफाइड होगा। ड्रोन मंत्रा द्वारा शुरुआत में ऐसे 100 ड्रोन बनाए जाएंगे। ड्रोन का उपयोग कृषि उत्पाद की लागत को कम करने, स्थायी विकास, बेहतर प्रशासन और सबसे बढ़कर सुरक्षा और संरक्षा में राष्ट्र की मदद कर रहा है। KSU स्कूल ऑफ ड्रोन्स, सशक्त युवा, सशक्त राष्ट्र।
गुजरात के विकास के लिए ये अनुपम भेंट देने के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ड्रोन आज कई क्षेत्रों में अत्यंत लाभदायी है, चाहे वो कृषि हो, उद्योग हो या फिर हेल्थ सेक्टर। विकट परिस्थिति एवं पर्वतीय इलाकों में ड्रोन आज बहुत ही ज़रूरी साधन के रूप में विकसित हुआ है और आगे अधिक से अधिक क्षेत्रों में इसका बहुमूल्य उपयोग होगा। आइए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से नम्र निवेदन करते हैं कि वे ड्रोन मंत्र लैब में निर्मित प्रोटोटाइप कौशल्य ड्रोन का अनावरण करें। इस विशिष्ट ड्रोन का विधिवत अनावरण करने के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Now, I request Chairman of Quality Control of India, Shri Jakshay Shah, to share his views on this august occasion.
Hello. Good morning and namaskar. Dignitary on the stage, dignitary of the stage, faculty, staff, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, at the outset, congratulate the team for organizing the National Conference on Drone Technology today. Friends, a special mention to respected Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, under whose guidance and leadership our state continues to be on the growing path and future ready. With his vision for a better tomorrow, we will be prepared to make Gujarat a leading tomorrow. We will be prepared to make Gujarat a leading center for excellence in the country and the world. For emerging technologies, I would also like to mention our Mayor Shri Kirit B. Parmar, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, and Dr. Anju Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary, Labour, Skill Development and Employment Department, Government of Gujarat, who are present with us today as we discuss exciting opportunities in skilling and employability. Friends, we are moving to a new dynamic world of knowledge that requires a novel technological approach and skill set. As we are all aware that the Honorable PM vision is to transform India into drone hub by 2030. In line with the goal of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, the central government liberalized the drone sector by notifying the drone rules 2021. Friends, drone technology can be an enabler in promoting the government's commitment to good governance and citizen-centric service delivery that reaches each and every person of the country. Drones have proven to be a savior of citizens that live in the remote parts of the country, be it through delivery of life-saving medicines or rescuing citizens in disaster-hit regions. It uses in Swamitwa scheme for modernizing land records through drone surveys in rural India, anti-locust operations, survey and inspections, advanced mobility in form of air taxis, promotion of Kisan drones to support agriculture mechanism, has firmly established their presence in various walks of life. If drone technology is harnessed correctly, it could generate huge benefits for all of us. For this reason, I'm happy to note that Kaushalya University has been providing experimental learning and promoting skill education in the field of drone technology. I would also like to congratulate the university for bringing together stakeholders across the industry on panels today. I'm sure this shall be insightful, thought-provoking, aligning with the Honorable PM's vision on drones for India. Friends, I feel proud to share the contribution of my organization, QCI, Quality Council of India, in designing the certification scheme for drones. The scheme streamlines the regulation and timelines while enabling the ecosystem through capacity building programs. I have my colleague, Mr. Manish Pandey, presenting in the regulatory framework sessions, who will further elaborate on the technicalities for the benefit of the participants. Friends, I invite the university and everyone present today to join hand with QCI, so through our collaborative efforts, we can make India the drone hub of the world, not just as a manufacturer and talent pool, but as a knowledge leader, Vishwaguru. Once again, I congratulate the organizers and wish University a huge success. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Guru Gujarat.
Thank you so much, sir, for your August address. अब मैं सेक्रेटरी MSD गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया श्री अतुल कुमार तिवारी जी से नम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे प्रासंगिक उद्बोधन करें।
सम्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री गुजरात श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पाटिल जी, माननीय मेयर श्री किरीट परमार जी, श्रीमती डॉक्टर अंजू शर्मा जी और मंचासीन अतिथिगण, मिस्टर जयक्षी शाह और इस सभा में उपस्थित सारे अतिथिगण और एक्सपर्ट्स एंड एकेडमिशियंस। The government of India is trying to make India as a global drone hub by 2030 और इस क्षेत्र में हमारा अनुमान है कि ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री, जिसको अनमैन्ड एरियल व्हीकल मार्केट कहते हैं, इसमें लगभग सालाना लगभग 20% उनमें ग्रोथ होकर लगभग 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और ड्रोन्स के बारे में ये 2024 से 30 तक के बीच में इसमें गति आएगी। इंडिया को ग्लोबल ड्रोन हब बनाने के लिए 2030 तक केंद्र सरकार ने बहुत सारी सुविधाएं दी हैं, जिसमें लिबरलाइज पॉलिसीज़ फॉर टू हेल्प इंडिविजुअल्स एंड बिजनेस लेवरेज ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ये भी चाहती है कि लगभग 50 बिलियन इंडियन रुपीस इन्वेस्टमेंट अगले 3 सालों में आए, जिससे लगभग 10,000 जॉब्स का क्रिएशन हो। और इसके लिए ड्रोन एयरस्पेस मैप को काफ़ी लिबरलाइज किया गया है। ड्रोन इंपोर्ट पॉलिसी में ड्रोन इंपोर्ट के बारे में रिस्ट्रिक्शन लगा के, बट ड्रोन के कंपोनेंट्स के बारे में हमने इंपोर्ट को सुगम बनाने के लिए प्रयास किया है। और अंडर द प्रोडक्शन लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लगभग 1.2 बिलियन रुपीस ड्रोन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री को भी देने का प्रस्ताव कर रही है। और ड्रोन अमेंडमेंट रूल्स के मुताबिक भी इंडियन गवर्नमेंट हैज़ अबॉलिश्ड द रिक्वायरमेंट फॉर ड्रोन पायलट्स लाइसेंस। और किसान ड्रोन यूज़ करने के लिए भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंसेंटिव्स देती है, जो फार्मर्स प्रोडक्टर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को लगभग 75% सब्सिडी दी जाती है। हमें सब ज्ञात है कि ड्रोन के काफ़ी दूरगामी परिणाम होंगे और इट्स क्वाइट हेल्पफुल आइदर इन द एग्रीकल्चर और एनी अदर areas which have been listed, and it is in this regard that this seminar is very very topical, बहुत प्रासंगिक है। और इसमें जो चर्चाएं होंगी उसमें ड्रोन से संबंधित बहुत सारी जो हमारी अभी जो अड़चनें हैं या ऑब्स्टिकल्स हैं उसको दूर करने में पॉलिसी लेवल पे हमें सहायता मिलेगी। गुजरात हमेशा से अग्रणीय राज्य रहा है मान्यवर, और कौशल्या यूनिवर्सिटी और ड्रोन स्कूल इसके द्वारा भी इसमें काफ़ी अभूतपूर्व काम होंगे, जिससे मुझे लगता है कि देश में बाकी जगहों पे भी हमें ड्रोन के बारे में और ड्रोन को पॉलिसी बढ़ाने में हमें बहुत सहायता मिलेगी। मुझे खुशी है और मैं आभारी हूँ अंजू शर्मा जी का, उन्होंने मुझे इनवाइट किया और आज के डिस्कशन में मैं भी पार्टिसिपेट करके आप सबसे बहुत कुछ सीखना भी चाहूँगा। और मैं ये आशा करता हूँ कि स्कूल और ड्रोन कौशल्या स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी यशस्वी होकर आगे काम करे, और ये जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है वो उसमें काफ़ी हमें ऐसे सुझाव मिले जिस पर हम अमल करके इंडिया को ड्रोन कैपिटल बनाने में हमें सहायता मिलेगी। अंततः आप सभी को धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
आपके विशिष्ट उद्बोधन के लिए आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आज इस महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्फ्रेंस में ड्रोन हैकेथन का शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। यह हैकेथॉन एक ऐसी कंपटीशन है जिसकी वजह से युवाओं, कॉरपोरेट और कई संस्थाएं ड्रोन के क्षेत्र में नए अन्वेषण, नए इनोवेशन, अधिक रचनात्मक समाधान विकसित करेंगे। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से नम्र निवेदन करती हूं कि वे रिमोट द्वारा ड्रोन हैकेथन का ई लोकार्पण एवं शुभारंभ करें। ધન્યવાદ. ગુજરાતનો વિકાસ જેવોનો જીવન મંત્ર છે અને સતત દરેક ક્ષેત્રના વિકાસની જેવો દરકાર કરે છે અને હર હંમેશ તે દિશામાં માર્ગદર્શન પૂરું પાડે છે એવા આપણા ગુજરાતના લોકલાડીલા મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલને તેઓના સંબોધન માટે આવો હર્ષભેર તાળીઓથી સ્વાગત કરીએ.
કૌશલ્ય ધ સ્કિલ યુનિવર્સિટીના આંગણે આયોજિત નેશનલ કોન્ફરન્સ ઓન ડ્રોન ટેકનોલોજીમાં ઉપસ્થિત મારા સાથી અને મેયર શ્રી કિરીટભાઈ પરમાર, ભારત સરકારના સચિવ શ્રી અતુલ કુમાર તિવારી, રાજ્ય સરકારના અધિક મુખ્ય સચિવ શ્રી અંજુ શર્મા, ક્વોલિટી કંટ્રોલ ઓફ ઇન્ડિયાના ચેરમેન શ્રી જક્ષયભાઈ શાહ, લેબર કમિશનર શ્રી અનુપમ આનંદ, કૌશલ્ય યુનિવર્સિટીના રજિસ્ટ્રાર શ્રી HR સુથાર, ટેકનોલોજીના નિષ્ણાત તજજ્ઞો, આ ક્ષેત્રે કાર્યરત ઉદ્યોગકારો, સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ કરનાર યુવાનો, વિદ્યાર્થી ભાઈ બહેનો અને પત્રકાર મિત્રો, સૌને મારા નમસ્કાર. દરેકે દરેક ક્ષેત્રે આગળ વધવું અને આગળ એટલે કે પ્રથમ રહેવું, ટોપ ઉપર રહેવું, એના માટેનો હર હંમેશ પ્રયત્ન ગુજરાત સરકારે કર્યો છે. અને માનનીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ આપણા વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીએ પણ દરેકે દરેક, એ પછી વિજ્ઞાન હોય કે ટેકનોલોજી, એ સામાન્યમાં સામાન્ય માણસ સુધી, છેવાડાના માણસ સુધી એનો લાભ લોકોને મળે એના માટેનો હર હંમેશ પ્રયત્ન કર્યો છે. એટલે કે દરેકે દરેક સૌનો સાથ, સૌનો વિકાસ, સૌ સાથે મળીને આગળ વધવાનો પ્રયત્ન કરવા માટે ટેકનોલોજી કે વિજ્ઞાન છેવાડાના માનવી સુધી પહોંચાડવાનો પ્રયત્ન ગુજરાત સરકાર પણ કરી રહી છે. અત્યારે 5G ટેકનોલોજી હોય કે ડ્રોન, દરેકે દરેક, પહેલાં આપણને બધાને ખબર છે કે ભાઈ ઘણી બધી વસ્તુઓ જે વિદેશમાં શરૂ થઈ હોય અને એ કદાચ આપણે રાહ જોતા જોતા ભારતમાં ક્યારે આવે એ આપણે રાહ જોતા પહેલાં કે ભાઈ 5 વર્ષ લાગે ને 10 વર્ષ લાગે. અત્યારે તમે માનનીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈના નેતૃત્વમાં અત્યારે દરેક ક્ષેત્રમાં એ ભારત આપણને કોઈ પણ ટેકનોલોજી હોય તો એ ટેકનોલોજીમાં પણ કે વિજ્ઞાનમાં કોઈ પણ વિદેશી દેશ આગળ જાય અથવા તો ત્યાં શરૂઆત થાય એ વસ્તુ અત્યારે ભારત દેશમાં પણ આ વસ્તુ વિજ્ઞાન હોય કે ટેકનોલોજી અત્યારે આગળ વધી રહી છે. એટલે ક્યાંય આપણે રાહ જોવી નથી પડતી. અને એનું ઉત્તમ ઉદાહરણ આપણે કોરોનામાં જોયું છે કે ભાઈ રસી બનવી અને 9 મહિનાની અંદર એનો ઉપયોગ છેક સુધી છેવાડાના માનવી સુધી પહોંચાડ્યો છે. એટલે આપણે દરેક ક્ષેત્રે ખૂબ સારું કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. અને ટેકનોલોજીના માધ્યમથી યુવાનોને વધુને વધુ રોજગારી મળે એનો પણ પ્રયત્ન છે કે ભાઈ આજે સ્કિલ દરેક છોકરાઓ ભણીને ટોપર થાય અને એને જ કામ ધંધો મળે એવું જરૂરી નથી હોતું. આપણે આપણા જીવનમાં પણ જોયા છે, વ્યવહાર જીવનમાં કેટલા એવા ઉદાહરણ છે કે જેની પાસે સ્કિલ હોય તો કદાચ ભણેલા લોકો એમના ત્યાં નોકરી કરતા હશે. એટલે સ્કિલ પણ એટલી જરૂરી છે અને સ્કિલ હોય છે. અને ગુજરાત સરકાર આ સ્કિલ માટે હર હંમેશ દરેક જણને તક આપવા માટે નવી જે ટેકનોલોજી, નવો જે ઉદ્યોગ આવતો હોય તો એના માટે એના કોર્સિસ જેટલા બને એટલા ઝડપથી ચાલુ થાય એના માટેના પ્રયત્ન કર્યા છે. એમાંનું આજે આપણે ડ્રોન આપણી જોઈ રહ્યા છે કે જે નવું આગે આ લોન્ચિંગ જે કહી શકાય ઉદ્યોગ ક્ષેત્રે ડ્રોન, તો એની અંદર પણ જુદા જુદા કોર્સિસ શરૂ કરી અને યુવાનો આની અંદર આગળ વધે એના માટેના પ્રયત્ન કર્યા છે. આજે અહીંયા આગળથી ડ્રોન જે અત્યારે બનાવ્યું છે એ ડ્રોન દરેક જ્યાં આપણા કોર્સિસ ચાલે છે ત્યાં એ ડ્રોન બનાવીને આપવામાં આવશે. અને લગભગ 50 જેટલી ITIમાં ડ્રોન તાલીમની આપણે વ્યવસ્થા કરી છે. અને આ ડ્રોન તાલીમની વ્યવસ્થાના કારણે આજે જે યુવાનો છે કે જેને સ્કિલમાં આગળ વધવું છે એના માટે ખૂબ સારા આપણે ગુજરાત સરકારે પ્રયત્ન કર્યા છે. અને આની અંદર ખૂબ ખેતરમાં ડ્રોન દ્વારા એટલે ડ્રોનનો ઉપયોગ અને ડ્રોનના ઉપયોગથી લાઈફ સેવિંગ પણ થઈ શકે. કારણ કે ઘણી બધી વસ્તુઓ એવી જગ્યાએ હોય છે કે જેમાં આ માણસે પહોંચવું એ ડેન્જરસ પણ હોઈ શકે. એનો ઉપયોગ કરવા જાય તો પણ ડેન્જરસ હોઈ શકે. એની લાઈફ સાથે જોખમ બની શકે. એવી જગ્યાએ આ ડ્રોનના ઉપયોગથી આપણું લાઈફ સેવિંગ પણ ખૂબ મોટું થવાનું છે. અને અમે ગુજરાત સરકારે એની અંદર ખેતરમાં જે કેમિકલ રાસાયણ છંટકાવ જે હોય છે ખાતર અને ખાતરની ઉપર દવાનો છંટકાવ જે રાસાયણિક હોય છે જે હ્યુમનને નુકસાનકારક હોઈ શકે તો એ બધો જ છંટકાવ આ ડ્રોનથી થાય એના માટે ખૂબ પ્રોત્સાહિત ગુજરાત સરકારની યોજનાઓ છે. અને ગુજરાત સરકાર હર હંમેશ પોલિસી ડ્રીવન સ્ટેટ બન્યું છે નરેન્દ્રભાઈના માર્ગદર્શનમાં. અને પોલિસી ડ્રીવન સ્ટેટના કારણે દરેક ક્ષેત્રે આજે ગુજરાત આગળ છે. અને આજે જ્યારે માન્ય નરેન્દ્રભાઈએ ડ્રોનનો ઉપયોગ ખેતરથી લઈ અને ખેલકૂદના મેદાન સુધી વિસ્તારવાનું જ્યારે આહવાન કર્યું છે ત્યારે નવીન ટેકનોલોજીનો ઝડપથી અપનાવીને તાસીર જે ગુજરાતમાં છે એનો આપણે ઉપયોગ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. અને ડ્રોનની મદદથી નેનો એરિયા અને ખાતરનો છંટકાવ આપણે ગુજરાત જે છે એ દેશમાં પહેલું રાજ્ય છે કે જે આ ડ્રોનના ઉપયોગથી આપણે આ દવાનો છંટકાવ કરી રહ્યા છે. ટુરિઝમ હોય, ટ્રેડ હોય, ડિઝાસ્ટર હોય, મીડિયા, એન્ટરટેનમેન્ટ, સર્વેલન્સ અને રિસર્ચ એવા અનેક ક્ષેત્રે ડ્રોન ટેકનોલોજીનો ઉપયોગની વિપુલ તકો રહેલી છે. અને નાગરિકોને સરકારની સેવા ડોર સ્ટેપ ડિલિવરી પણ ડ્રોન માધ્યમથી આપી શકાય. અને ડ્રોન જેવી નવીન ટેકનોલોજીનો ઇજારો કોઈ વર્ગ પૂરતો સીમિત ન રહે. અને આજનો આ કોન્ફરન્સ છે એમાં ખૂબ સારું ચિંતન અને મનન થશે અને આ ખૂબ ઉપયોગી લોકોને નીવડશે એ જ અભ્યર્થના સાથે વિરમું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી, આપના પ્રોત્સાહનપૂર્ણ સંબોધન અને રાજ્ય અને દેશના વિકાસને વધુ વેગ મળે તેના માટે આજે વિવિધ ભેટ આપવા બદલ અમે પણ આપનો આભાર માનીએ છીએ. अब मैं श्री पी.ए. मिस्त्री, हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट, स्कूल ऑफ ड्रोन्स, KSU को आमंत्रित करूंगी कि वे आभार विधि करें.
કૌશલ્ય 10 સ્કિલ યુનિવર્સિટી દ્વારા આયોજિત આજની નેશનલ કોન્ફરન્સ ઓન ડ્રોન ટેકનોલોજીમાં આપણા સૌના આદરણીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી જેઓના માર્ગદર્શન અને પ્રેરણાથી આજે આ કોન્ફરન્સનું આયોજન તથા ડ્રોન મંત્રા લેબનું લોકાર્પણ થયેલ છે. તેઓને અતિ વ્યસ્ત કાર્યક્રમ હોવા છતાં પણ આપણું મનોબળ વધારવા તથા આપણને પ્રેરણા આપવા તેઓ ઉપસ્થિત રહ્યા, આપણને માર્ગદર્શન આપ્યું. તે બદલ તેઓનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું કૌશલ્ય 10 સ્કિલ પરિવાર વતી. સેક્રેટરી, મિનિસ્ટ્રી ઓફ સ્કિલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ, શ્રી તિવારી સર, વી આર ઓલવેઝ બ્લેસ્ડ વિથ your guidance. We at the KSU thank you for your guidance and blessing us today in spite of your busy schedules. Our leader and we are getting constant support from her, Dr. Anju Sharma, જેમના માર્ગદર્શન હેઠળ એટલે કૌશલ્ય 10 સ્કિલ યુનિવર્સિટી જે એક શરૂઆત થઈ ત્યારથી આ સ્ટેજ સુધી પહોંચી શકી છે. ડ્રોન ઓફ સ્કૂલ જે પણ એટલે એક દેશમાં લીડિંગ એટલે RPTO થવા ઉપરાંત આખી ડ્રોન વેલ્યુ ચેનને એડ્રેસ કરતા કોર્સિસ શરૂ કરી શકાયેલા છે. આપના સતત માર્ગદર્શન અને આજનું જે આયોજન કર્યું છે તેના જે એમના માટે આપનું માર્ગદર્શન મળી રહ્યું છે તે બદલ પણ આપનો પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. શ્રી જક્ષય શાહ, ક્વોલિટી કાઉન્સિલ ઓફ ઇન્ડિયાના ચેરમેન, અને તેઓ પણ તેમના અતિ વ્યસ્ત કાર્યક્રમમાંથી અહીંયા ઉપસ્થિત રહ્યા છે તેમની ટીમ સાથે, અને મને આશા છે કે ભવિષ્યમાં પણ આપની ટીમનો અમને એટલે મદદ મળી રહેશે. આપની ઉપસ્થિતિ બદલ પણ આપનો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. આ સિવાય મંચસ્થ લેબર કમિશનર શ્રી, કૌશલ્ય 10 સ્કિલ યુનિવર્સિટીના રજિસ્ટ્રાર શ્રી, esteemed panelists, drone entrepreneurs, university partners, industry partners, drone instructors અને જે ટ્રેનિસ છે તે, મીડિયા, KSU અને MGLનો સ્ટાફ જેમણે આ કોન્ફરન્સના સક્સેસ માટે થઈને સતત પ્રયાસ કર્યો છે, અને કદાચ કોઈકને હું ભૂલી જાઉં તો તે સર્વેનો પણ આ પ્રસંગે હું ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. થેન્ક યુ અગેન.
આપના ઉષ્માપૂર્ણ આભાર શબ્દો માટે ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. આવો ફરી એકવાર તાળીઓના ગડગડાટ સાથે માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી, માનનીય મેયર શ્રી અને મંચાસીન જે પણ મહાનુભાવો હતા તેઓનો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરીએ તેઓની બહુમૂલ્ય ઉપસ્થિતિ માટે. Thank you everyone. We now take a break of 20 minutes and assemble back over here. I request you to kindly settle down for just few minutes. Once sir departs or goes towards his VIP lounge, we will head towards the tea area and we'll take a break of 20 minutes and then assemble back over here for the first panel discussion of the day. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Dr. Anju Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Labour, Skill Development and Employment, Government of Gujarat. We have with us Shri Deepak Inamdar, Director, IFCO. We welcome you, sir. We have Shri S.J. Solanki, Directorate of Agriculture, Government of Gujarat. Also, we have Mr. Rangarajan, Vice President, Strategy, Adani Group. We also have Mr. Rakesh Patel, Managing Director, Retro Agri Solutions. And as the moderator of this panel discussion, we have Dr. Shankar Goenka, Managing Director, Wow Factors India Private Limited. Can we welcome all of the esteemed dignitaries on the dais with a big round of applause, please? will now request the moderator, sir, to take over. But before that, we would like to welcome all our panelists for the first panel discussion. And for that, I would request Dr. Prapti Shah, Assistant Professor, to kindly welcome the panelist with a book. Thank you. Thank you, madam. I now request Dr. Shankar Goenka, Managing Director of Wow Factors India Private Limited, the moderator of the session, to take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Namaste. Namaste ji. Kem cho? बस इतनी गुजराती आती है. Sanju ma'am, thank you very much for making such a beautiful and a wonderful program. And I want each one of you to give a big round of applause to madam and to the whole big. देखिए आवाज़ आनी चाहिए, आवाज़ में मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है. जोरदार तालियों से जो है इतना बड़ा प्रोग्राम इतने अच्छे से ऑर्गेनाइज किया है और इतने सारे लोग भारत के, चूँकि सबके साथ काम करने का मौका मिला है, इतने सब लोग सब जगह से आए हैं, ये बहुत ही बड़ी बात है. सो थैंक यू सो वेरी मच. मैडम, आपका जो टॉपिक है स्किल डेवलपमेंट विद स्पेशल फोकस ऑन एग्रीकल्चर ड्रोन. तो मैंने लाइफ में यही सीखा है कि इन एग्रीकल्चर देयर इज अ कल्चर एंड देयर इज नो कल्चर इन एग्रीकल्चर. सो आई एम श्योर विद दिस प्लेटफॉर्म वी आर ट्राइंग टू ब्रिंग इन कल्चर इन दिस एग्रीकल्चर. और मेरे साथ में बहुत ही विशिष्ट लोग हैं. मैडम शर्मा हैं, तिवारी साहब हैं, सोलंकी साहब हैं, इनामदार साहब हैं इफ्को से, अपने रंगराजन सर हैं और पटेल साहब हैं. तो इनका भी जोरदार तालियों से एक बार पुनः स्वागत किया जाए. सो मैं तिवारी साहब से सबसे पहले शुरू करना चाहूँगा अपनी बात को कि सर आपके हिसाब से स्किलिंग का कितना महत्व है हुनर प्राप्त करके ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री के अंदर. सो कैन आई
चूँकि और लोगों को भी बोलना है इसलिए मैं कम बोलूँगा.
जी सर.
और आपने इतना सारगर्भित प्रश्न पूछा जिसको उत्तर देने में मुझे काफ़ी समय नहीं लगना चाहिए. वो ये है कि जैसे ड्रोन जो हमारे पास आए, ड्रोन की एक अलग महिमा है और उसका एक लाभ है. और जिस तरह से हमारा सारा परिवेश टेक्नोलॉजी के यूज़ से चेंज हो रहा है, उस लहजे से ड्रोन इज़ इनएविटेबल एंड इट्स ए न्यू रियलिटी विच वी हैव टू एक्सेप्ट एंड लर्न टू लिव विद इट. और उस तरह से ड्रोन की एप्लीकेशन भी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ेगी और ये ज़रूरी है कि उसके लिए हम ड्रोन की स्किलिंग कराएं. और हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में इस विषय पर भी काफ़ी जोर दिया गया है. और हमारे बजट में, लास्ट ईयर बजट में, इस साल के बजट में भी इसके बारे में कहा गया है. ऑलरेडी हमारे ITI सिस्टम में हम ड्रोन से संबंधित जॉब रोल्स पे हम स्किलिंग करा रहे हैं. बट अभी ज़्यादा ज़रूरी ये है कि हम कैसे इसका जो प्रचलन है उसको और बढ़ा सकें. और उसमें हमारी जो स्वाभाविक हमारी जो कंसर्न है सिक्योरिटी से रिलेटेड और उसके रेगुलेशन से रिलेटेड, उसका भी सिविल एविएशन मंत्रालय के सौजन्य से उसके बारे में हमें रास्ते निकल रहे हैं. और केंद्र सरकार के डिफरेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज भी ड्रोन के उपयोग को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए तरह तरह की स्कीम्स भी ला रहे हैं, और जैसा मैंने बताया PLI स्कीम के अंतर्गत भी इस पर काफ़ी जोर दिया जा रहा है, और हमने अपनी आयात निर्यात पॉलिसी में भी उसके तरह से सुधार किए हुए हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो बीच में थोड़े से इंटरग्नम जो है जिसमें सारी चीज़ें सेट हो रही हैं, वो थोड़ा सा समय लग रहा है, बट थिंग्स विल फॉल इन प्लेस एंड इट वेरी सून विल फाइंड अ टाइम वेयर द थिंग्स विल स्टार्ट रियली फ्लाइंग। और खासकर एग्रीकल्चर के लिए, बिकॉज इंडिया एग्रीकल्चर बहुल देश है, और उसमें क्या बोलते हैं पेस्टिसाइड एंड फर्टिलाइजर स्प्रे की नई नई टेक्निक्स भी आई हुई हैं, उसमें इफ़को भी बहुत बढ़ के काम कर रहा है। तो मेरे ख्याल से इसमें हमें और आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। और अगर जो देख के लगता है कि ड्रोन चलाना बहुत ही आसान काम है, कोई भी आदमी वो वीडियो गेम के जैसा सो कर सकता है, बट ये ड्रोन खेलने के लिए नहीं है। अगर इसका एप्लीकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं तो उस एप्लीकेशन से संबंधित हमें भी स्किलिंग की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। और ड्रोन के बहुत सारे आयाम भी हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करना, रिपेयर करना, उसके पार्ट्स असेंबल करना, साथ ही साथ उसको कैसे चलाना, उसको कैसे एप्लीकेशन करना। ये सारी विधाओं में हमने बहुत सारे जॉब रोल्स बनाए हैं और भी बनेंगे। और मुझे लगता है कि ड्रोन्स की एग्रीकल्चर में जो भूमिका है वो नॉन कंट्रोवर्शियल है, सब सारे लोग अग्री करते हैं, और इसमें और भी आगे बहुत सारे डेवलपमेंट और हम देख पाएंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, बिल्कुल ठीक बात है। सर के साथ बहुत मौका रहा जीवन में काम करने का। सर का ये कहना था कि खाली जब आपने ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग क्लासरूम में दी, खाली उतना सफिशिएंट नहीं है। जब तक बच्चा ट्रेनिंग लेकर फील्ड पे ऑन ग्राउंड काम नहीं करेगा, तब तक जो है वो अपना जो बेस्ट है वो नहीं दे पाएगा। मैं मैडम शर्मा जी से बात करना चाहूँगा, जिनको कि भारत के जितने मिनिस्ट्री हैं या डिपार्टमेंट हैं या जो लोग स्किल से जुड़े हुए काम कर रहे हैं या ड्रोन में हैं, वो मैडम को जो रानी लक्ष्मीबाई झांसी की रानी मानते हैं। सो मैडम आपका बहुत ही धन्यवाद कि दवे एक जोरदार तालियां जो है हमारी झांसी की रानी के लिए, क्योंकि इन्होंने ड्रोन में पहली बार भारत के अंदर इतना जल्दी गुजरात के अंदर इनिशिएटिव लिया, इंस्टीट्यूट बनाई, और 100 से ज़्यादा बच्चे जो है, मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे बहुत सारे ड्रोन ट्रेनिंग के प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स हैं जिन्होंने कि ड्रोन ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट शुरुआत करी, और शायद 50 बच्चे भी नहीं ट्रेन कर पाए हों, पर मैडम की लीडरशिप में काम हुआ। मैडम यू आर डूइंग अ फैंटास्टिक जॉब। मैम आपको क्या लगता है कि जो बच्चे हमारे यहाँ से ट्रेन होकर निकल रहे हैं वो कितना कारगर साबित हो रहे हैं ऑन ग्राउंड जब वो उसमें जा रहे हैं, और आप ऐसा क्या स्टेप आगे आने वाले टाइम में लेने जा रहे हैं कि इस ट्रेनिंग को और मीनिंगफुल बना जाए और एक फोकस एग्रीकल्चर के ऊपर, क्योंकि 60% जो जॉब है भारत की वो एग्रीकल्चर से जुड़ी हुई है। सो हाउ डू यू सी द होल पिक्चर रिलेटेड टू योर इंस्टीट्यूट और योर मिनिस्ट्री हियर इन गुजरात मैम?
थैंक यू। तो जब ड्रोन की जब हम बात कर रहे हैं, और लास्ट ईयर 2022 की बात है कि जब हमने ये हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री ने ड्रोन का जो अपना विजन दिया, उसके बाद गुजरात सरकार ने इसको जब टेकअप किया, तो सबसे पहला चैलेंज जब हमने सर्वे किया कि ड्रोन की जो ट्रेनिंग है, फ्लाइंग ट्रेनिंग, उसमें लाइसेंस की ज़रूरत होती है, जैसे ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस की ज़रूरत होती है। तो हमने कहा ठीक है हम करा देते हैं ये ट्रेनिंग, लेकिन जब बाहर मार्केट जाके देखा तो ना सिर्फ ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइडर अवेलेबल भी नहीं थे, और साथ में जितने भी अवेलेबल थे वो मुश्किल से साल में 80 या 100 लोगों को ट्रेन कर पाते थे, और हम उसमें, और वो भी एक का 50,000 60,000 कुछ ऐसा ट्रेनिंग लेते थे। तो अब हमने सोचा कि यदि हमको मास स्केल पे एग्रीकल्चर में यदि ड्रोन यूज़ करना है, और जैसे हमारे फिर पार्टनर इफ़को के हमारे इनामदार साहब हमारे साथ जुड़े, और आप भी जुड़े, और हमारे बहुत सारे पार्टनर्स MSD हमारे साथ जुड़े। फिर जैसे जैसे हमने जाना, हमने सबसे पहले इफ़को ने हमको बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया, एंड आई मस्ट टेल यू कि आज जो हम इतना बना पाए हैं उसका जो पहला पत्थर जो है वो इफ़को ने डाला, और इफ़को ने हमको बिना किसी इम्प्लिकेशन, फाइनेंशियल इम्प्लिकेशन के हमारे लिए 5 बैचेस इन्होंने सैंक्शन किए थे। 3 बैचेस पे हम ही ने रोक दिया कि भाई हमारे पास बहुत हो गए। तो 3 बैचेस इंस्ट्रक्टर ट्रेनिंग हमारे करवा के दिया। और ड्रोन में आज की तारीख में इंस्ट्रक्टर्स नहीं मिलते हैं, लाइसेंस इंस्ट्रक्टर्स नहीं हैं। सिर्फ 2 ही संस्थान हैं पूरे भारत में जो इंस्ट्रक्टर ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए जिनके पास लाइसेंस है। और इन्होंने बिना किसी डिले के फटाफट बाय जुलाई, हमारे पास इनका प्रॉमिस था कि हम आपको 2 महीने में सब सुविधा करा देंगे। ऑन फ़ोन इन्होंने हमको 60 इंस्ट्रक्टर्स की तालीम अवेलेबल कराई। हमारे पास आज की तारीख में 60 इंस्ट्रक्टर्स हैं जो हमारी बैकबोन है। बेसिकली कोई भी तालीम करने के लिए वो बैकबोन की ज़रूरत होती है, ये हमारी बैकबोन है, बाकी सारी चीज़ें ऊपर की हैं। फिर DGCA के नॉर्म्स के हिसाब से हमने ड्रोन प्रोक्योरमेंट करे तो वहाँ भी बहुत चैलेंजेस आए। तब हमें लगा कि जैसे सरकार में होता है कि प्रोक्योरमेंट करने की वजह से यदि प्रोक्योरमेंट ड्रोन नहीं होगा तो ट्रेनिंग नहीं होगी और चलता चलता कोर्स भी रुक जाएगा। तो फिर हमने, और बच्चों को जब तक खुद ड्रोन पे काम नहीं करेंगे उनको ड्रोन बनाना नहीं आएगा, तो फिर हमने ये ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब का हमने कॉन्सेप्ट लिया जिसमें ट्रेनिंग के साथ साथ, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ट्रेनिंग के साथ साथ हम लोग इसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी करेंगे। तो अब ये हमारा ट्रेनिंग ड्रोन जो है वो इसी में एक बार हमारा DGCA सर्टिफाइड हो जाएगा तो हम अपना इन हाउस ट्रेनिंग ड्रोन बनाएंगे और उसको काम में लेंगे। ऐसे शुरू में 100 ड्रोन के थ्रू हम लोग 50 ITI में ये शुरू करेंगे। हमारा टारगेट है कि हर एक गाँव में और गुजरात के एटलीस्ट हर एक कोने कोने में ड्रोन की फ्लाइंग तालीम शुरू करी जाए। दैट इज़ फर्स्ट स्टेप, जिससे कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो एक बहुत मोटा टास्क है कि नैनो यूरिया स्प्रेइंग और पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे ड्रोन की मदद से किया जाए, जिससे जो पेस्टिसाइड एक्स्ट्रा अमाउंट में क्रॉप में जाता है और जो हमारी हेल्थ को नुकसान पहुंचाता है वो उसका उपयोग कम हो। और जो फर्टिलाइज़र का, जैसे आपको पता है फर्टिलाइज़र की कीमतें इतनी बढ़ रही हैं और फर्टिलाइज़र की वजह से जो प्रोडक्शन है वो पोषणक्षम नहीं होता है, तो नैनो यूरिया की वजह से फर्टिलाइज़र रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत घट जाता है। तो सबसे पहले हमारा फोकस एग्रीकल्चर पे है और इस तरीके से ड्रोन एंटरप्रेन्योर हम लोग बनाना चाहते हैं। हमारा जो फर्स्ट टास्क है कि हम लोग ये 50 ITI को ड्रोन फ्लाइंग ट्रेनिंग के लिए कार्यरत कर दें और जिससे कि पूरे गुजरात में ये ड्रोन फ्लाइंग जो एग्रीकल्चर में होती है उसके लिए सुविधा उपलब्ध हो जाए और हमारे यूथ को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिले। जहाँ तक एग्रीकल्चर का सवाल है, एग्रीकल्चर में 500 रुपया पर एकड़ का इनकम होता है फॉर 1 एकड़। तो अब आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि एक ड्रोन एंटरप्रेन्योर, इनका कहना तो 1 लाख के हिसाब से है पर मैं 1 लाख को थोड़ा मॉडरेट करूंगी और यहाँ पर इंडस्ट्री के लोग भी बैठे हुए हैं कि यदि ढंग से काम करे तो 50,000 60,000 तक आराम से, सिर्फ 10वीं पास, इसकी कोई क्वालिफिकेशन ज़्यादा नहीं है, सिर्फ 10वीं पास होके और वो रूरल एरिया में रह के, अपने विलेज में रह के, खेती से जुड़ के अपने लिए बहुत अच्छी आवक कमा सकता है और देश की नेशनल सेविंग कर सकता है। इट इज़ अ सेविंग टू द एंटायर कंट्री, बिकॉज जो फर्टिलाइज़र पे हमारा पैसा जाता है वो फर्टिलाइज़र हम बचाते हैं, हमारी प्रोड्यूस अच्छी करते हैं और हम पेस्टिसाइड रहित खाना खाते हैं तो हमको हमारी हेल्थ इम्प्रूव होती है। साथ में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए अब हमारे काफ़ी सारे स्टार्टअप से हम लोग जुड़े हुए हैं तो उनको छोटी छोटी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं। वो लोग अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी को कमर्शलाइज करने में उनको प्लेटफॉर्म की कहाँ जाके वो उनके आइडियाज़ को वो इम्प्लीमेंट करें। तो इसके लिए एडवांस ट्रेनिंग हम लोग इंडस्ट्री के साथ, बिकॉज ड्रोन के एक्सपर्ट्स कहीं अवेलेबल नहीं हैं, तो हमने इंडस्ट्री कोऑपरेशन के साथ एक ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब बनाया है, तो जिसमें इंडस्ट्री के साथ में रहकर और वो लोग साथ में एकेडमिया के साथ जुड़कर जो IITs के प्रोफेसर्स हैं उनकी टीम भी लाके और एकेडमिया के स्टैंडर्ड्स के हिसाब से डिप्लोमा और मास्टर्स PG कोर्सेज शुरू कराएंगे। और सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है कि जो हमारा PG कोर्स है, PG कोर्स में जो सेकेंड ईयर है उसमें हर बच्चा अपना एक ड्रोन डिज़ाइन करेगा और वो ड्रोन के प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा ये भी सिखाएंगे उसका कि उसका रेगुलेटरी पेपर वर्क कैसे होता है, क्योंकि जब तक वो DGCA सर्टिफाइड नहीं होगा तब तक वो काम नहीं आ सकता। तो उसका पेपर वर्क भी उनको सिखाया जाएगा, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन सिखाया जाएगा, टेस्टिंग सिखाई जाएगी और हमारा प्रयास ये रहेगा कि 2 साल यदि एमएससी करके बच्चा निकलता है ड्रोन में तो उसके पास अपना एक इनोवेटिव ड्रोन हो अलॉन्ग विद एप्लीकेशन, या फिर एक एप्लीकेशन हो ड्रोन रिलेटेड। तो चैलेंजेस काफ़ी सारे हैं। हमारा उद्देश्य है लगभग 20,000 को आने वाले 2 साल में तालीमबद्ध करना, और जिस तरीके से हम चल रहे हैं अब लगभग कर पाएंगे।
बहुत बहुत ही अच्छी बात है मैम। और आपने जैसे कहा कि गांव का जो बच्चा है रूरल भारत में रहेगा और वहीं पे कमाएगा, और एक बहुत बड़ी बात है कि वो अपने, सबसे बड़ी बात है कि वो अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ रहेगा। मैं चूंकि जब बाजार में जाता हूँ, लोगों से मिलता हूँ, तो मुझे लगता है कि जब हमारी एज में पेरेंट्स होते हैं, उनके अपने बच्चों से पैसा नहीं चाहिए। यदि शाम को खाली वो कहेगी पापा आप कैसे हो, मम्मी कैसे हो, तो आई बिलीव इट इज़ अ बिग सर्विस टू द नेशन एंड टू द फैमिलीज ऑल्सो। मैम, मेरे मन में एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल है, और इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पर भारत सरकार के सीनियर मोस्ट ऑफिसर्स बैठे हुए। मैम, आपको क्या लगता है कि जैसे आपने सबसे पहले गुजरात में लिया और आपने इसको एक सक्सेसफुल बनाया, तो आपका क्या मैसेज है बाकी स्टेट्स को कि इसको वो कैसे आगे लेके जाएं? मतलब आपने एक रूल मंत्रा बनाया, और चूंकि सर तिवारी साहब जो हैं साथ में यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं।
तिवारी साहब का है, मेरा काम अपने स्टेट में हमारे जो स्टेट के यूथ हैं उनको एम्पावर करा जाए, उनको ट्रेन करा जाए। अभी यही काम बहुत बड़ा है, तो पहले हम इसको पूरा करेंगे। और सारे कंट्री का जो वो है वो साहब बहुत अच्छे से टेकअप कर रहे हैं।
तो मेरी सर बहुत प्रबल इच्छा है कि जिस एग्रेसिव से मैम ने यहाँ करा है वो बाकी सब स्टेट भी इसको रिप्लिकेट करें सर।
अवश्य।
थैंक यू सर, तथास्तु। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। चूंकि राकेश पटेल जी हमारे साथ में प्राइवेट में हैं, सीड्स बनाते हैं, बहुत ही अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। सर, आपको क्या लगता है कि ड्रोन का महत्व आपकी जो इंडस्ट्री है उसमें क्या रोल प्ले करता है? ऊपर कर दीजिए।
नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं बहुत ही आभारी हूँ स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी, कौशल्य यूनिवर्सिटी का, कि जो आज मुझे मौका दिया है मेरी बात रखने का। ये एग्रीकल्चर में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी आने वाले दिन में बहुत ही बदलाव लाएगी। जैसे मैं मेरा प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस ही शेयर करूँगा, ज़्यादा बड़ी बात चढ़ा बढ़ा के नहीं बोलूँगा, पर मैंने पिछले 2 साल से ड्रोन यूज़ कर रहा हूँ। तो नॉर्मली फार्मर को जहाँ नहीं पहुँच पाता है वहाँ ड्रोन पहुँचता है। जैसे कि बारिश का माहौल है, बीच में थोड़ा ही टाइम मिला, तो नॉर्मल प्रैक्टिस से वो स्प्रे नहीं कर पाता है और क्रॉप का हेवी डैमेज होता है। तो ड्रोन एक लौती टेक्नोलॉजी है कि जो बीच में जो थोड़ा सा भी टाइम मिलता है तो आप स्प्रे कर सकते हो। दूसरी बात, कई सारी फसल ऐसी हैं कि जहाँ पे नॉर्मल ट्रेडिशनल जो स्प्रेइंग मेथड है वो थोड़ी फिजिबल नहीं है। एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे जब मैंने ड्रोन स्टार्ट किया तो मुझे लगा कि लोग यूज़ करेंगे वेजिटेबल में, पर एक्चुअल में मुझे फीडबैक मिल रहा है अच्छा सा कैस्टर है जिसकी हाइट होती है 8 फीट 10 फीट, तो वहाँ पे स्प्रे नहीं हो पाता है। और मेरा मानना है कम से कम पेस्ट अटैक से 20 से 25% कैस्टर में इल्ड लॉस होता है, जो कि ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी से हम सेव कर सकते हैं। दूसरी बात, पपाया। तो पपाया में आज तक कोई ऐसा में नहीं हुआ है स्प्रे कि जिसकी हाइट 4 मीटर से ऊपर हो और अगर स्प्रे करे, अगर मान लीजिए किसी ने स्प्रे भी किया तो वो जो भी स्प्रे है वो मजदूर के शरीर पे गिरता है, तो लेबर की हेल्थ में भी मतलब असर करता है। तो ड्रोन उसमें भी बहुत अच्छा लाभ देता है। और मैडम ने बताया कि हर गांव का बच्चा रोजगार कमाएगा, और मैडम ने स्पेसिफिकली ये भी बोला कि 10वीं पास। आज बहुत सारे पॉलिटिकल मंत्रियां या कुछ भी एलिगेशन लगाते कि रोजगार नहीं है, पर मैं मानता हूँ 4 लाख गांव हैं, अगर एटलीस्ट एक एक ड्रोन का एक एक पायलट बनेगा तो भी बहुत सारा एम्प्लॉयमेंट इस इंडस्ट्री से आएगा। ठीक है। और लास्ट में मैं इतना ही कहूँगा, थैंक्स टू सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एंड ऑल्सो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कि जिन्होंने ये टेक्नोलॉजी का बढ़ावा देने के लिए सब्सिडीज़ या तो फिर ये कोर्सेज कम प्राइस में, तो ये सारी चीज़ें आने वाले के लिए पर्टिकुलर मेरे जैसे छोटे छोटे एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए बहुत काम का है। तो वंस अगेन थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। एकदम ठीक बात है। यदि 4 लाख युवा यदि ड्रोन पायलट बने, खाली ड्रोन नहीं भी ड्रोन भी बिकेंगे, ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री बड़ी होगी, सर्विस अच्छा होगा, रिपेयर मेंटेनेंस होगा, स्पेस का काम बढ़ेगा, तो मतलब ओवरऑल यदि आप देखें तो इंडस्ट्री के लिए बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है। रंगराजन सर, आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं? अडानी फाउंडेशन में, अडानी ग्रुप के अंदर आप कैसे देखते हैं कि ड्रोन एग्रीकल्चर के क्षेत्र में हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू प्ले रोल, कि जहां पे लोगों को ज़्यादा रोजगार मिले, काम मिले, एंड हाउ योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज लुकिंग एट द होल इकोसिस्टम?
Thanks you for that question, and again, fantastic to be here in this crowd, the event today. As far as the Adani Group is concerned, and also from a drone industry standpoint, we see drones as an application of technology to solve India's most critical problem over the next 30 years. We are the most populous country in the world. By 2050, the world's population will be more than 9 billion people, and each of them will need to be fed. Without the use of technology, this will not happen. If we also take another example, over the, let's say, 80 years back, tractors were not even there in any single farm in India. Today, tractors are ubiquitous. We sell almost 1 million tractors every year. Drones, for example, we see as being as common as tractors. In fact, more so, because at the end of the day, एक cropping season के लिए, you will use a tractor once. You will need to use a drone 6 times or 3 times, depending on the crop cycle. So we actually see drones as being a very large industry, which requires very different job creations for the future. So interestingly, 2 weeks back, a kid approached me. वो अभी 12th standard में है. He said, sir, मैं अभी मेरे undergraduation के लिए I want to specialize in drone technology. I said, ये तो amazing है, तो बताओ what is it that you want to do? And he said, sir, I want to create a project where I can mix a prototype of image analysis based on drone imagery, use that to assess crop health. I will correlate it with soil health, and then suggest what we can do for the farmer using this, again, drones. Now, when we think about the skills which are required, right, it is not just about a drone pilot. It is not just about person spraying on the field. It is about a person who is able to look at the computer image coming out, the camera image coming out, analyzing that, translating that into insight, the analytics which is required to correlate it with soil health, with the nutrient contents, with the kind of greenness, the pest attacks which are coming up, and then create a solution which is going to feed billions of mouths, not even millions of mouths. So the kind of skills that this industry can create for the future is absolutely incredible. So as Adani Group, for example, we are actually setting up skill centers where, in various of our networks, we are starting to train drone pilots. We are working with different, companies as well as, governments to set up multiple pilot training operators centers to begin with. And we see this as just the tip of the iceberg. So there is, I think, a lot to be done. And the interesting part is we are just getting started. The variety of skills which will be required for the future will be even more rich and unimaginable than what we are seeing today.
Absolutely agree with you, sir. And जो सर ने बच्चों की बात कही, तो I just want to quote one thing. मेरे अपने स्कूल जो गोयनका पब्लिक स्कूल्स हैं, वहाँ पर हमने बच्चों को ड्रोन उड़ा के दिखाया. एंड मैम यू विल बी वेरी सरप्राइज्ड क्योंकि 6th-7th के बच्चे आगे आए कि सर हम ये कर सकते हैं, सर इससे ये कर सकते हैं. उन्होंने शायद 20 तरह के एप्लीकेशन जो है हमें इसमें यूज़ करने का बताया कि सर इससे हम ये ऐसा कर सकते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ही बड़ी क्रांति है. मैं दुनिया की जो सबसे बड़ी फर्टिलाइजर कंपनी है इफ्को, जो कि केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर बनाती है, और इन्होंने तय किया कि कैसे हम 1 बोरी यूरिया को एक 500 ml की नैनो यूरिया से रिप्लेस करें. जैसा भी मैम ने बताया कि 1 बोरी यूरिया के ऊपर भारत सरकार की 4,000 रुपए पर बैग सब्सिडी जाती है. जो किसान को 266 रुपए 50 पैसे में बोरी मिलती है, वो भारत सरकार को 4200 मतलब 4,266 रुपए 50 पैसे कॉस्ट पड़ती है. उसको एक 500 ml बॉटल से रिप्लेस करा, और ये पहली बार दुनिया में पेटेंट कराया. और इन्होंने भारत के अंदर ये भी काम सबसे पहले गुजरात में हुआ कि कलोल प्लांट के अंदर इन्होंने नैनो यूरिया बनाना शुरुआत करा. और ये इस समय तो जब मैं पहली बार मिनिस्ट्री में लेके गया तो मुझे ये पूछा डिपार्टमेंट ने कि जी क्या ये अमेरिका में नहीं बना, क्या ये चाइना में नहीं बना, क्या ये ब्राजील में नहीं बना, भारत में कैसे बना? तो मेरे ख्याल से इफको इसके लिए बहुत ही एग्रेसिव तरीके से कर रही है और इन्होंने इस यूरिया के प्रोग्राम को, और ये भारत की पहली फर्टिलाइजर कंपनी है कि जिन्होंने ड्रोन का उपयोग बनाकर कि कैसे किसानों के बीच में जाए। तो जब मैं इनको हेड ऑफिस में मिलता था, बात करता था, तो उन्होंने कहा कि गोयनका जी एक आधा लीटर बॉटल को छिड़कने के लिए 125 से 150 लीटर पानी लगता है। कैसे ड्रोन के माध्यम से मात्र 10 लीटर पानी में 1 एकड़ छिड़काव, यानी 90% जो है पानी की बचत होती है। और यूरिया में चूंकि 46% नाइट्रोजन है, तो हवा को लगा तो हवा पॉल्यूट हुई, पानी को लगा तो पानी पॉल्यूट हुई, और धरती माँ को लगा तो धरती माँ के जो है वो अपना मदर अर्थ खराब होती है। दैट इज हाउ नैनो यूरिया इज प्लेइंग अ वेरी वेरी बिग रोल। तो सर आपका बहुत धन्यवाद ईमानदार साहब यहाँ पे आने के लिए। और ये इफको का जो फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट जो कलोल में है, जिसको कि हम मदर प्लांट कहते हैं, उसको इनामदार साहब जो हैं वो हेड करते हैं। सर आपको कैसे देख रहे हैं? आप ऑलरेडी 1.5 साल से इस फेयर में काम कर रहे हैं, आपके अपने प्लांट पे आपने सब ड्रोन रखे हुए हैं, आपकी वजह से ये भारत में करीब इस समय 200 से 250 ड्रोन हम स्प्रे कर पा रहे हैं अलग अलग राज्यों में। आप इसको आगे स्किल से कैसे जोड़ के देखते हैं जिसके अंदर इफको की कंट्रीब्यूट करेगा? सर
हेलो, धन्यवाद गोयनका जी। जैसे गोयनका जी ने बताया, इफको ने नैनो यूरिया इस देश में लाने का सबसे पहले कदम रखा, जिसकी शुरुआत हमारे कलोल यूनिट से ही हुई। और हमने यहाँ पर एक नैनो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च सेंटर एस्टेब्लिश किया हुआ है, जिसमें शुरुआत में काफ़ी दिक्कतें आई। नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी जिससे हम बना रहे थे उसमें बहुत समय लग रहा था और उसको इंडस्ट्रियल स्केल पे स्केल अप करना पॉसिबल नहीं था। तो टेक्नोलॉजी में थोड़े और चेंजेस लाए गए और ये देखा गया कि कैसे इसको, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ जो यूरिया की खपत है बहुत ही ज़्यादा है, मिलियंस ऑफ टन्स यूरिया यहाँ पर कंजम्पशन होता है, और उसको अगर हमें नैनो में अगर हम कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं तो ये खपत एक तो कम हो सकती है और उसका वेस्टेज भी बच सकता है अगर इसको फोलियर स्प्रे के रूप में अगर पौधों को दिया जाए। तो उसके लिए एक ही पर्याय था कि नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, और वो भी लिक्विड नैनो, ताकि जिसको कि स्प्रे किया जाए। आज इससे पहले जब स्प्रेयर का यूज़ फार्मर करता था तो वो सिर्फ जो एग्रोकेमिकल्स है, पेस्टिसाइड्स है, उसको स्प्रे करने के लिए करता था। लेकिन जब इतने ज़्यादा प्रमाण में अगर फर्टिलाइज़र को स्प्रे करने की नौबत आएगी, तो मैं मानता हूं कि जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने, और मैं शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा गुजरात गवर्नमेंट और मैडम का और इनका, जो कि ड्रोन को इतना प्रचलित कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि यही एक टेक्नोलॉजी है जो इतने ज़्यादा प्रमाण में फर्टिलाइज़र को कम से कम लागत में और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एफिशिएंसी से स्प्रे करने में मदद रूप करेगी। दूसरा, जो गोयनका जी ने कहा कि जो पानी का खपत है वो भी इसमें काफ़ी बचता है, क्योंकि जो नॉर्मल हम यूरिया जब बेसल एप्लीकेशन में छिड़कते हैं तो उसमें करीब 70-80% तो वेस्ट हो जाता है, और पौधों को जो अपटेक एफिशिएंसी जिसे कहते हैं एग्रीकल्चर की भाषा में, वो हार्डली 25 से 30% तक की अपटेक एफिशिएंसी रहती है। जब हम इसको फोलियर स्प्रे करते हैं तो अपटेक एफिशिएंसी है वो 85-90% तक बढ़ जाती है। तो यूरिया का जो व्यय जो ज़मीन में हो रहा है वो एक तो बचता है। दूसरा ये कि जो ज़मीन का पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है, ज़मीन की उसकी जो फर्टिलिटी है जो कम हो रही है, उससे बचत होती है। और जो एनवायरमेंटल पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है, जैसे बारिश का पानी है जिसमें कि जो केमिकल जो कि एब्सॉर्ब नहीं हुआ है लैंड में या सॉइल में या पौधे में, और जो बह जाता है नदियों में चला जाता है, वो केमिकल एक पॉल्यूशन ही क्रिएट करता है, तो वो भी उसकी भी बचत होती है। और जो यूरिया बनाने में जो पॉल्यूशन हम करते हैं, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्री में जब यूरिया बनता है तो काफ़ी कुछ पॉल्यूशन उसमें भी एनवायरमेंटल पॉल्यूशन होता है, तो उसमें भी काफ़ी नुकसान होता है पॉल्यूशन की वजह से पर्यावरण का। ये सब की बचत, ये एक छोटे से अनुसंधान से इसका बहुत बड़ा निवारण किया गया है। और आज हम 1.5 लाख बॉटल रोज की कलोल प्लांट में बना रहे हैं। अभी हमारा आंवला और फुलपुर जो यूपी में है वहाँ पर भी हमारे 2 प्लांट कार्यरत हो चुके हैं, जिसमें कि 2 लाख बॉटल नैनो यूरिया की रोज की बनेगी। रोज के साल भर में उम्मीद है कि जो आने वाले 2 या 3 साल है उसमें नैनो यूरिया की और नैनो डीएपी की मिल करके हम 44 करोड़ बॉटल बनाने जा रहे हैं, जो कि देश की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है यूरिया की और फर्टिलाइज़र की, वो करीब करीब आधा रिक्वायरमेंट है वो उसको मीट करेगा। इससे काफ़ी कुछ हमारे विदेशी जो मुद्रा है उसकी बचत होगी, क्योंकि हम काफ़ी इंपोर्ट करते हैं जिसके अगेंस्ट में सरकार को सब्सिडी भी देनी पड़ती है। ये सब की बचत होने जा रही है और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हो रही है बताने में कि हाल ही में इफ़को को नैनो डीएपी के लिए भी गवर्नमेंट से अप्रूवल मिल चुका है और बहुत जल्द अप्रैल महीने के एंड तक हम नैनो डीएपी का भी बनाने की शुरुआत हम कर देंगे कलोल यूनिट में।
जब भी खेती का सीजन आता है रबी और खरीफ का, तो जो मैक्सिमम किल्लत है वो यूरिया की या डीएपी की है, तो जो कि इस माध्यम से पूरी होगी। और खाली अकेले नैनो यूरिया बचाने की वजह से भारत सरकार का करीब 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया सिर्फ किससे बचेगा, वो सब्सिडी के रूप में बचेगा। और मेरे ख्याल से एक्सचेकर को भारत सरकार का वही पैसा जो वापस से काम में आएगा। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर मेकिंग इट हैपन। और अंत में जो कि मेरे लिए यदि आप मुझसे पूछो तो हमारी जो पूरी ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री है जो कि एग्रीकल्चर स्पेयर में या स्प्रिंग में काम कर रही है, यदि उसके लिए यदि कोई कुबेर का काम कर रही है तो वो भारत सरकार का एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट कर रही है और उनको जो हेड कर रहे हैं हमारे सोलंकी साहब कर रहे हैं। तो इनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियां बजनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हम सबके लिए एक प्रेरणा का स्रोत हैं, जिन्होंने भारत में पहली बार गुजरात राज्य के अंदर करीब सर ने 100 बार हमने इनसे मुलाकात करी, बातचीत करी, मिनिस्ट्रीज के अंदर प्रेजेंटेशन दिया और इन्होंने तय किया कि यदि ड्रोन को कामयाब बनाना है और इसके यदि एग्रीकल्चर के ड्रोन को स्पेयर को यदि आगे बढ़ाना है तो किसान के लिए बहुत मुश्किल है कि वो अपने जेब से पैसा निकालेगा और आपको स्प्रे करने के लिए पैसा देगा, क्योंकि उसका तो ट्रेडिशनल है तरीका काम करने का कि वो तो उसमें खुश था कि कैसे आए और अपने हाथ से छिड़काए। उसके लिए गुजरात सरकार ने एक स्कीम बनाई, गवर्नमेंट ने उसको लॉन्च किया और 500 रुपए पर एकड़ की जो है इंसेंटिव गुजरात गवर्नमेंट जो है वो देती, जिसके की सूत्रधार हमारे सोलंकी साहब हैं। तो सर आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस प्रोग्राम में आने का। और चूंकि आप पहले हैं जिन्होंने इस स्कीम को इस राज्य में लॉन्च किया और आपने बहुत सारे लोगों को इसमें इन्वॉल्व किया, आपका अनुभव कैसा है और आप आने वाले टाइम में इस प्रोग्राम को, ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री को एग्रीकल्चर में कैसे देखते हैं सर? क्योंकि हम सबसे ज़्यादा जो ग्राउंड का एक्सपीरियंस है वो सोलंकी साहब को है। तो सर आपके द्वारा हम ये सब आपकी बात सुनना चाहेंगे। ओवर टू यू सर।
थैंक यू। बेसिकली फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन के लिए हमारी सरकार और केंद्र सरकार बहुत ही स्कीम्स ला रही है, बहुत ही इंसेंटिव्स भी दे रही है। तो अभी इसमें बेसिकली ये हुआ कि जैसे ड्रोन पॉलिसी निकली तो हमारे राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री श्री ने तुरंत ही हमें आदेश दिया कि ड्रोन पॉलिसी जैसी डिक्लेयर होती है तो फार्मर्स को कैसे उसका सीधा बेनिफिट मिले। तो इसके लिए हमने बहुत सारी सीरीज ऑफ मीटिंग्स की इंटरनल डिस्कशन के लिए। तो एक बात ये निकली कि ड्रोन खरीदने में, क्योंकि अभी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तो बाद में होगा, लेटर स्टेज में होगा, तो हमने ये सोचा कि क्यों ना सीधे बेनिफिट फार्मर को दे दें। तो उसी वक्त एक आइडिया आया कि कस्टम हायरिंग सेंटर्स की जो हमारी कॉन्सेप्ट फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन चल रही है वही कॉन्सेप्ट हमने इसमें लागू किया। तो फार्मर को मोटिवेट करने के लिए हमने यही फार्मर को जो लागत पड़ती है उस लागत में थोड़ा सा हम इंसेंटिव कर दे तो ये यूज़ करता है। क्योंकि मुझे बताते खुशी होती है कि हमारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन में 250 करोड़ रुपए करीबन सब्सिडी पोर्शन है। अगर जो उसका टोटल क्वांटम गिने तो 2500 करोड़ के आसपास होता है। इतना क्वांटम हमारे एग्रीकल्चर में फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन में लगता है। तो उसी हिसाब से हमने इसमें कैलकुलेट किया कि पर एकड़ कितना कॉस्ट आएगा, उसको थोड़ा मोटा गिन के हमने एक वैल्यू निकाली। तो उसमें हमने 500 रुपीज़ इसीलिए डिसाइड किया था कि 500 इंसेंटिव दे दे। इसमें कोई परचेज नहीं होती है ड्रोन की, ये एक ब्यूटी थी, क्योंकि ड्रोन इमीडिएटली कहीं भी अवेलेबल नहीं होते हैं। दूसरा ये चीज़ हुआ कि जैसे मैडम ने भी बोला कि रूरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट कैसे बढ़े, तो वो भी हमने इफको और आपसे ही मिलकर एक प्रोजेक्ट किया कि पायलट यहाँ गांव का ही हो। इसीलिए हमने हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट से एक एक जो सामने से आए वो लड़के को हमने पसंद किया और इफको में 7 डेज़ की पायलट ट्रेनिंग दी और उसको सर्टिफिकेट भी लागू करवाया। तो इसमें इफको ने हमें बहुत सारा, मैडम ने जैसे बोला वैसे हमारे भी इंस्टीट्यूट ने ये हमें काफ़ी सपोर्ट दिया था। अभी जो लर्निंग्स है वो लर्निंग्स मैं ज़रा बताऊं, क्योंकि हमें ऐसा था कि बहुत इजी होगा और तुरंत ही उसमें एडप्ट हो जाएगा, लेकिन इसमें थोड़ा हमें ये लगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क स्पेसिफिकली जब यहाँ इंडस्ट्रीज बैठी हैं और स्टार्टअप्स बैठे हैं, उसके लिए मैं थोड़ा ये ज़्यादा इलेबोरेट करूँगा कि पहली जो हमारी आई कि विंड वेलोसिटी उस पर काफ़ी इफेक्ट करती है। तो अगर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो कंपनीज है और स्टार्टअप है, एक लॉजिक लगाए कि कितने विंड में एफिशिएंसी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मिले, क्योंकि हमारा जो आकलन निकला उसमें ये निकला है कि 15 किलोमीटर पर आवर की अगर विंड आती है, उसके बाद जो अब जाती है तो उसका स्प्रेइंग इफेक्ट जो होती है वो कम होती है। एक ये निकला, तो इसमें कैसे मॉडिफिकेशंस कर सके, स्किल कैसे डेवलप कर सके। पायलट को भी ऐसी स्किल्स होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि कई बार नहीं होता है कि हाईवे पर तो गाड़ी चला लेते हैं, लेकिन गांव के विलेज में अगर मिट्टी आती है तो नहीं चलाना आता है। तो जो पायलट्स है उसको भी ऐसी कुछ ट्रेनिंग दिए कि थोड़ा 15 किलोमीटर पर आवर्स के हिसाब से 20 किलोमीटर पर जाए, क्योंकि देखिए हमारा 1600 किलोमीटर लंबा ये पूरा दरिया किनारा है, तो उसमें विंड वेलोसिटी रहेगी। तो उसी एरिया में फार्मर को ये ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ यूज़ करने के लिए, मोटिवेट करने के लिए ये एक हमारा हर्डल था। दूसरा ये था कि कनेक्टिविटी फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड्स अगर छूट जाती है तो वो ऑटो मोड में चला जाता है और कहीं भी उसका जो इफेक्ट है वो निकल जाता है। तो उसमें भी एक स्किल्स डेवलप करनी है या थोड़ा रिसर्च करना चाहिए कि जैसे जीपीएस बेस्ड कुछ भी करके ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है। तो ये स्किल अगर स्टडी पोर्शन में भी आ सकता है, तो ये एजुकेशन के दौरान भी अगर किया जाए R&D करके, तो ये भी एक अच्छी बात निकल रही है। तीसरी चीज़ ये आई है कि क्वांटम ऑफ जो भी एप्लीकेशन का जो डोज है, वो डोज हम अभी हमारे हिसाब से, प्रैक्टिस हिसाब से, चाहे इंडस्ट्री हो या हमारा एग्रीकल्चर नॉर्मल नॉलेज है, इसके हिसाब से हमने किया था। तो उसको स्टैंडर्डाइज कैसे कर सके, क्योंकि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एक बहुत बढ़िया की था, जैसे ही ड्रोन पॉलिसी आई कि तुरंत ही उन्होंने SOP फॉर स्प्रेइंग वो करवा दिया था, इसीलिए वो इमीडिएटली हमने एडप्ट कर ली थी। लेकिन उसको वैलिडेट करना चाहिए, तो हमारी चारों यूनिवर्सिटी, एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात में है, उनको हमने एक वर्क दे दिया कि उसको थोड़ा वैलिडेशन करके एग्जैक्ट आउटकम दे, तो वो एक हमने करवाया, तो वो भी आगे जाके फार्मर्स को करेगा। लेकिन जो पायलट और इंडस्ट्री, ये दोनों को छोड़ मैं स्किल का बोलना था, इसलिए मैंने ये थोड़ा इलेबोरेट किया है। थैंक यू।
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद सर। तो सर आपका एक और मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा कि आपका जो ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री है जो कि एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र में जुड़ी हुई है, इनको क्या मैसेज है?
अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि ड्रोन इंडस्ट्रीज में हमने यही किया था मैडम, हमने ये किया कि जितने ड्रोन्स हमने ओपन कर दिया था कि एम पैनल के लिए हमारे पास आए, तो हमने 17 से इतना जो सामने से आए सभी को हमने एम पैनल किया था। तो उससे साथ बहुत ही मीटिंग्स हुई है हमारी। तो एक मैसेज मेरा यही है कि देखिए ये नई चीज़ है, उसमें थोड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडस्ट्री से साइड में होना चाहिए। गेस्टेशन पीरियड शायद थोड़ा प्रोलॉन्ग हो सकता है, एग्रीकल्चर बिजनेस है इसीलिए। तो इंडस्ट्री को मेरा एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है कि फार्मर के साथ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रेपो बनाएं, और हमारा डिपार्टमेंट तो रेपो से काम करेगा, लेकिन इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक मेरा यही है कि फेथफुली और फार्मर के साथ बिल्कुल रेपो बना के आगे चले।
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद सर। और सर के साथ बहुत ही काम करने का मौका भी मिला, और हमने लार्जेस्ट प्रोजेक्ट सर के साथ एग्रीकल्चर में हम लेके गए, और आपका निरंतर सपोर्ट रहा सर। और मैडम हम जब भी सर के पास गए, कोई भी हमको चैलेंज आया, सर ने अक्रॉस द टेबल जो है उसको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करी। आई होप इट इज़ मीनिंगफुल टू एवरीवन। मैं चाहूँगा आपके क्या सवाल हैं, क्योंकि इस समय इंडस्ट्री के जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण लोग हैं वो आपके सामने हैं। मैं चाहूँगा ऑडियंस को कि आप अपने सवाल पूछें, कि आप बताएं कि आपको क्या लगता है, और जिनसे जो सवाल आप पूछना चाहेंगे वी वुड बी हैप्पी टू आंसर देम. कैन यू प्लीज हेल्प विद द माइक? जी सर.
हाय, गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल. माय नेम इज़ मिहिर. मेरा सवाल तिवारी साहब और अंजू शर्मा मैडम से है कि अभी हम एग्रीकल्चर ड्रोन स्प्रे सर्विस कर रहे हैं गुजरात में, और अभी हमारे लिए चैलेंज ये है कि सिटी एरिया से जो पायलट ट्रेन करके उनको रूरल एरिया में भेजना और वहाँ पे महीनों महीनों के प्रोजेक्ट करना उनके लिए बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है, और कॉस्ट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन भी नहीं हो रहा है. सो हम वहाँ पे रूरल जो लड़के हैं या किसान है या फिर माइक्रो एंटरप्रेन्योर है, उनको ही ट्रेन करके वहाँ ही वो कैपेक्स इन्वेस्टमेंट हमारा रहेगा, बट वहाँ ही वो ड्राइव कर पाए. तो ये हम प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं. बट सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज हमको आ रहा है जब हमने रूरल के लड़कों या फिर प्रोग्रेसिव किसानों को बोला कि हम आपको ट्रेनिंग देंगे, बट उनके पास पासपोर्ट ही नहीं है. और ये सबसे बड़ा इश्यू है कि पासपोर्ट के बिना वो लोग बोल रहे हैं सर हम ये सब झंझट में नहीं पड़ने वाले हैं. तो आई थिंक ये चीज़ है कि पायलट बनने के लिए जो पासपोर्ट मैंडेटरी है, इवन द आधार इज़ द नेशनल आइडेंटिटी, तो उसके ऊपर कुछ सोचा जाए तो आई थिंक ये रूरल में भी बहुत अच्छा हम पायलट डेवलप कर सकते हैं. या
ठीक है सर, आपका सजेशन वेल टेकन. और चूंकि QCI से पांडे साहब बैठे हैं और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस से भी यहाँ पर हैं, मेरे ख्याल से ये नेशनल सिक्योरिटी का है, और मेरे ख्याल से मैडम ज़्यादा बेटर आंसर कर पाएंगे.
पायलट की लाइसेंस के लिए पासपोर्ट क्यों चाहिए, उसका क्वेश्चन आप अगले सेशन में रेगुलेटरी में पूछिएगा, बिकॉज वहाँ पर DGCA के भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आपके इस प्रश्न का जवाब देने के लिए होंगे. मैं जो रूरल एरिया की आपने बात करी कि सिटी से रूरल एरिया में जाए, उसका सल्यूशन निकालने के लिए ही पूरा ये कैंपेन किया गया है, पूरा ये प्रोग्राम जो है हमारा स्कूल ऑफ ड्रोन्स का. तो जो 50 ITI के थ्रू हम लोग कोर्सेज कर रहे हैं, उसमें ऑलरेडी 550 बच्चे, एक 3 महीने का ड्रोन असेंबली और टेक्नीशियन, ड्रोन टेक्नीशियन का जो प्रोग्राम है वो 550 बच्चों का शुरू हो गया है. वो 3 महीने का प्रोग्राम है. वो 3 महीने में बेसिक्स ऑफ ड्रोन्स बच्चे सीखेंगे कि ड्रोन होता क्या है, ड्रोन हाथ में लेके सीखने का, उसको छोटी मोटी असेंबली करने की, उसको बेसिकली समझ जाने की. और इसमें फार्मर्स के बच्चों को हम लोगों ने प्रेफरेंस दिया है, इधर दे आर ओन सेल्फ फार्मर्स और या फिर उनके चिल्ड्रन. और ये जो कोर्स जब वो करेंगे उसके बाद 10 दिन का हम उनको फ्लाइंग का कोर्स कराएंगे, और ये 3 महीने में उनका पासपोर्ट और उनकी सारी अदर फॉर्मेलिटीज़ भी हम लोग कंप्लीट करा देंगे. तो भारत की सिक्योरिटी के हिसाब से जो भी DGCA का रूल है अभी हमें इसे पालन करना है, बट ऐसी चीज़ नहीं है कि हम नहीं कर सकते. तो उनको हम पासपोर्ट दिला के हम लाइसेंस दे सकते हैं. और अभी तक ऐसी इशू आई नहीं है, क्योंकि अभी जो इंडस्ट्री की कंडीशन है ड्रोन ट्रेनिंग में, तो पासपोर्ट बहुतों के पास है और हमारे पास अभी कैपेसिटी नहीं है उनको ट्रेन करने की. अभी 650 एप्लीकेशन तो हमारे पास आज की तारीख में विद पासपोर्ट रेडी है कि हम उनको ट्रेन कर दें. हमारी कैपेसिटी धीरे धीरे हम बढ़ा रहे हैं, तो उस कैपेसिटी के हिसाब से हम लोग उसको ट्रेन कर पाएंगे. और फार्मर्स के बच्चों के लिए खास करके जो ITI में जो कोर्स चलेगा, उसको हमने बहुत ही लो फी रखा है. जो कोर्स बाहर 50,000 60,000 में होता है प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में, फार्मर्स के बच्चों को सिर्फ 1200 रुपये में हम लोग करा रहे हैं. और 1200 रुपये भी वो हमारी जो दूसरी स्किल डेवलपमेंट की योजना है उसमें हम काफ़ी कुछ उसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. बट 1200 रुपये टोकन फ़ी इसलिए रखते हैं जिससे कि एक उसकी ओनरशिप आए. नहीं तो कई बार क्या होता है, कोर्स करने आते हैं बच्चे, कोर्स में इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेते हैं और बाद में चले जाते हैं, पास भी नहीं होते हैं. तो इसके लिए वो 1200 रुपये टोकन फ़ी हमने रखा है. तो हमारा भी मेन उद्देश्य यही है कि हम रूरल एरिया से फार्मर्स के बच्चों को इसमें प्रमोट करें.
थैंक यू मैम. सो जितने ड्रोन पायलट ऑपरेटर्स गुजरात में हैं, मेरे ख्याल से उनकी दुकान को बहुत ही खतरा है, क्योंकि मैडम इतनी एग्रेसिव तरीके से इस प्राइस पे उनके साथ काम करिए, विच इज़ वेरी गुड फॉर द नेशन, एंड आई एम श्योर इट विल reap benefit in the time to come. Any other question, please? Can I?
Good morning, everyone here. Good morning, ma'am, and congratulations for the Drone Mantra Lab inauguration. Ma'am, I'm Saroj Chelluri from Garuda UAV, working as a director in this company. Hello.
Yeah.
मैम एक्चुअली जो आपका टॉपिक है अभी बेसिकली एग्रीकल्चर, जस्ट मेरे 2-3 पॉइंट्स हैं, दे आर जस्ट द पॉइंटर्स. लाइक हम लोग काफ़ी डिटेल में काम कर रहे हैं क्रॉप हेल्थ पे, मतलब विथ रिलेटेड टू द डिसीज़ इन द क्रॉप. एंड सेकंड है ग्रोथ. जैसे अगर हम लोग जब ड्रोन पे हम कहते हैं कि स्प्रे करेंगे या हम उनको फर्टिलाइज़र देंगे, सो ऑप्टिमाइज़ करने के लिए, मतलब फर्टिलाइज़र ऑप्टिमाइज़ करना है और ऑल्सो हमारा जो स्प्रे है बेकार में हम ना दें. तो वी आर इंट्रोड्यूस्ड वेरी AI बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजीज फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग हाउ द क्रॉप इज़, अगर नेचुरली क्रॉप बहुत अच्छा ग्रो कर रहा है, सो वी कैन ऑप्टिमाइज द फर्टिलाइज़र कंजम्पशन. एंड सिमिलरली अगर हेल्दी है and if we are not detecting any मतलब disease या कुछ ऐसा है, so on these technologies also I think we can support the university in further research and also develop applications. और हम लोग फार्मर तक ये चीज़ पहुंचा सकते हैं वेरी विथ सिंपल एप्लीकेशंस, कि वो अपना पूरे फील्ड का मतलब जब आप ड्रोन सर्वे करते हैं साथ साथ में आप कहाँ पे मतलब ग्रोथ कम हो रहा है या इस तरह. सिमिलरली मैम हम लाइक एग्रोवोल्टिक्स, लाइक क्रॉप प्लस द सोलर पैनल का जो कॉम्बिनेशन है उस पे भी हम काफ़ी काम कर सकते हैं. एंड ड्रोन कैन हेल्प अस अंडरस्टैंड कि हाउ द एग्रोवोल्टिक्स का कैसे एडवांटेज आ सकता है. सो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी कि हम आपसे जुड़े इन तीनों यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ. एंड मैं फिर से कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करती हूँ. और आज मैंने जो आपका सबका सुना यहाँ पे, तिवारी सर और मैम आपका, मुझे तो लगता है कि हमारा ड्रोन हब जब बनेगा वर्ल्ड का, इंडिया जब ड्रोन हब बनेगा, ये यूनिवर्सिटी तो डेफिनेटली एक इंटरनेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी में होगी. आप तो कह रहे थे कि दूसरे स्टेट्स में क्या करेंगे, मैम तो मेरे को लगता है वर्ल्ड ओवर हम लोग इस मतलब एजुकेशन में we will set up a new benchmark in drone industry for the whole world. I wish you all the best, and I think and I want to be a part of the journey. Our company want to be a part of the journey with you on this. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
To work with us. I would also request IFCO if they would like to
Definitely, what you have said, that AI is going to play a major role along with this drone technology. And definitely how much of chemical is to be used, what time it is to be used, at what speed the drone is to be operated, at what level it is to be operated, and what is the soil condition, what are the elements in the soil, and based on that the application can be it can be precisely designed for a particular crop and a particular field. And
hello.
What you said is going to really help, and certainly this is a very good suggestion, and I hope universities like Kaushalya Skill University can develop certain courses on the basis of which such AI applications can be designed. Yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
ड्रोन हैकेथॉन का में आप उसको पिच करिए, और यदि अच्छा लगेगा तो इफ़को भी हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे, हम आपको मेंटर करके और उसको डेवलप करेंगे. विल हेल्प यू. हमारे पास AI के एक्सपर्ट्स भी हैं, एंड AI में भी हम लोग कोर्सेज शुरू कर रहे हैं. बट मोर देन दैट वी हैव एक्सपर्ट्स टू फैसिलिटेट mentorship and take up these kind of courses.
Any other questions? So I can take one more question and then we are going to end this session on time. So yes sir. एक मिनट जी सर, उनको माइक देंगे प्लीज पीछे.
Hello.
अच्छा,
Yeah,
okay.
Namaskar, sir and madam. Myself Praveen Barwad. I think government is taking initiative and it's very encouraging. But एक practical जो problem मैंने ऑब्जर्व की है, लाइक इनिशियल कॉस्ट ऑफ ड्रोन स्पेशली मेड इन इंडिया ड्रोन, प्लस बैटरी हैज़ लिमिटेड चार्ज डिस्चार्जर्स साइकिल्स, तो उसका रिप्लेसमेंट कॉस्ट प्लस क्रैश रिलेटेड एक्सीडेंट्स, सो दिस क्रिएट very complicated economical issues, like they are not economically feasible for service provider. So what are your insights and thoughts on this? Thank you.
Can I answer, ma'am?
ड्रोन की अभी जैसा कि आप जानते हैं इंडस्ट्री अभी न्यूली डेवलपिंग इंडस्ट्री है, तो कोई भी इंडस्ट्री जब नई होती है तो उसमें ये सारी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं. जैसे धीरे धीरे डिमांड स्टेबलाइज होगा और सप्लाई बढ़ेगा, वैसे वैसे उसका कॉस्ट जो है काफ़ी कम आएगा. तो और इसी के लिए ड्रोन मंत्रा लैब जैसी जो संस्थाएं हैं वो इसमें ही काम कर रही हैं. वो इसकी कॉस्ट को कम लाने की कोशिश करेंगी और सप्लाई बढ़ाने की कोशिश करेंगी. तो और इंडस्ट्री को और आप लोगों को इसमें सपोर्ट करना है. जितना आप लोग अच्छा काम करोगे और जितना ज़्यादा आप ड्रोन प्रोडक्शन में जाओगे, हम लोग हेल्प कर सकते हैं इंडस्ट्री को, तो उतना ड्रोन की सप्लाई बढ़ेगी और उतना कॉस्ट इसका कम होगा.
एंड ऑल्सो एज ए मैन्युफैक्चरर सर मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि देखिए 1.5 साल पुरानी इंडस्ट्री, 1.5 से 2 साल में बहुत एक्टिवली गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और सारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट काम करी. इस 1 साल के अंदर यदि आप हमारी कंपनी की बात करें तो हमने इंडिया की लार्जेस्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी 1.5 लाख स्क्वायर फीट में ड्रोन बनाने की शुरू करी फरीदाबाद में. और हमने पिछले महीने ही इंडिया की लार्जेस्ट सबसे बड़ी बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी शुरू करी नोएडा के अंदर. तो अभी कहने का मतलब क्या है कि सर ड्रोन में बहुत काम हो रहा है, मोटर्स पे काम हो रहा है, फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर्स पे काम हो रहा है, बहुत कुछ जो अभी भी इंपोर्ट होता है वो मेरे को लगता है कि मान के चलिए आने वाले 6 से 8 महीने के अंदर इंडिया के अंदर यदि पार्ट्स की बात करें 80% पार्ट वी मेक इन इंडिया. तो मुझे लगता है आने वाले साल भर 6 महीने 8 महीने के अंदर बहुत सारा काम हर क्षेत्र में अलग अलग जगह से इंडिया में हो रहा है. और आने वाले टाइम में बैटरी आपकी नहीं सबकी बहुत बड़ी रिक्वायरमेंट है, क्योंकि यदि ड्रोन मैन्युफैक्चर के लिए ड्रोन गिर गया या कुछ और हो गया तो कोई नहीं कहता बैटरी खराब है, वो कहता ड्रोन खराब है. सो आई फील दिस इज ए चैलेंज फॉर एवरीवन एंड आई एम श्योर इन टाइम टू कम इसको सब लोग मिलके अलग अलग क्षेत्र में अलग अलग, जैसे ब्लेड्स हैं ये कभी नहीं भारत में बन सकती थी, कोई भी ब्लेड आज तक भारत में नहीं बना जो इसका प्रोपेलर है. और हम जो इंपोर्ट करते थे 1500 से है, वी स्टार्टेड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, हमारी कॉस्ट 1000 रुपये आ रही है एंड वी आर गिविंग इट टू फार्मर एट 1000 रुपीज़. तो कहने का मतलब है जैसे जैसे ग्रो होगा वैसे वैसे काम आगे बढ़ेगा एंड आई एम श्योर सबके प्रयास से. पर पेशेंस की बहुत जरूरत है. ये एक ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट नहीं कि आपने आज चालू करा कल होगा. देखिए इन्होंने 100 कर दिए, कहाँ 60,000 रुपये, कहाँ 1200 रुपये. आप सोच रहे हैं डे बाय डे जो है स्केल कम होता जा रहा है एंड आई एम श्योर इट इज़ गोइंग टू कम इन अ वेरी गुड वे. सर वो एक और हाथ उठाता जी, हाँ पहले पीछे से ले लें जो पहले सर थे देन वी कम. बट थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर आस्किंग क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि यदि आप सवाल पूछ रहे हैं इसका मतलब हमने कुछ मीनिंगफुल बातें करी हैं. जी सर.
हेलो एवरीबॉडी, माय नेम इज परेश पंचल एंड आई एम R&D इंजीनियर. माय फादर इज़ अ फार्मर एंड मैंने खुद ने अपने फार्म के लिए पापा को एक ड्रोन बना के दिया है एग्रीकल्चर, जो ड्रोन के अंदर मोटर, फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर, एवरी पार्ट्स नॉट इन मेक इन इंडिया. आई एम वेरी सरप्राइज, क्योंकि मैंने बहुत इंक्वायरी किया, मुझे कुछ मेक इन इंडिया का नहीं मिला. जस्ट अ फैम, उसका जो पाइप रहता है, लैंडिंग गियर रहता है, आई गॉट इट, पर मुझे और कुछ नहीं मिला. इवन सब्सिडी, जो सब्सिडी एज आई रिक्वेस्ट टू एवरीबडी, मतलब हु इज़ चीफ गेस्ट ऑफ दिस इवेंट, कि जो हम सब्सिडी दे रहे हैं उसकी जगह हम फार्मर को सीधा एग्रीकल्चर ड्रोन देवे, क्योंकि सब्सिडी प्रोसीजर इज़ अ वेरी लेंथी. तो जब भी मैं फार्म में जाता हूँ ड्रोन उड़ाने को, तब बहुत सारे बच्चे भी आते हैं, फार्मर भी आते हैं, हमको चाहिए भैया, हमको ऐसा ड्रोन कहाँ मिलेगा. तो मैं जब उसका कॉस्टिंग बताता हूँ 4.5 से लेके 8 लाख, एवरीबडी सरप्राइज कि इतना महंगा तो हम नहीं ले सकते. तो जस्ट आई रिक्वेस्ट यू कि ऐसा कोई अरेंजमेंट हो सकता है कि हमारे हर फार्मर को एक एक ड्रोन मिल जाए डायरेक्टली विद इन अ वेरी लो कॉस्ट.
ठीक है, तो मैं आपको सर इस आपके 2 बातें आपने कही. एक तो मेक इन इंडिया, तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि इस समय 70 to 80% पार्क वी आर मेकिंग इन इंडिया, मैं अपने कंपनी की बात कर रहा हूँ. और नंबर 2 जो आपने कहा सब्सिडी ड्रोन के ऊपर, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की ऑलरेडी स्कीम है जिसमें जो किसान है उसको 40% सब्सिडी मिलती है, जो एग्रीकल्चर ग्रेजुएट है उसको 50% मिलती है, जो कॉपरेटिव्स या पैक हाउसेज हैं उनको 75% मिलती है, और गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को 100% मिलती है. अगेन मैं आपसे कहना चाहूँगा हैव पेशेंस एंड इन टाइम टू कम, ये बिल्कुल बहुत जल्दी से और अच्छे से सॉल्व होगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है. और दूसरी बात आपने क्या ध्यान रखनी सर, ये जो ड्रोन है ये फार्मर लेके बहुत मुश्किल होगा उसके लिए, क्योंकि उसकी लैंड साइज बहुत छोटी है। जो गांव का यूथ है उसको आगे आना पड़ेगा, उसको ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग लेनी पड़ेगी। उसके लिए भारत सरकार 90% पैसा फाइनेंस करती, खाली 6% में। भारत का जो एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड है 72 आवर्स में अप्रूव करके देता है, और आप अपनी लोकल बैंक से जाके लोन ले सकते हैं और ये कर सकते हैं। हमने करीब 100 ड्रोन पिछले 15 दिन में डिलीवर करे इस सब्सिडी के माध्यम से। तो मेरे कहने का मतलब क्या है कि सर गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम है, आप उसको अच्छे से पढ़ के काम करेंगे। एंड गुजरात गवर्नमेंट, अभी सर से मैं बात कर रहा था कि सर जो है अभी एग्रीकल्चर के जो ड्रोन है उसके ऊपर कैसे सब्सिडी देंगे। मैं सोलंकी साहब आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि आपका क्या कहना है इनका जो क्वेश्चन था।
बेसिकली ये होता है कि ओनरशिप हर एक फार्मर को दी जाए, तो फार्मर को अपने एरिया में ही अगर यूज़ करेगा तो जो कॉस्टलियर जो इक्विपमेंट्स हैं, मशीनरीज हैं, उसमें कस्टम हायरिंग यूनिट ही एक ऑप्शन है कि जो उसको अच्छी से वायबल, क्योंकि कोई भी चीज़ होगी वायबल होनी चाहिए, इकोनॉमिकल वायबल। तो इकोनॉमिक वायबल तभी होगी जो लार्जर एरिया में थ्रू आउट द ईयर उसका यूज़ हो, तो ही उसके टर्न आउट रेशियो निकलता है। अगर एक फार्मर अपने खेत के लिए रखता है तो नहीं हो सकता है। ट्रैक्टर्स अगर वो हायर आउट नहीं करता है तो उसमें उसकी इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी कम हो जाती है। तो दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि जैसे AIF एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड में बोला, वैसे कस्टम हायर यूनिट में 40% सब्सिडी का भी प्रावधान केंद्र सरकार ने किया है और हमारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने भी किया है। तो एग्रो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर के हिसाब से या कस्टम हायर यूनिट अगर एस्टेब्लिश करता है कोई आदमी, उसमें फार्मर भी आ जाता है, तो ही कैन अवेल द सब्सिडी,
है ना। तो आपको इसका आंसर मिला। आप और जाके एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट से एक और सवाल मैं लेना चाहूँगा पीछे। जी सर, आपका सर, इनको माइक देंगे प्लीज, एंड देन वी, ठीक है पटेल साहब आपके पास भी आता हूँ बस, एंड देन वी टेक वन मोर क्वेश्चन, देन वी फिनिश। सर इनको अच्छा पूछिए।
हेलो,
फिर देन वी।
सर आई एम अनिकेत त्रिपाठी फ्रॉम नेशनल फोरेंसिक साइंसेज यूनिवर्सिटी। आई एक्चुअली एम वर्किंग ऑन ड्रोन फोरेंसिक्स एंड एंटी ड्रोन सिस्टम्स। तो एक ड्रोन का जो सेक्टर है कि मतलब जो अटैक्स और उसके लिए में ड्रोन्स यूज़ होते हैं, तो मैं फोरेंसिक्स और उस वाले पार्ट के ऊपर काम कर रहा हूँ। तो मुझे ये जानना था सर कि मतलब आपके कंपनीज और जितने भी मतलब गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स हैं उसमें से मैं क्या हेल्प वगैरह अकोमोडेट कर सकता हूँ अपने पास में। बिकॉज अभी इस टाइम पे हमारे पास ना जो ड्रोन्स हैं वो एक्चुअली जो बेसिक DJI मिनीज और ये सारे ड्रोन्स हैं वही हैं सिर्फ। तो हम विद द हेल्प ऑफ आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वी वांट टू प्रोक्योर सम ऑफ द ड्रोन्स एंड ऑल्सो वांट टू हैव सम ट्रेनिंग्स। वी ऑल्सो प्रोवाइड ट्रेनिंग्स इन फ्लाइंग एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट टू द स्टूडेंट्स।
So you are more than welcome to associate with us, and
Okay.
here we go.
Okay.
Anyone is पूरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो भी यहाँ ऑडिटोरियम में बैठे हैं, पूरी गवर्नमेंट आपके साथ तैयार है, स्किल मिनिस्ट्री तैयार है, इफको तैयार है, एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट तैयार है, और जितने भी हम लोग बैठे हैं हम सब आपके साथ जुड़ने के लिए तैयार हैं। यदि आपके पास कोई अच्छा आइडिया होगा, कुछ अच्छा प्रोडक्ट होगा, काम करना चाहेंगे, विल बी मोर देन हैप्पी टू असिस्ट विद यू। मैं चाहूँगा कि आई एम सॉरी, क्योंकि टाइम है और टाइम पे ही प्रोग्राम खत्म होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आपके और हमारे बीच में भोजन बीच में इन्वॉल्व है। सो आई वांट तिवारी सर टू गिव योर क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स ऑन दिस सर।
Thank you very much. I would say that I am very much educated by the discussion today, because it was not only limited to the skilling, but it spanned the drone manufacture, drone use, forensics, agriculture, nano urea, nano DAP, and all that. And I'm certain that insofar as drone is concerned, it has certain ethical elements as well. And one very right question was put: how do we maintain the quality part? And if we are using the drone for spraying of the fertilizers or pesticides, what should be the AI related to that? So that is also a very important part. But one thing is very clear, that whether we like it or not, since it is so useful drone, that it is going to grow. And as a government, Madam Sharma is there. I am from the Government of India skilling part. He is representing IFCO, which also is the Government of India institution only. So our effort is to create the conditions so that the use of the drone with its, what shall I say, whatever precautions which is required within its parameters, it should come forward. And we have people like you, who are the entrepreneurs, who are bubbling with the ideas on how this sector would grow in the future and willing to take chances on that. We have Madam Sharma, who is a Kaushalya Skill University. They are going far ahead than anybody else in seizing the moment and designing courses and having the workshops and all that. And of course, we have the young people who are brimming with the ideas on how to take it forward. So I think we have a perfect cocktail for moving forward. And this workshop and its various discussions and different discussion points, I think by the end of the day, we'll certainly find many, many new things emerge, which will again be taken in the hackathon itself. So I think it is a perfectly well organized and very timely and topical seminar and discussion which we are having. And although we may not have a solution to all the issues which are being said at that now, but in the heart of heart, we realize that, as Madam was saying, we are at the cusp of a big moment, and this moment is for the India to seize, and God willing, will be take the world leaders in this. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, sir. और अंत में मैं कौशल्या यूनिवर्सिटी का डॉक्टर शर्मा का बहुत ही शुक्रगुजार हूँ. उन्होंने मुझे इस सेशन को मॉडरेट करने का मौका दिया, और मैं आप सभी का पैनलिस्ट का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि आपने सबके चेहरों में, मन में, देश में, समाज में खुशियाँ लाने का काम किया, क्योंकि मेरा ये बहुत स्ट्रांगली मानना है, खुशियाँ तो तकदीर में होनी चाहिए, तस्वीरों में तो हर कोई मुस्कुराता है. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
थैंक यू सो मच शंकर जी, आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. बहुत अच्छे से आपने इस पूरे पैनल डिस्कशन को हैंडल किया, मॉडरेट किया. अब मैं डॉक्टर अंजू शर्मा मैम से निवेदन करूंगी कि वे सभी पैनलिस्ट को उपहार भेंट करें, द मेमेंटो, प्रतिकृति ऑफ द ड्रोन. Thank you so much. And one more time, a big round of applause for all the panelists of this first wonderful panel discussion of the day. Yes, sorry. I would request everyone to kindly step for the group photograph. Yes. And now we depart for the lunch break, which is of 1 hour, but I request you to come back in almost 55 minutes so that we can start this session on time, because it's more of learning, gaining knowledge, and sharing our views and ideas. Thank you, everyone.
so training and related activities. Now, there are a few concerns when it comes to basically regulation. The police will have three roles. One is regulatory role. Alongside DGCA, the police is associated with basically identifying or security zoning, red zones, yellow zones, green zones, and all that. So we will have to do that exercise. We have done it in Gujarat, identifying installations, areas where drone flying activity to be restricted. And we have also basically uploaded these details. And the another key role will be enforcement. All these are no permission, no fly compliant drones and registration on digital sky platform, and basically not flying drones in prohibited zones. If they do, these are cases of violations which need to be enforced or regulated by the enforcement agencies as well. These are the roles. And then when it comes to basically enforcement role, we have 2-3 again. Now, the drones rules 2021 makes it mandatory for every drones to be having insurance cover as well. So there are many episodes, because this is an evolving area where there are a very limited number of players providing insurance coverage to basically third-party insurance, because it's the MU Act 1988 is the framework under which these are being done as of today. So third-party insurance and also full coverage, in the sense whatever damage that happens to drones and things like that. So whenever there are episodes of intrusion, violations, there comes a DGCA partnered with local police. Number two, if there are episodes of accidents leading to injury, etc., again, as of drone rules is not very, very categorical, because it only mandates that it should be reported to DGCA in a time frame of 48 hours and all that. But a subsequent investigative exercise in terms of looking at the flight route, the compliance with DGCA guidelines, and violations, if any, how it happened, forensic analysis regarding these things. Those are the issues regarding which bit of a clarity is required. The other thing that we need to, as a police agency, need to do, and which is a very, very challenging task, is drones are being used, and there is a number of them who will be operating within the framework of law, but the possibility of drones falling in the hands of criminals, antisocial elements, and elements inimical to the national security cannot be ruled out. So as internal security managers, the state police organizations and the central police organizations will have huge responsibility to ensure to identify rogue drones, and if they are identified, then mitigating the potential damage that these people can cause, and take appropriate countermeasures. It may be to bring it down, or maybe even in certain kind of situations, it may be killing the drone in total as well. So there are the regulatory framework is evolving. There are certain areas in which we need greater clarity. But as of today, Gujarat Police, we have already acquired about 15 drone-based camera systems. We have deployed them for internal security duties, both for crowd management, VVIP security, installation security, traffic management, traffic planning, and also for basically keeping tab on or surveillance on potential criminal activities in and around sensitive locations and things like that. We are in the process of upgrading our fleet by inducting drones. Right now we have micro drones, have limited capabilities and endurance. The idea or our endeavor is to acquire drones with greater endurance, with greater capability to meet the security requirement or enforcement requirement for different purposes. Like we have already acquired a category of drones, tethered drones, which are going to be deployed for coastal security, border security, and things like that. These can be mounted on a vehicle, taken to different locations, and we will be in a position to scan the geographical area which we perceive are important for our operations and things like that. And in a short period, we should be inducting some more fixed wing drones with a greater capability to support police operations in a bigger geographical area, much more complicated and adequately supported by ground forces and things like that. That is underway. Now it also, as you mentioned, what Gujarat Police is doing, these kind of responsibility on the part of the state police calls for tremendous amount of capacity building. Straight away, police is not capable of managing drone traffic in the state. We also need capabilities to regulate the movement or manage the traffic in a structured manner with several other agencies which are or stakeholders connected with the operations, and then need to build capacity to investigate into violations, episodes of crash, and tie up with forensic science laboratory for carrying out a detailed investigation into these episodes as per the mandate of DGCA. Of course, that is a bit hazy area where greater clarity is required. As of today, for aircraft crashes, there are a separate set of rules framed in way back in 1937, but drone crashes, we are yet to come up with a standard operating procedure. Once, as I told you, it is evolving, and I'm sure in the long run, we should be able to build whatever skill sets, knowledge, and infra that is required for playing a critical role as enforcement agency in the state. And we are in the process of setting up our own drone training center at the Gujarat Police Academy campus, Karai, which will cater to our in-house requirement in terms of adding skills for our investigating staff. Drone traffic police units, we are in the process of setting up in all the districts. They also need to be trained in all these areas. And of course, we have planned to basically train pilots for variety of issues, and hence Home Department, Government of Gujarat has come up with a policy document called Drone Usage and Promotion Policy, and Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat has released it a few months ago. And we have roped in several verticals, departments within Government of Gujarat to be part of this entire policy framework, basically intending to create a drone ecosystem in the state which enables growth in terms of manufacturing capability, service and operations and maintenance services provision, and also skilled manpower to handle variety of services, whether in the area of agriculture, power sector to secure their installations, irrigation sector maybe for looking after canals, etc., forest department where it can be used and deployed for preventing poaching, census of animals, and number of things. So we have identified variety of areas for different departments, and we are playing that lead role in when it comes to regulation and enforcement in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was very heartening to know that Gujarat Police is tech first and has already been using drones, as well as think of going to very soon launch a drone pilot training school for its own officers. This will definitely go a long way in supporting police operations. My next question would be to Shri Tulsi Ramanji from DGCA. Sir, it would be great if you could highlight how we are balancing the whole use case of growth. The demand for drones is growing on a day-to-day basis, but how are we balancing that with safety and security applications? If you could just shed some light on that. Sure. Sir has a presentation, so he'll address that.
audible now? Great, thank you. Good afternoon. सब सुस्ते हैं थोड़ी सी. Good afternoon all. Thank you. So I start always from the basic. Let's talk about drones. So the terminology of drones, we have multiple terminology that we are using. So if you are going to talk with DGCA and if you are going to ask what is a drone, so I will say it's small unmanned aircraft systems less than 500 kilograms. Around the world it is like 25 kilograms. We have enhanced it to 500 kilograms for the interest of our industry, so that you can grow better without any regulatory interventions. So pilotless aircraft is as per ICAO Article 8 of the Chicago Conventions that we have signed. And unmanned aircraft or the remote pilot aircraft are basically one and the same, but unmanned aircraft is bigger project and remote pilot aircraft is underneath it. It's a subset. And we have used to call a model aircraft. Now there is no more model aircraft or aero model. Just for a definition sake, it's like the aircraft that will be replicating a bigger aircraft, and it is done by people using balsa woods. Anybody having aero modeling experience? That's aero model. And unmanned aerial vehicle is an obsolete term now. We don't use in civil aviation. Unmanned aircraft system is a bigger subset that includes C2 link, command and control link, and the ground station. So if you say it's unmanned aircraft system, it includes whole picture, not just the drone. Remotely piloted aircraft systems is bigger one that are going to fly overseas, carrying passengers, international. Autonomous aerial vehicle is next future step that will be flying on its own, carrying passengers. So we are reaching to that level maybe in a decade or so, and we want it to happen very fast, because what I see in this industry is very impatient, and regulator is very finding it very difficult to match up with that. So starting from 2014, we restricted it. We issued a public notice banning drones should not be used. Only government organization with this having certain objections can fly. That's how we started, and it existed until 2017. But we were working in the background. We issued a draft air transport circular. Then the security agencies were asking, no, there has to be a legal background on that. So we started amending our Aircraft Act 1937, sir has rightly pointed out. 15A came into picture, and in that we enabled for registration of drones, and operator permit was enabled. And based on that, we issued a CAR section 3 series X part 1, which is history now. So I'm just moving on in the interest of time. And it existed until 2020. 2021 March, we issued US rules 2021. That was very futuristic and very restrictive as well. Industry didn't take it very well. So we appreciated the feedback, and we changed the liberalized drone rules 2021 in August 2021. So wherein type certificate is required, that I will show in next slide. And we didn't overnight, we changed to liberal usage. We had a semi-liberal policy. Earlier we used to give no objections or exemptions to only to government organizations or private organizations backed by some government organizations. So but eventually we ended up giving exemptions and no objections to private entity also. So liberalization started before that also. So these are the policy in vogue. So interesting part is the work in progress that we are in. Sir has rightly pointed out there are some issues that we are trying to address in Drone Act. We are contemplating it how to do it, and R&D guidelines that we are going to issue, because we are finding it that people are using R&D freedom that we have given in the drone rules and misusing it. So we want to guide the industry to do it in a proper way. So that's why R&D guidelines is going to come, and we are preparing guidance material for certification. We are finding that We have made type certification is mandatory, but industry is not ready with the documents that they are preparing. So they need handhold. So we are preparing a document for that, and that will be that is in collaboration with the QCI and DFI and other industry stakeholders. We are preparing that, and internal procedures how we should also evolve. We should also step up our manpower, and we are also working on above 500 kilograms drones regulation because next conference is going to happen in Bangalore on unmanned mobility, or what do you call that, UAM. Yeah. Drone rules 2021 in a nutshell is less than 500 kilograms and applies to civil, not for military. They are out of reach. And register except nano, बाकी जो है सारे एक जैसा ही है until 500 kilograms. So drone registration is mandatory, type certification is mandatory except nano, remote pilot certificate is mandatory except nano, permission is not required in the green zones. That is, I will explain in the next slide. Yellow zone permission is required and red zone permission is required. R&D we have left free, but it has to be in the green zone. Insurance not required for nano, everybody else requires insurance. So drone rules in block diagram format. So we have a type certification requirement. Each type of the drone requires type certification. Sai knows better. He was one of the first, took the hard bath for getting the type certification done. And once the type certification done, each drone should have a registered UIN should be there. That be issued by the platform, and it is populated on the Digital Sky platform. You can check any UINs issued by DGCA. And remote pilot certification is required. Each pilot, whoever is flying, has to have a remote pilot certificate except for nano, and that person has to have undergone a training from a remote pilot training organization. That is approved by DGCA, and how it is approved I will tell in another slide. And we have freed R&D testing of, but it has to be in green zones. People misuse it. They assume that these green zones are any green zones, but there is a check. Green zone, it should be under his control. That's what the rule says. And penalty is whoever is doing wrong, so it has to be violation will be prosecuted, and up to 1 lakh penalty can be imposed on you if you are violating. And there, in case of you are flying in red zones or carrying arms, then it is liable and cognizable and compoundable, non-compoundable. No permission is required. Up to 400 feet AGL, drones fly free, no problem. You should have UIN, you should have insurance, the remote pilot should have remote pilot certificate. When you are coming into ATC, you should get ADC's permission. Sorry, in the yellow zones, you have to get ADC's permission. When you are in red zones, you have to get permission from Ministry of Civil Aviation and zone owner. So next question is, how do we get that permission? So we will get the permission through the Digital Sky platform. Platform is basically our basic UTM or single window platform where we expect every stakeholder will collaborate and help us in one single point. Application as well as permission will happen through this platform. The regulator will also monitor and tracking mechanisms will be in place, provided all the drones are having a tracking mechanism in place. And we are also working on web form. Now it is working on web format. Android and iOS are not there. It will be coming up in future. In the Digital Sky platform, you can do the registration. That means you can get UIN, you can transfer your UINs, you can deregister your UINs, you can apply for type certificate, you can apply for remote pilot or training organization approval, and you can apply for remote pilot certificate also. Flight management, flight plan is currently not available, and it will be coming up in future. Accident reporting is not available right now, but you can report any accident incident to Digital Sky platform support cell or through DGCA email, which is dgoffice.dgca@nic.in. Subsequently, we are enabling in the Digital Sky platform for reporting the accidents also. So this is how the interactive airspace map looks like. You have to check in all the visualizations to see where your drones is. Currently, this is looking at Ministry of Civil Aviation. We are covered with red zones, various red zones. So getting permission here is next to impossible. So for type certification, you have to do the preparation first, because what we find is people are not preparing. They are registering on the Digital Sky platform, applying straight away. But we have to educate them. That requires our time, energy. We are others who have done this preparedness are applying, are waiting, because we do first in, first out system. So we are stuck with that. So basically the process is you get your registration done on the Digital Sky platform. You upload your documents, approach to QCI or authorized testing entities under them. They will scrutiny, they will do the stage 1 evaluation of the documents, and if you are okay, then it will be going to the stage 2, where the flight test will be happening, and DGCA may come to visit at the time of stage 2. And once it is done, it is okay, then QCA recommends to DGCA, then we issue the type certificate. Once we issue the type certificate, when we hit the button, it is also populated on the Digital Sky platform. Then the manufacturer becomes come into our ecosystem, then he becomes legal, then he can produce n number of drones based on this type. And he has to ensure that each drone complies to the type certificate. And he is responsible for getting the UIN and transferring it to the owner. So the certification scheme I will not ponder upon. Our Manish Pandey Saab hai QCI se, he will explain much better than me. RPTO, getting RPTO authorization, there are 3 basic circulars, 4th one just out. I'll just leave it here for you to just have a glance. Basically, you have to have 2 instructors, 2 drones, 2 simulators, and 1 classroom, and 300 square feet area for classrooms, and around 300 to 200 mm by 100 mm for aeroplane category of drones. Land for flying test. So you apply through the Digital Sky platform again, and scrutiny. This here we have not outsourced it. Here we do it on our own, and we have inspection scheduled, and we have a checklist to follow. Then we do our inspections, and if it is okay, then we will recommend to DG, and then authorization is issued. Once that authorization is issued, RPTO can start imparting training and get the RPCs issued through the Digital Sky platform. And we will be performing annual surveillance just to monitor that remote pilot certificate are being issued in the right way, and examinations are conducted in the right way or not. Currently, we have issued 15 type certificates as of 23rd March 2023. 7,000 drones plus drones are in the country, legal. 50 remote pilot training organization and 3,581 remote pilots. So that's it from my side. If you have any query, you can email me at tulsiraman.dgc@nic.in. I'll be happy to take. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tulsi Ramanji. I'm sure everyone got a good know-how of what the drone regulations of this country are. And additionally, as Tulsi sir mentioned, the role of QCI for certification. I would like to ask Dr. Manish Pandey to highlight a little bit about the quality management ecosystem in India and the role of QCI and what we are exactly doing in the certification scheme for drones.
Thank you. I will just make a short presentation that would give a better idea. So I would like to thank the organizers to invite the Quality Council of India. My chairman spoke at the inaugural, and this is just a continuation of the story. Now, so we will talk about the existing regulatory framework from a Quality Council's point of view to clarify that DGCA is the regulator, and Quality Council of India being a part of the government, is kind of having the responsibility to give flanking support in terms of developing frameworks which would add value to both the industry, in this case the drone sector, and of course to the regulator, because we understand that India is a huge country and there is a lot of volume of work that QCI wants to first process before we give it to the regulator for his intervention. Quality Council of India works on the premise of being self-reliant. This is the new mantra that we work on, and the focus is to have our quality system so robust that not only in the country but also outside the country you have a market, and I will talk about it in some measure in the coming slides. Now let us talk about compliance and quality, and this is what my council does. When you talk about inducing quality, quality in certain sectors which are focused on health, safety and national security is something which is the government's mandate. It could be food, it could be civil aviation, it could be telecom. In this, what happens is there is a regulation, there is a regulator. We have Mr. Tulsiraman representing the aviation regulator here, and there is a regulation which makes further rules. The point is to have licensing in place, and this is to be done for the particular scheme that we are doing. So in case of the UA scheme, the focus is that the manufacturers are ensuring quality, reliability, safety before actually they go to the regulator for the license part. And what does we do? We ensure that the value proposition to each of the citizen is done in the best way so that you get the best value of your money. And when you talk about the governmental system, we talk about licensing and annual surveillances. The second part comes of what Quality Council of India does. We focus on quality, competitiveness and global trade. This is done through some kind of market-driven compliance. Mostly it is voluntary, but in this case it is not voluntary, it is mandatory, because the regulator has put this particular process inside their regulatory regime. And how we do it is through a third party. That doesn't mean that Quality Council doesn't go out and do audits. It is a third party system that we have, and these people are the ones who do this first set of due diligence before this file is moved to the DGCA for issuing of the type certificate. So this particular scheme is on certification. So the end of the process is a certificate, or we call it as the statement of conformity, which goes to DGCA for their review. DGCA being the regulator, they can always return back the files if they are not satisfied. But more or less, initially there were a couple of to and fro, and we have our colleagues from the industry there who sometimes would be a bit anxious on this process. But I think so this is a process which will take its own time, and now we are moving in the pace. Now when you talk about quality in any country, these are the pointers that we have. You would have heard the Bureau of Indian Standards, or BIS, that's the national standards body. We have a metrology thing which is done by the National Physical Laboratory. Now Quality Council is the national accreditation body, and I will speak about accreditation in few of my early slides that I come to. And the conformity assessment bodies are the certification bodies which actually then go to the ground, taking the mandate from DGCA through QCI, and does the assessment and give the report back to the DGCA for their final this thing. Market surveillance is a more enhanced concept of quality, where the government or any body can pick up market samples. We have heard it a lot in the milk, in the food sector, where they pick milk samples or some other samples to see how the that sector is doing, and depending upon the outcome, they would take whatever actions they need to take. Now, very quickly, this is what we are there. So this is my leadership, but importantly is that we have 5 accreditation board, which means that everything that we do is internationally recognized. And this is what we are doing when we are giving the certificate to the drone manufacturer. The manufacturer can take the certificate, go to 120 countries and talk about how quality loaded they are. So the arrangements that we have, we call it as a mutual recognition arrangements. This we have with 120 countries, and this certificate, if Crystal Ball has, or WOW or anybody, they can actually go to other countries and talk about their quality, and those people won't question it. So the concept of accreditation is tested once, accepted everywhere, certified once, accepted everywhere. So this is the kind of value add that we give. Now in this system, in the world over, we are 5th in number. This is a new ranking that they have started, which means that in 120 countries, we people are doing a good job, and therefore we have been ranked 5 in the international system. Role of QC, I have just explained to them. Tulsi Raman Saab has also spoke about the drone rules and the CSUAS, which is the certification scheme for the unmanned aircraft systems. So we have seen. Now this is an interesting slide for you. It doesn't have any text. So this is how we function. So we have a scheme, and the scheme owner in a sense has been given to us from an implementation point of view, but DGC and ministry have their oversight. The scheme has been made through a steering committee, a technical committee, and a certification committee, which means that it is not only QCI which has done that. A process of accreditation is there, I've explained to you. And what does the certification body does? It goes to the manufacturer's premise or takes the equipment and understands that what is that they are doing and what is that the technical criteria speaks. Once there is a balance, they get a certification, and after the certification, we call it as the statement of conformity. It goes to DGCA. DGCA does the final review and issues the type certificate, which in clearer terms is about having a license for commercial. This is a process I've just explained to you. There are five stages of our scheme formation, and the scheme formation is something which is a multi-stakeholder process, and these are the committees which are typically there in any of our scheme formulations, so that it gives a acceptance in the global market. Now this is the process. Tulsi Raman Saab again has spoken about it, but you have an application review where the manufacturers can give us their details in a very structured format. As QCI, we have the certification body which does the review. So first they will check all the documentation, and once they are happy with the documentation and there is not much deviation and you have seen the balance, so if it is more or less balanced, then they go for the stage 2 audits. The stage 2 audit is something where actually the equipment is tested for its compliance as per the scheme requirements. Final evaluation is there, a review has been done, and then it goes to DGCA for them to issue the type certificate. So this is a very simple form, but people have spent 8 months, 12 months, 16 months doing this process, but that is the initial times. Now I think so we have speeded up, and Mr. Tulsi Raman was sharing some data where we have actually compressed it by 70% of our turnaround time. We have spoken about timeline, so it is not any other scheme when you can take whatever time you want. The certification bodies have been loaded with the responsibility of 60 days, and of course 15 days DGCA takes. It is lesser than that at some points if everything is sorted. So in 75 days, a manufacturer usually, if compliant to everything, gets his type license. There are various things that we check. So these are in this slide. I'm not going to run through each of this, but you see that there are a lot of components which are being checked before a DGC even give you the license to have your drone commercialized and up and running. So this is a structure which is there. You can always ask the organizers and they can give you this thing. Now this is something that we guys are working on with DGC, and in fact technically it has been cleared, so which is the beyond visual line of sight. Now we are talking of something very simple but focused from a very beyond visual line of sight approach, and you see that these are certain things which we are talking about that the BVLOS operations are safe. The last point is the one which the chair spoke about, that what happens that there would be so many drones in this space and who's going to track them. So we have a policy already in place which is called the unmanned traffic management. Everything is in order in that sense, but now we are talking about which technology to be used so that we track the drones in a sense that there is a term which IAF uses which is called situational awareness, and which the chair also told that in a particular given airspace, they should be aware of who is flying where and what are their credentials. So this is something which is the big ticket item. I think so it is the ministry and the central government's call whenever they take it. Then we would see that there would be a lot of BVLOS operations which will actually move the drone ecosystem to the next place when you talk about delivery of services from the drones. Now, this is a certain thing that we say that, who can become a certification body. The university, if thinks that they have the power and the manpower to do it. So these are some requirements that is required. This is a simple application process I have spoken about. The audits, usually what happens when the manufacturers come to us with a drone, there are, we would look for compliances, but certainly there are these 3 non-compliances which come where we see a major, a major deviation, which we call it as a more than major deviation, which we call it as a critical deviation, a major and a minor deviation. The manufacturer has to sort it out, come back to us, and then a certification decision is given. And once we have given this certification decision, you get the license after review from DCGA. Second last slide. This is the numbers that you are seeing. So we have type certificates issued through this process from DGC as 15, where 7 are agri drones. Statement of conformity are 9, which is in process additional to this thing. And we have about D1 forms, which will go to DGC eventually, is 24. I spoke about the certification bodies, the ones who go to the ground and do their certification. We call it in the drone, in the drone rules, it is as authorized testing entities, which is ATs, which are currently 3. And these are some challenges which, you know, our manufacturer friends would know, that sometimes they don't understand, sometimes there are interpretation issues, sometimes they themselves don't have the requisite manpower, maybe who understands the drone but not the documentation part. So, you know, the university is here, and we would seriously want the university to take up such sections where, you know, maybe they are bringing out engineers, but we want that somewhere they would want also to have some quality experts who understand how to write a document for that. Second last slide. So this is what we guys are doing. A lot of circulars, lot of FAQs, updations, lot of periodically updating things, and of course working on the BV laws so that, you know, the drone industry has the next step to cater to this. These are some of the things that we are engaged with. A lot of sensitization, these kinds of interactions with the stakeholders, and of course various other engagements. Now this is what we think, that we could design schemes of international standards as we have done for drones, and if there is anyone who wants to do it. This is something that we do additional to the drones, where we are doing something with the PMO on cyber security. We have done something with DPIIT. So these are certain things where we engage not only with the government but also with UN agencies and other private this thing. These are some of these organizations that we work closely. Thank you so much for patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. I would like to bring upon the user side of things now, and I have Vikram Singh from Technical. I would like to specifically ask Vikram, what are your views on the current regulatory ecosystem for drones, and are there any aspects that you think deserve more focus?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Deep, and thanks to the Kaushalya, the Skill University, for having us here. So basically, the current regulation regime, as clearly laid out by Tulsi Raman sir, and the certifying scheme by Manish sir. Now, what is missing right now is basically the BVLOS, and as QCI and DGCA has already said that they are working on it. Though what is very, very important is to basically understand that why do we need BVLOS type certification, and what is the BVLOS, right? It's beyond user line of sight, basically where you cannot see more than 2 to 5 kilometers away from the ground control station or the pilot. And which kind of the applications comes under this kind of environment. So whenever you need to fly a drone beyond, let's say, 4-5 kilometers away, then it comes under the beyond user line of sight. And all of the applications for the healthcare, for the long range surveillance, all of these things comes under this. And this particular segment of the drone-based logistics, drone-based delivery, long range surveillance, inspection, etc., will become one of the largest market by turnover, eventually by 2030. Now, what is very, very important to understand from the regulatory side of it is that we have banned complete CKDs and SKDs drone import ban, basically. And how, as a OEM, as a drone manufacturing companies, and then certifying bodies and regulators as DGC, how are we ensuring that Chinese drones are not getting imported in parts, CKDs, SKDs, and then they are putting those drones through the certification scheme, and then basically either getting the certification or not. These are the things that regulators and the certifying bodies needs to ensure. and make sure that the indigenization content is looked through. That is one part. Other than this, when sir was mentioning about the different technologies which are required in a drone to operate in a beyond visual line of sight. So regulators should and the certifying bodies should focus on the, let's say, compliance, that this much compliance should be there. Means of compliance should be left to the OEMs, that how do they want to comply. For example, if somebody, if let's say DGCA comes and says that all the drone which will fly in BVLOS should have redundancies of the propulsion, redundancies of communication, redundancies of your battery, or different systems basically. How a OEM meets that particular compliance should be left to the OEM as long as the proper standards are met. So these are the 2 cents from my side which I would like to add, and then maybe Tulsi Raman sir or Manish sir can highlight that how they are basically right now tackling that if somebody is importing the drones from China and then putting it in the certifying process, whether they can identify with the existing scheme or not, and what are the measures that they are taking. Thank you.
Sure. Those were very pressing questions. I think we'll address them shortly. And I would like to further also call upon Arpit from TSO Drones, where if you could also mention some things about what TSO has been doing and what is your view on the regulatory ecosystem currently.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us on the panel, firstly. What Tulsi Raman sir said, Manish sir said is very correct, because we agree to the point that safety is a concern. Especially when we are flying a drone, which is not a nano or micro drone, the hazardous concern is much higher as compared to any kind of other drone. So as TSO, we, as a, I will say not about only the company, but as an ecosystem that we are creating in the drones right now, we are compliant to follow such rules, but also we keep in mind that this industry is 2 or 3 years old only right now in India. So the technology which we have created in such a short span is very crucial, it's very advanced. So we would like to have some more time to process how we can integrate in a larger sense. Also, when it comes to the regulation part, I'm very proudly I can say that as an Indian, we are one of the leading countries who are defining these regulations for the drone operations. Because if you go to other countries, they are still not present, or they are not even concerned about doing the same. So keeping that in mind, that in such a short span, what we have able to achieve is it's a very great thing for us also. And from here on, what we are looking forward is the regulations which are coming in picture, what we have seen from QCI team and from the DGCA team. We are waiting for such integrations also, because this will not only make the drone operation more easier, but more feasible also. One part which everyone should have got a knowledge right now is what kind of drones you must be using when you are especially flying in a different zones. So type certification is very important. It's a very important aspect, and you can actually see which kind of drones or companies they have a type certification. And you should start focusing on purchasing, if you are not a manufacturer, you should be purchasing those kinds of drones which have a type certification. That is one thing. Also, if we want to do some R&D, as we have already stated, what we also need is some crash test is needed, where we would like to take the help from the government bodies also, probably from QCI, where we can have some laboratories set up, where we can go up and we can have these tests conducted. Because in the automobile industry or other industries, they have the laboratories where they can conduct these tests. And also, as a company, so drone companies, they are more startups. And when you call a company a startup, you know there is a crash crunch going on. So we would also need some financial support from the government bodies to conduct these kind of a test, so that we can also understand where are the failures coming in, and we can improve on that kind of a technology. So in that direction, if the ecosystem is growing, that will actually enable India to be a drone hub by 2030. And we will be, we can say it proudly that we will not only be creating drones for India, but we will start exporting drones to other countries also. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpit. Tulsi sir, my question comes back to you. If you could share some of your thoughts on where have you reached in the BVLOS scheme, and when can we see its implementation on ground to regulate the BVLOS ecosystem?
See, BVLOS scheme is almost ready, except one component called real-time tracking. So as soon as industry gives us the component, then we should be able to make the Digital Sky platform ready, and then the scheme can go up and living at that point of time.
My question is to Vikram. There have been several reports of crashes recently, especially in terms of involving experimental drones. Without delving into specific incidents, could you as a drone manufacturer highlight like what should we do so that these incidents don't occur in the future?
It's a very important aspect and very important question also to address. When a OEM designs, develop, test, gets the type certification and then manufactures that particular drone, right? It's the entire journey. And as a OEM, the job is not just to assemble the off-the-shelf parts available and then make a drone and get the type certification. The job is to basically understand the problem, the geography, the environment, what are the kind of the operational envelope and operational conditions we want to operate these drones in. As long as a OEM understands that, they'll be able to take care of all the factors, and then they'll manufacture and then they'll operate accordingly. But what is happening in certain cases that, for example, there are agriculture drones available in the country, which could lift, let's say, 5 liter or 10 liter of pesticide. The similar drone people are using by retrofitting for payload deliveries as well. While the drone, which is for the agriculture, is made to fly at a 10 meter or 20 meter height in a complete visual line of sight. And when somebody will start using that for maybe 20 kilometer, 15 kilometer, 10 kilometer kind of a delivery in a beyond visual line of sight, they would not be, first of all, having the visibility. Second of all, those drones are not made to fly at that kind of wind speed, that kind of speed of the drone, and then the different terrains and temperature ranges. So if we need to understand that why these crashes are happening, these are very, very important parameters. And though obviously the agencies which are basically applicable to basically investigate all of these issues, they are investigating, they must be coming up with the guidelines and all. But as a OEM, as a service provider, as a user, it is our responsibility, because the liberalized drone rules 2021, right? It's a freedom to startups, OEMs, users, and our whole ecosystem. But as a citizen and as a OEM, we should be responsible enough to design, develop, and build best systems. And then only we can become global drone hub by 2030 or early or later. But these are very, very important factors. And then only getting the type certification is anyways the end game. But when you are serving the client with that kind of a range payload. So for example, at Tech Eagle, what we do is do the drone-based deliveries of healthcare items, vaccines, blood, samples, and different kind of the payloads. So what we have taken into the account is, while designing and developing these drones, that what is the kind of the range our drone will be covering. Our drones can, let's say, fly from -15 to +50 degrees Celsius. So those have been tested over more than 5,000 flights. And that is very important. When you are building these drones, right after building, doing 10 test flights, you can't go to certification directly. You first have to do and the R&D is completely free in a green zone, which people should do, invest time, energy, and obviously money has to be invested there, and the subsequent grants and the investment can be raised. But without that, it's as an OEM our duty. So this is why these drone crashes probably are happening. There can be external factors also. The second thing is we are importing the cheap quality components from the neighboring countries, and that is also causing another problem. Though we cannot have the 100% indigenization right now, but for example, we have the complete capability as a country to manufacture airframes. Airframes not just for the sheets, tubes, or carbon fiber parts, but the entire aircraft as a fixed wing, as a multi-rotor, as a hybrid eVTOL. And those slowly, those things should be made very important part of the type certification also, that these are completely indigenous, and there has to be a way to check whether it is indigenous or not. There have been cases where people are flying drones, which you can see that the Chinese companies are selling them then on their websites. So as a consumer and as a service operator, it's our duty to check whether the drone that you are using or somebody is utilizing for your services, whether it is from China, whether it is from made in India, and whether it is type certified eventually or not. So these are the reasons and these are the ways that we have to mitigate. And while operating these drones in BVLOS environment, you have to do the situational awareness, you have to do the risk mitigation of the air as well as the ground risk mitigation. And whatever is mentioned in the regulation is the base fundamental layer. You have to go above and beyond that as an operator, responsible operator, to fly over population, different kind of properties, different kind of facilities, and that's where you can basically succeed as a startup. And eventually, the game is not for a year or two; it's for long term when you are coming into the drone business. So, as a last thing, what I will say is, be responsible, build, test, and then only operate. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Arpit, would you like to add any further comments to what Vikram just said?
Yes, what Vikram said, it covered majority of the things, but couple of more things which I think company should do before even starting operations, logistic operation anywhere in the country. Though what we follow as a process, we firstly do a SORA analysis. So it's basically risk we understand the risk that we are taking while flying a drone through a particular zone. So SORA analysis should be done by every company for their own satisfaction and understanding what risk they are playing into. And what Vikram said, I am aligned to that part. Additionally, what I have seen majority of the drone crashes happening is because of lack of maintenance. You fly a drone, you keep on flying a drone, you don't know whether the component which was there in the drone is capable of next flight or not. So there has to be two factors. One has to be a software integration from the operator side only, which can understand what kind of failure it might have in near future, or understand the fleet health of the fleet. Also, the second part is the technicians which you need to maintain the drone is very essential. If you're not having a team which can do a regular maintenance or understand the processes of breakage, then definitely you cannot avoid falling a drone, and that will create a problem not only for a specific company, but it actually creates problem for the entire ecosystem. The acceptance goes down in the community, and that's why we as a company we also do maintenance regularly after every 30 flights we completed. So these things are needed from the operator end also, that they should be very aware that we are following these things so that we can minimize drone crashes in near future.
Thank you, Arpit. I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions. Please. Can we have a mic sent? Yeah, it's okay. You can speak. Like we might be able to hear.
Hello everyone. I'm currently studying in second year BTech. Okay. Currently studying BTech CSE from GSFC. I'm currently doing a project on drone technology, and I am working on flight time of the drone. So my first aim after the completion of project was to come with the Gujarat police and help them in the points you told about the VIP security and all. As the current drones have a lesser flight time, and the thing what I am building has a larger flight time, so I was thinking to first of all come to after the completion that this is my product and all. Second thing I want to ask to sorry. For DGCA, sir, you didn't told anything about geo zones. So basically, my comes under a geo zone, and if I want to do some test flights or do some test runs, so what I need to do to get permissions and all.
Am I audible now? Points taken. You have pointed out rightly. I did not speak about geozones. Thank you. Geozones is basically red zones. The idea is we in the Digital Sky platform we have a tool called aircraft configuration tool. In that, what we are having is we are giving user IDs to create red zones. So by default, we have the details of if you are claiming that your area is in geo zones, then they should have the user login to us. So they must have approached to Ministry of Civil Aviation. What I'll suggest you is currently you have to write an email to SDIT division MOCA. After this panel session, you can meet me. I will give you that email address. You have to write an email. Eventually, in near future, what we are giving is you can ask the permission through the Digital Sky platform itself. So when you seek a permission, the information directly goes to them, and they will review your case and then give the approval. That will happen in future. For now, we are doing it through email. Okay, answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think in the interest of time, we'll have to close the panel discussion. Any questions?
Hello.
Dr. Manish has something to say, if you can. Oh, okay, please.
Okay, I want to just give a clarification because panels like this and something said from this panel, if it is not received well from the audience, then we have issues. So one of our panelists spoke about retrofitting, changing usage. As far as the current rules are concerned and the way we function as doing the SOC and eventually the type certificate by DGCA, it is nowhere allowed that you change even one component. If there is any change in the use case, you have to report back it to the certification body. The certification body would review everything, do it from scratch because it would be considered as a new case. Then you are issued a type certificate, then you change the use. It is not trial and error. Please don't do that. That is the reason we are talking about crashes. BVLOS per se, as I have just told you, that the criteria is still under consideration. And once it is there, I think so those intensity or whatever incidences are there should be eliminated. That is why we want to do the type certificate, and this is about safety and reliability. And once we have done that, then you are free to do whatever you are, because there would already be in a process where you have tested as an OEM. The ATs or the certification bodies have double checked it, and DGCA finally stamping to that. So please don't try to do experimentation when it is something that you want to do commercially, is something that I wanted to reaffirm to the audience. Thank you.
Hello. So one question.
Yes, please. For me?
But no, Narasimha sir, can drone shooting may consider as a privacy violation if someone registers a complaint?
Basically, as I told you, under the Aircraft Act 1934 or under the Drone Rules 2021, there are certain gaps. But when it comes to these privacy-related issues, etc., the existing legislations or the provisions under the IPC will apply. However, the regulatory regime is evolving. I'm sure in due course there will be a much more robust legislative framework that will be put in place, which will address several things, including the concerns regarding privacy, safety and security, and also legal liability, both in terms of civil liability and criminal liability. These are some of the gaps as of today, and there need to be further discussions of this kind, both with the industry, academia, and also with the enforcement agency to address the concerns of the general citizens and various other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if there are any further questions, we can take it offline.
No, I
Till
just
then,
want
ma'am,
to make
could
one
just
point.
close the
Deep.
panel.
I just want to make one point. A question from the last session, someone asked about the passport for farmers. Yes, on that we have received a letter from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. We are working on it, but you must understand that how passport came into picture. Aviation is a security oriented and safety also. Drones are dual use components. So there is a security infringement that can happen that we are not aware of. So what we do is whoever is coming in the aviation, we do a security check. So earlier the requirement was on security clearance requirement was there, but it was slow. It takes time because India is huge, we have big population to handle. So it is the industry that came forward and told that passport will be an easy idea because the police verification is being done for that. So we should accept that. That's how the passport and security agencies accepted it. So now we are going back to security clearance. I would not suggest it or removing it.
I would like to add one point. When the permissions for BVLS operations or the exemptions in earlier regime was there, it used to take anywhere between from 6 months to 18 months to get those approvals, and passport actually solved that. So I think as Tulsi Raman sir said, this again will reinitiate that kind of discussion which will elongate the entire process of the approvals. So I think they will take care of the request, but this is the easiest way so far that could have been there after going through years of fighting with all of the agencies how to bring liberalized drone rules. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all the panelists and the moderator, for having this wonderful session. So now most of us know what are the limits where we can work with the drone usage, and we have to follow those regulations. And thank you for sharing everything. I would now request Dr. Anju Sharma Madam to kindly present the mementos to all the August panelists, please. Can we have a group photograph along with you, madam, with all the panelists, please? Please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. We just settling the nameplates for 2 minutes, and we'll start this session, the panel discussion on data-driven decision-making using drone data. So I request you to kindly settle down where you are. We are ready to start the panel discussion. I request you to kindly settle down. For this interesting panel on data-driven decision-making using drone data, we have as chair Shri Nilesh Desai, Director, SAC ISRO. We welcome you, sir. Let's welcome Shri Nilesh Desai, Director, SAC ISRO, the Space Application Center. We also welcome Ms. Saroj Chillery, Director, Garuda UAV. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Thank you. We have with us Shri Sanjeev Tehran, Director, Business Development and Sales, Trimble Navigation. We welcome you, sir. We have with us Mr. Pradeep Patel, CEO, Prime UAV. We welcome you. We have Mr. Anil Chandalia, Founder and CEO, PDRL. We welcome you. Next, we have with us Mr. Jugal Pandya, Founder and Managing Director, Z-Axis Unmanned Machines Private Limited, and he will moderate this entire panel discussion. We'll request Dr. Chintan Patel to kindly step on the dais, please, to present the welcome token, the book, to all the panelists. I would now request the moderator, Mr. Jugal Pandya, to take over. But before that, a big round of applause for all the panelists on the dais. This brings a lot of energy and good vibes in the hall too. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much, Kaushalya University and Anju ma'am, for giving us this platform, to be part of this new era of technology. The topic of this particular panel is for data-driven decision-making using drone data. Without giving much time of introduction, I'll just brief you about my company that we are based in Ahmedabad and working in the manufacturing of drones. It's called Z-Axis Unmanned Machines Private Limited. And I would like to go for the question with Nilesh sir, and I would like to introduce him that he's a director of Space Application Center in Ahmedabad. Sir, the question is how SEC is using drones with different kind of applications, like, in general terms, people are using normal applications, but how SAC is using novel applications for this particular area.
Thank you, Mr. Jugal. And at the outset, let me thank the organizer for inviting me here. Our center is known as Space Application Center. So in that sense, we do various space applications. As far as drone technology is concerned, it is something new to us also. And we have been making sensors for space applications that is related basically mostly spaceborne sensors. But before we make spaceborne sensors, they need to be tested out. So earlier we used to test it in our laboratory itself by generating various simulators. So now, then the point came where we used to test it using aircrafts. But taking any sensor to aircraft and flying it, it needs its own preparations and various approvals and all that all of you are well aware of. But this, with the advent of drone technology, that has given us one more avenue to test various sensors, whether it is optical sensors or various other remote sensing sensors like radars or lidars. So when we make it, first we make a lab model, then we test it on now using drones. And in this specific area, I'd like to give example of when we were testing last time, although Chandrayaan-2 lander failed, but when we were testing this Chandrayaan-2 lander related electronics and various sensors which we have built here. So we first initially tested it in lab, of course, with various simulators and trying to generate various test simulator scenarios, followed by using these drones. So in fact, we hired Mr. Jugal Pandya's drone only to test this technology, that how to utilize whatever sensor we have built, and when drone comes from one height to another height and finally towards the land, how we can test it. Of course, it will need simulation of the what we call a moon analog when you want to test something which is to land on moon. So all these technologies were tested using drones. So drone provides us a platform. Of course, there is one major critical difference. Many of you may be well aware of that. Space or satellite is a very stable platform. Unlike that, whether it is aircraft or drone, they are highly unstable platforms. So we have to take care of various motion compensation related aspects when we try to test a sensor which is built for space application or to fly in spacecraft. So this is one novel application where we have tried to utilize drone technology. Another, now few of the new cases where we are still to explore, but we are going to do that in near future, is one related to planetary landing. That's what I told, that is test our sensor. That is one aspect of that.
Correct.
And now the trend is towards, some of the countries have already started exploring that, is that initially instead of landing your lander or rover onto a planetary surface, you first try to send a drone from your space platform or orbiter to do a recce of that particular area where you want to actually land your rover or a lander.
Just like Ingenuity.
So this is going to be another major area where we would also like to explore. And my team is here. They would like to understand the various nuances involved in that to explore using drone technology as a precursor flying on a other planet. That is one aspect. Then another one major area where we are trying to use drone technology is, many of you may be aware of Antarctica expedition, which every year India also conduct. It is part of our National Science Expedition, IECA as it is called. In that, initially, because many times the ship lands somewhere and then we go towards our, there are two earth stations developed in Antarctica, Maitri and Parthi. So, and when you land there, or when some of the people go to these stations where they stay there, and some remain on ship itself.
Right.
And from ship they carry out various experiments where they go to some different places, different terrains over Antarctica. So then also, instead of directly using a helicopter or a small aircraft hired from Russia or USA to go there and do experimentation, and it is all a very risky business, that many of you who are aware of Antarctica and its hazards which are really there. So there also now drone technology is a precursor flying where you want to do the experimentation. So these are some of the novel areas which we are trying to explore. And the traditional one, all of you are well aware of, whether it is precision agriculture or we want to, as I said, want to test our new sensor which are built for the first time. Most of the established sensor, we are well aware of the requirements or the specifications and its performance. But the newer sensor, when they are to be tested for the first time, we try to utilize drone technology. And especially when we are doing some of our Gaganyaan related sensors, now we are trying to explore using drone technology for that.
Great,
So this
sir.
in summary is some of the places where we are as a space application center in ISRO, we are trying to use drone technology. And of course various traditional uses are anyway there for doing first initial flying to test our technologies and try to do the performance analysis of the sensors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And my next question would be for Sanjeev, sir. He's from Trimble Navigation, and I would like to know your experience, since you are a very good experience in geospatial area, if you can just put some light on it.
Thanks. First of all, thank you to the organizers for having me here and giving me the opportunity to be in front of all you. Kaushalya Skill University is a fantastic program which has been organized. Very small question he's asked, but the answer cannot be short. So I'll try to make it, it's an open-ended statement. See, there are a lot of parallels I see. I've been fortunate enough to see the evolution of the so-called, when it started off, when I got into the industry, survey industry as it's used to call it. The survey industry has evolved into a geospatial industry. So if you look at the journey, you had a total session, theodolite, dumpy levels, etc. From there, you went on to GPS. Then it went on to data collection technologies. Then it went on to data processing technologies. And then something like DSS, Decision Support Systems, evolved. As the industry matured, as the industry grew, sensors, the user community evolved from a pure sensor-based industry, a sensor-based user, to a more solution-oriented. And in order to make the journey from sensor to solutions, it's the data which is driving everything. I'll give you a couple of very, very quick examples based on my experience. Look at a defense-related example. Just imagine you have a minefield. You map out a minefield. There are solutions. You map out where you laid the mines. Either you do it physically or using a drone, you can map it out. Without putting the soldier at risk, you utilize that drone to map out or for the retrieval of the mines as well. Because there's a shifting of mines taking place. But the basic information that triggers off everything is that initial data, how you have laid the minefield. Right? One example. Each and every one of us, I'm sitting at a dais with some very knowledgeable people. They know more than me because they're entrepreneurs in their own right, and they've been there, done that, and obviously they're focusing on certain applications. Knowingly or unknowingly, most of the drone industry is working on application. They are working on data-driven decision-making solutions. But the success and the survival of the industry is going to depend on how well they leverage this and come out not only a sensor manufacturer, not only a drone manufacturer, but something much more than that. And that's where how they leverage the solution for gathering data or helping either government, defense, or private sector to take decisions. That's going to defend their longevity and the evolution of the industry in the long run.
Absolutely.
Right? I'll stop out here. I can keep on talking about it, but I'll give other people
No, that-
opportunity out.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And next question would be for Anil sir. He's from PDRL. Sir, if you can just put some light on how important the data is once collected on the field. What are the outputs, and how can you use in detail?
Good evening, everybody. So many of you might be knowing that right now in India, there are around 1,000 companies which are registered in drone domain. So out of 1,000 companies, around 150 companies are working as drone manufacturer. It means most of the companies are working on drone services, which generates data. We all know data for anybody can be of huge quantity, but the huge quantity data is not useful. So there is a layer between the data and the actionable data. So in between these two, there is a component called machine learning and artificial intelligence. And that is something which is going to drive this entire industry. I can give you one example. So let's say there is a company of power transmission, right? And they want to inspect their transmission towers. They want to inspect their 1,000 towers, and for inspection of each tower, they generate around 40 images. It means there are 8,000 images or 80,000 images. And there are around 20 objects which are needs to be inspected for each transmission tower. It means around 8 lakh objects are required to be inspected or checked for transmission tower inspection. Now I believe that no human can do this more efficiently. So then what it requires? It certainly requires machine learning and artificial intelligence. Now the data can be classified into two. One is public data, which is available freely, and second is private data. So the drone data is a private data because it is not available freely. People are paying, in fact, people are paying 1 rupee for one image. That's the market rate right now. They are paying 1 rupee for one image to collect the data. It means that's a private data and nobody wants to share that data with anybody else. Now most of you might be knowing recently launched ChatGPT. Do you know that? Yes. So ChatGPT or any such platform is dependent on amount of data. The amount of data they have, on top of that they do annotations, that is the marking of objects in that data. On top of that they create machine learning models, and then they create workflows so that all upcoming data can be detected against those annotations or machine learning models. Now in this case, for ChatGPT or something like that, the data is public, which is publicly available and they can do it by themselves. But when data is private, when data is asset for everybody, that time the bigger challenge is there. Why? Because they don't want to share their data. So how can they do data decision making from machine learning or artificial intelligence? Then the solution is they should have, or their data custodian should have the capability to annotate their data, to train their data, and then create workflows which will detect multiple objects, and then that huge amount data will have decision making data, right? And that only that decision making data can be used for business decisions. I have already given you one example of transmission tower, and there are so many examples in each industry. So today or tomorrow, we need to have systems which will create such kind of data decision making things. Important, we might be knowing, one drone can capture around 10,000 images in a day. So today or tomorrow, when million drones are going to fly in India itself, it means they are going to capture billion images per day, 100 crore images per day. And nobody is going to visualize this data manually. Over the period of time, we all need to come together and create a massive system which can analyze this data and create decision-making outputs for them to take faster decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. My next question would be for Saroj ma'am. Ma'am, if you can just put some light on the data, how you collect in the disaster management or in environmental related, and please.
Yeah, thank you. A very good afternoon. After lunch, normally the tempo is, but I see a very excited audience here. You have given me a very interesting topic, disaster management. So recently, we attended the workshop by NDRF, that is the disaster risk reduction. That was at the Vigyan Bhavan, and Modi ji had inaugurated that workshop and the seminar. So if we see disaster risk reduction, I think drones will play a very major role. Basically for the pre-risk, I divide the whole disaster management into 3 categories. The pre-risk, I mean the before anything happens, so we can predict data, we can predict some disaster. Next phase is during the disaster, how we are going to help this, help ourselves with this, and after the disaster, what measures and what is the outcome. So recently we had, I think most of people know what happened in Joshimath. I think there was a landslide and there was a substance of the soil. We have a hydropower plant there. I mean, earlier I was working with NTPC, from where I've retired. So there is a hydro project, and so we were worried for the project also. So if you remember in 2021, there was a deluge and there was a huge, flood-related incident where more than 200 people lost their lives. So we are, the power of data is huge, like कहते हैं ना कि ऊपर वाला सब देख रहा है, I think drone सब देख रहा है या data सब देख रहा है. So the God is there in the data. My concept is, it's all the data from where we can predict what is going to happen and how we can prevent it. Correct. So we can, if we can create emergency alert systems from the data using AI and also the drone data, because from the glaciers, landslide, even we are working on some projects for the coastal erosion. We are working on those projects also. So what I'm saying is data for disaster management can be huge, and based on our AI engines, we can work a lot. Now the concept of recently, when we talk of net zero concept, net zero is basically, we have already national determined, commitments and NDCs there, and where we have said that we will go for, reduction in the carbon emissions and all. Carbon reduction के लिए हमारे सबसे ऊपर first priority आती है carbon sequestration through forest. So drones and AI data from the forest, we can do the carbon mapping. We can show the whole world how our carbon, mapping, or what is our carbon equity as on today as compared to the other countries, and how we are contributing to the, environment with respect to the, carbon equity or the carbon sequestration, or what we can say, how much, we are doing on the carbon. So these are some of the areas, but as on today, I would like to tell the august audience here, this AI-driven drone data, we are working on 25 verticals, right from, like morning I was telling you about the crop, health, crop growth. Similarly, we are working on, irrigation, rivers, river health. Many of the rivers are, dying, in our country. So because of the encroachments. So we are, working on the river, for, and, conservation of nature. Then we are working, even, we are working on the desert areas, how the, hot deserts, the wet deserts, or the, what you can say, the cold deserts. So these are some of the areas, and other areas are, of course, the conventional to hai hi, jaise aapke paas land and revenue hai, taxation hai, property taxation hai, then boundaries, I mean, yeah. So, and similarly, conservation mein aayenge to animal corridors, it's a huge area where, the drones can help, to conserve our wildlife. So I think the uses are endless, and what all data we are capturing and putting in our AI engine, and we are, जैसे उन्होंने बताया कि transmission line, you know, recently we are doing a work for you know, health monitoring of transmission lines, especially आप देखिए नॉर्थ ईस्ट है आपका, दिन रात आपके घर में जो बिजली आती है ट्रांसमिशन लाइन के हेल्दी होने से ही सही आएगी. So yeah, so we are doing, you know, we are with the power grid, we are doing you know, transmission line asset monitoring, you know, so that, you know, जो physically possible ही नहीं है man human beings, and it is a very safe way. So I think the it is a very it's a sunrise industry, drone industry, both for manufacturing, data driven, robotics, and next big industry what we are having is the, you know, sensors. So India is, you know, Indian future, our future in the drone industry is very, very bright, as I see, analyzing the data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your information. My next question is to Pradeep Bhai, that what is your perception about the data-driven point of view, and if you can just put some light on it.
First off, I would like to appreciate Anju madam and KSU team for this very energetic session. And उन्होंने एक साल में जितना कर दिखाया, वो शायद हमारी ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री ने मैडम एक दिन जो ड्रोन महोत्सव करके एक प्रोग्राम करना था, उसमें इतने सारे एक्सपर्ट को इकट्ठा करने में इतना चैलेंज हुआ था, वो आपने RPTO भी कर दिया, अभी आपने लैब भी अरेंज कर दिया, तो ये बहुत चैलेंजेबल वर्क है, तो ये इजी नहीं है. तो आई वुड अभी और उसके अलावा भी मैडम ने अभी ड्रोन मंत्रा का जो भी इनिशिएटिव लिया, दैट इज़ ऑल्सो वेरी यूजफुल फॉर द इंडस्ट्री एंड द स्टूडेंट्स. तो मैं स्टूडेंट्स को देख रहा हूँ, वो काफ़ी टाइम से बोर हो चुके हैं, तो मैं उनको काफ़ी लो लेवल तक ले जाके उनको ये एप्लीकेशन जो डेटा ड्रिवन की है वो बताना चाहता हूँ. थैंक यू वेरी मच. हाँ, ओके. फर्स्ट ऑफ आई वुड लाइक टू मेक प्राउडली एक चीज़ बोलना चाह रहा हूँ कि गुजरात में यूजिंग द डेटा ड्रिवन इंडिया के अंदर फर्स्ट टाइम इन द वर्ल्ड बोल रहा हूँ, इन द वर्ल्ड, इन द इंडिया, गुजरात में दातीवाड़ा में लोकस्ट अटैक हुआ था 2019 जब इंडिया में कोरोना चल रहा था, वो टाइम पे लोकस्ट अटैक हुआ था और गवर्नमेंट की 28 से भी ज़्यादा टीम उसके लोकेशन को ट्रैक करने के लिए पड़ी थी. तब वो टाइम पे गुजरात ने फर्स्ट टाइम इम्प्लीमेंट किया ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी को और दातीवाड़ा में के लोकस्ट को जो उसका लोकेशन है उसको ट्रैक किया. लोकेशन को ट्रैक करने के बाद उसको इमीडिएटली वहाँ पे कंट्रोल किया यूजिंग द ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी. दिस इज़ द फर्स्ट टाइम इन द वर्ल्ड इन द गुजरात. और वो पूरा जो टेक्नोलॉजी गुजरात में यूज़ हुआ है वो लंदन की CNA इंटरनेशनल ने उसको कैप्चर किया हुआ है. तो मैं पूरा एग्जांपल थ्रू उसको मैं एक एक करके मैं बताना चाहता हूँ. और अभी एग्रीकल्चर का हमारा सेशन हुआ, तो एग्रीकल्चर सेशन में डेटा इज़ वेरी यूज़फुल फॉर द फार्मर. उसका रीज़न है कि आज का जो फार्मर है वो क्या कर रहा है, 100 एकड़ लैंड है, तो वो पूरा 100 एकड़ में 1 एकड़ भी अगर उसका इंसेक्ट या फिर डिसीज होगा तो वो पूरे 100 एकड़ में वो स्प्रे कर देता है पेस्टिसाइड्स. अगर वो ड्रोन का डेटा यूज़ करके, यानी कि प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर का यूज़ करके, उसको अगर आइडेंटिफाई कर रहा है कि कितने एरिया में डिसीज है उसके बाद वो पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे करे, वो डेटा को ड्रोन में डाल के, तो उसको 1 या फिर 2 एकड़ में स्प्रे करना पड़ेगा, बाकी का जो एरिया है वो नेचुरल रहेगा. देन ड्रोन इज द वेरी यूजफुल फॉर द डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट दैट मैडम ने आपको अभी बताया. हाँ, मैं आपको जो भी एग्जाम्पल है स्टूडेंट्स, आपको मैं लाइव जो ड्रोन ने डेटा यूज़ करके क्या डिसीजन लिया और कैसे उसमें इम्प्लीमेंट किया. जैसे कि कोई भी जगह पे फायर होता है तो वो सिचुएशन बहुत पैनिक होता है, और मान लीजिए कि ये बैक ओके, तो ये फायर सिचुएशन में आप देख रहे हो कि जो फायर टीम है उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए आगे से ट्राई कर रही है, लेकिन इसका जो फायर का ओरिजिन है दैट इज़ द बैक साइड. तो ड्रोन के यूज़ करके आप थर्मल इमेज से उसके अंदर कोई मैन है नहीं, या फिर फायर का मैन ओरिजिन कौन सा है, वो डेटा को आप यूज़ करके फायर को आप कंट्रोल कर सकते हो. नेक्स्ट, जैसे कोई ऐसी सिचुएशन है जहाँ पे वाटर हैवी रेन हो गया, नेचुरल रेन, साइक्लोन हो गया, तो इसमें आप प्री एंड पोस्ट दोनों एसेस कर सकते हैं. तो प्री एंड पोस्ट में नेक्स्ट ओके, तो अभी की गवर्नमेंट में मान लीजिए कि प्री डेटा, यानी कि गवर्नमेंट ने कोई डिजास्टर होने से पहले डेटा कैप्चर करके रखा है, उसके बाद कोई डिजास्टर होता है तो वो गवर्नमेंट दोनों डेटा को कंपेयर करके जो भी क्लेमर है उसको रीएम्बर्समेंट कर सकता है, यानी कि उसको आइडेंटिफाई कर सकता है कि कितना डैमेज हुआ है. वैसे ही जैसे कि फ्लड आ गया तो कोई भी डैम है तो डैम ओवरफ्लो होने के बाद उसकी सर्टन हाइट रहती है, 600 फुट जो भी हाइट है, वो हाइट के बाद जितने भी विलेजेस में वाटर चला जाता है वो हाई लेवल पे डेटा एक बार कैप्चर कर लेते हैं. नेक्स्ट टाइम कभी भी फ्लड आता है तो गवर्नमेंट उसके डेटा पे डिसाइड करता है कि कितने गाँव में पानी गया होगा, क्योंकि नॉर्मली अभी जो प्रोसेस हो रही है उसमें गवर्नमेंट को किसी को सुन के या फिर किसी के डिसीजन पे उनको डिसीजन लेना पड़ता है. तो दैट इज़ द वेरी यूजफुल केस फॉर द पोस्ट डिजास्टर असेसमेंट. क्रॉप डैमेज असेसमेंट, तो जब हैवी रेन होता है, अभी गुजरात में काफ़ी मानसून चेंज हो गया, मानसून में प्रॉब्लम हुआ है, तो ये जो चेंजेस के बाद जैसे कि बारिश गिर गया, तो प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर में ये डेटा को यूज़ करके रिमोट सेंसिंग में सैटेलाइट से भी डेटा लग सकते हैं, लेकिन सैटेलाइट का एक डिसएडवांटेज है कि वो लो एक्यूरेसी रहता है एंड लॉन्ग इंटरवल के बाद रियल टाइम डेटा मिलता है. तो ड्रोन का जो डेटा है वो बहुत शॉर्ट टाइम में मिलता है, तो उसमें हम डैमेज असेसमेंट चेक कर सकते हैं. सर्वेलेंस सिक्योरिटी में गुजरात पुलिस ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से उसको यूज़ किया है लॉकडाउन में. जैसे कि मान लीजिए कि अपना गुजरात में जो लॉकडाउन था तो जो क्राउड गैदरिंग हो रहा था, तो 10 किलोमीटर का एरिया है, तो हर जगह पे व्हीकल ले जाके उसको वहाँ पे चेक करना और क्राउड है कि नहीं, फिर वहाँ पे कंट्रोल करना, दैट इज़ द वेरी बिग चैलेंज फॉर द गुजरात पुलिस. तो गुजरात पुलिस ने ये टाइम पे काफ़ी जगह पे ड्रोन यूज़ करके वहाँ पे कंट्रोल किया है. नेक्स्ट ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट में भी जो ड्रोन का डेटा है इज़ वेरी यूजफुल. इंदौर में जो आईफा हुआ था लास्ट टाइम, उसमें भी ड्रोन का डेटा यूज़ करके ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट को यूज़ किया गया था. नेक्स्ट, मैंने अभी आपको बताया कि प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर में क्रॉप हेल्थ डिसीज, उसकी डेंसिटी, प्लांट हाइट, वो सबके लिए भी उसको यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं. यस, जो लोकस्ट का मैंने आपको बताया, ये जितने भी सारे पिंक कलर के आपको दिख रहे हैं दैट ऑल आर दी लोकस्ट, जो तिड्डी बोलते हैं, तो पूरा क्रॉप्स को डैमेज करते हैं. तो उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए इंडिया में फर्स्ट टाइम ड्रोन डेटा को यूज़ करके लोकस्ट को कंट्रोल किया गया था. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Pradeep bhai. Any questions from the audience, please?
Excuse me, sir. My question is to you, sir. As you said that once we are collecting all the images, and then we need to take, from that images a decision. So are you taking that decision from processing all the images on a real time, or are you, getting that data or control from the cloud or edge, or how exactly it works? That I just
I
wanted to
think Anil
understand.
sir would be better person, or ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
थोड़ा सा डिटेल में नॉट मैं बेसिक बताती हूँ.
थोड़ा टाइम मैम
हाँ,
क्रूशियल
हाँ.
है, so this.
इसमें क्या करते हैं कि वी जस्ट सब ड्रोन जो पायलट होता है, जो भी एसेट के ऊपर आपने उड़ाया, ड्रोन उड़ाया, उसका इमेजरी एंड उसमें आपने उसका जो वीडियो कैप्चर किया, ठीक है, उसमें वेरियस सेंसर्स लगे होते हैं. अगर आपका नॉर्मल कैमरा हो सकता है, थर्मल कैमरा हो सकता है, हाइपर स्पेक्ट्रल कैमरा हो सकता है, या मतलब कोई और सेंसर डेटा, लीडार हो सकता है ना, हम लोग प्लांटेशन के लिए लीडार भी लगाते हैं. सो 4, 5, 6 तरह के सेंसर्स लगा हुआ डेटा जो कैप्चर हो जाता है, दैट वी सेंड व्हाट वी आर हैविंग अ ब्लू हॉक AI प्लेटफॉर्म. तो हम वो डेटा जो है प्लेटफॉर्म पे ले लेते हैं. उसमें जो ड्रोन नीचे से जो ड्रोन पायलट है उसका काम खत्म हो जाता है. So next comes the work of a AI or a digital and video processing, personnel. So abhi next set of skill is required is the digital and video processing.
So and my question is, I know that how image processing and everything is working, but I am just saying that can we, the technology, that drone itself can take a decision by real time monitoring the situations and taking a decision, kind of a research in that direction, if you can.
Okay, there I can give you. Now तो हमने ये data AI platform के करके report निकाल दिया. Okay, this is the one way. Another way is आजकल drones are coming with a virtual link. आप मतलब suppose you are sitting on your desk, है ना, नीचे बैठे हैं आप, और आपके पास virtual glasses हैं which are connected to the drone. So a person, suppose you want to have the first view as if you are traveling in the drone and seeing the data. So that is another, human and drone intervention. So that is another way. तीसरा है कि आपने जैसे मैंने आप बोल रहे हैं, यही real time में if we feed it to a AI engine, हो सकता है, आगे future में automatically real time में भी हमारे पास analysis या report आए. But उसमें latency कितनी होगी वो पता नहीं. So अभी तक यहाँ तक हम पहुँचे हैं.
Actually, I'm working on that research area. That's why I'm asking that.
Very nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, to answer your question, from my perspective, there are two things. When drone captures data decision making can be either location-based decision making or without location-based, right? If we want to make any decision making which is not considering any location-based decision making, then you can do it on edge computing, that is on the drone itself. For example, video. Now if you want to find out how many people are there, how many people are wearing helmet on a construction site, for example, then it can be done on real time there itself because it is not requiring any location services. Now, if you need to make a decision making on the data which requires location inside that, then we need to capture images. Those images must be geotagged. Then those should be processed. While processing, we remove their, you can say some extra part, and we do the perpendicular calculations so that we get the exact location. And once we have that orthomosaic, it is called as orthomosaic, right? Because here we are not doing processing or detection on normal images, but on orthomosaic. Then that has to be done on cloud. And on cloud, machine learning can be done better on cloud only. It cannot be done on edge. The reason is we need to keep continuous learning process of the machine learning, which can be done on cloud because where we have massive amount of data. So in nutshell, yes, on edge detection can be done, on cloud can be done. It needs to be understood what type of detection we want to do. Thank you.
Just to add to what that's a relevant question in the sense because when you talk about data driven, these things will come into the picture. please go and check out a software called eCognition, right? The person who invented MRI, so it's evolved from the same technology. What eCognition is an object-based image analysis tool. So basically it's looking at classification, etc., and what are the changes that are taking place. And you can create your own rule sets. It's got AI, machine, ML, etc., all the technology built in out there. You create the rule sets. You want to identify what, let's say, you do a property mapping, urban mapping, etc. You fly a drone. It can help you analyze what changes have taken place between the last flight and this thing automatically. Instead of going and physically, gone are the days we're going to sit down and do a one-year project. We're trying to physically find out what changes have taken place in the city. Next to impossible. The data becomes already obsolete by the time you analyze it. So these tools become important so that you can do real time, requires a tremendous amount of computing power. It depends on how you can create the rule sets. Otherwise, you can go in and create rule sets which near real time, pretty quick enough. If the rule sets are created properly, it can give you a change analysis, etc. I'm sure that check it out. There are a lot of wonderful tool sets, etc. already created. We encourage people to create their own new tool sets. And there's a community also which shares the rule sets across the world.
I hope that serves your answer, a question. And just one last question.
Hello everyone, I am Aniket Tripathi from National Forensic Sciences University. I have worked briefly on drone forensics and anti-drone systems. So my question is that we have discussed all the kinds of drone applications and useful applications of the drone. But what is unanimously common among all of these aspects is security regarding the drones. Be it in the field of security in terms of mechanics, since flight control and flight stability, all of those aspects, the software which we use to monitor, or be it in the part of data, that data is being collected or in the transit of data and pre-processing and processing of data. So what I want to ask the panel is, like, what are the security measures and compliances that we are taking use of, and also if there are some challenges regarding that security, so that if the industry or government is facing some challenges regarding security, you can share it with us and maybe we can try to solve it as the people from security background.
Yeah. So I think I can answer this question from security perspective. DGC has come up with the regulation, and that has included security at a very deep level. As per the QCI guidelines, the drone the drone firmware must be signed using digital signatures, DSC keys, which requires private key and public key. So in this case, as per the law, the public key should be inside the drone and the private key should be at the update server. So whenever any update is happening for the firmware, that time both should be exchanged and then only it should be updated. So that kind of law which we have right now, and all these type certifications are being done according to that. So that provides the highest level of security because it does that encryption and decryption. From data perspective, yes, once data is collected, now there are many large organizations who are very concerned from data security perspective. So once data is collected, either the collection should be done while in securing environment. For example, the drone pilot should be having restricted access of the site while capturing the data, and he should not have the access of the data. And from the platform or the GCS software from where he is capturing, there should be provision to directly upload the data to the cloud platform. And at cloud platform, the security compliance like ISO 27001 should be implemented so that all security procedures which are defined by ISO 27001 or MAT guideline, Ministry of Information and Technology, they should be followed so the data can be secured. However, for you to work, there are a lot of things available to work. For example, right now, people are struggling in India to have better communication or secure communication between drone data to the GCS, and second, drone to cloud. So that is the area which is now open where we can work together. Thank you.
Definitely, sir.
Thank
Thanks
you
a
so
lot.
much. And I would like to end it here. And if you have any questions, you can just ask offline to related authorities. And just take
if
it
you
forward.
allow me, I'll just show one slide where I've listed all the sectors where data-driven drone application. Yeah.
Is that your presentation?
Yeah, it's not there. Okay, I mean, slides are not. Yeah. I want to go to the last slide actually.
Final, they want
last slide.
Last
yeah.
slide, please.
Yeah.
Whoops. Just a moment.
Yeah. Actually, just I wanted to show these are the, for the, benefit of the students. I'm just showing that there are, more than 25 verticals, and har ek mein, each sector, there are sub-sectors also where we can have a AI-driven, use case applications. So there's a huge scope for the students to work on all these sectors, So literally हम मतलब industry का हर कोना touch कर रहे हैं यहाँ through drone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for sharing the insights. And thank you, panelists, for sharing all the information you had with our august audience over here. And we'll request Dr. Anjushma ma'am to kindly hand over the mementos to all the panelists, please. We'll request all the panelists and madam to join for a photo op, please. Madam. Yes. Thank you, everyone on the panel today. Okay. Yeah, it's for 20. So, okay. We're just breaking over here for 10 minutes, just a tea break, so you can be more fresh for the next panel discussion, which is on technology development, trends and opportunities for industry, academia, collaboration. So come back as soon as you can. Thank you. Academia collaboration. And the chairperson for the panel discussion is Major General C.S. Maan, Additional Director General, Army Design Bureau. Can we have a big round of applause for sir? We welcome you in the dais, sir. We have Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, Dean, SOCS, NDF, NFSU, Gujarat. We welcome you, sir. We also have Professor Dr. Sarang Pandey, Dean, Marwadi University. We welcome you, sir, on the dais for the panel discussion. We have with us Shri Sai Patabiram, Managing Director, Zupa Geo Nave Technology. Welcome, sir. And we have Shri Sai Raj Baila, Solutions and Products Lead, Crystal Ball, as a moderator for this panel discussion. We welcome you all. The reporter of this session is Dr. Archana Nigam, and I would request her to kindly welcome everyone with a book. Thank you. I would now request moderator Shri Sairaj Baila, Solutions and Products Lead, Crystal Ball to take over. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. A warm welcome to everyone present here. First, we'll be proceeding with the presentation by Major General C.S. Man, sir. Please.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And at the outset, I would like to thank Kaushalya, the Skill University, School of Drones, for having invited me over here, giving me this opportunity, and also would like to congratulate them for holding such an event of great importance in today's technology, application, everything. And since I am the only person in uniform over here, all the more reason for me to take pride in it. And also I was wondering that, thank you. When I saw this topic, we are talking of industry-academia collaboration. I said, what do I have to do in this? I'm neither industry nor academia. But then yes, maybe by the end of my presentation, we'll all get the answer to this, that why should I be here? Now, starting with, why am I here? I had an organization called as Army Design Bureau. And if you notice here on the slide, it's written connecting capabilities. Connecting whose capabilities? This is what I am supposed to be, a single point interface on behalf of the Indian Army with academia, industry, with all the R&D organizations, and various others what you see over here, including DRDO. And the kind of things we do, I'll not go into the details of all these because the time is very less. But basically, anything to do, the purpose is anything to do which can facilitate an induction of niche technologies into the Indian Army. That's what our job is. And it includes guiding everyone, and how we do it towards the end, I'll just cover very, very briefly. Okay. Now, coming on to the first part of the presentation, there's a technology development trends in drones. The first thing is about the autonomous drone operations. We all know it, what it implies. Basically, so far as, and I'll be talking more about, specific to the military part of it, and keeping it very, very less to otherwise the general, only except for the places where it is related to dual use. I'll give you more of the military perspective. So far as the capabilities are concerned in this autonomous drone operations, it is the obstacle avoidance which we which are provided in it, the autonomous navigation, intelligent decision making which it leads to, and the potential which it actually provides is the improved safety and increased efficiency with applications in different industry, including transportation, delivery, inspection. The second major trend is so far as the advanced sensors are concerned. Now, this is something very important for us. Some mentions came even in the previous discussion also about LiDAR, thermal imaging, multispectral cameras. And with that, so far the capabilities are concerned, what we are going to get is more details about whatever it is observing, and also more accurate. Now, how is it related to the applications? In our case, it's something very, very important. That is where the object detection, and related to that, again, something which was mentioned in the previous session, is the change detection with the application of AI to this object detection. The second important thing in this is the precise targeting. That's something very important for us. So that that particular munition, whether missile or anything that can actually hit the target at the correct place. That is where the advanced sensors can really help us a lot. And after having hit, it's again more important to assess as to what has been the post-strike damage assessment, so that whether we need to hit it again or not. Do we need to visit the target again or not? That's how a major decision with the help of good advanced sensors we can get. Now, some of the dual use technologies, AI and ML, quite a bit has been spoken in the previous session. I'll not talk about it. Communications. Now, this is where we require real-time data transfer between the drone and the ground station. That's very important for us. In military, for us, I'll say every second is important. Because if the target is not engaged at the right time during actual operations, then we miss the opportunity. And for this, all the latest means of communications, may it be 5G, satellite, mesh networks, that is what are required to be used. Energy efficiency, important because we are looking at longer duration of endurance and longer ranges. And for that, that is what the challenge lies in improving the battery technology, reducing its weight, and the efficient propulsion systems also. Now, urban air mobility, though more related to the urban part of it, but how I look at it is, if you look at all these various applications listed over here, may it be the passenger drones, the delivery drones, or air taxis, the same concept actually can be of great use to us in our inaccessible remote areas, in our field areas. A similar thing actually, while over here it is for the urban purpose, but the same purpose actually can be served for us over there because of the accessibility which it will provide to those locations. Edge computing, again something spoken about in the previous session, so I'll not go into it. Very important for us. That is where if you connect that with the second part of it, the communications part of it, actually if you're able to get that edge computing, the decision making is that much faster. Okay. Now specifically the military specific requirements. I'll list only 3 of them here primarily. One is stealth, very important. While we are talking of drones, at the same time, in military, it's always a technology and a counter technology to it. It's always a race between the ammunition and the protection against it, the armor against it. Okay? It's like that. Similarly, here it is drones and counter drones. It's a race between the two. So therefore, while we are talking of drones, similarly, there are so many counter drone technologies coming up. So the challenge lies where? Challenge lies in miniaturization. So that we can have the smallest radar cross section. So its detectability itself, that is the first step in targeting. The detectability itself goes down. Advanced materials, so that sensors like TI and all can be that much less effective. Avionics, of course, again related to its maneuverability, so that even if detected, thereafter it can still should be able to maneuver to an extent to be able to actually bypass the threat. Protective measures, anti-jamming, because that is a counter to the functioning of the drones, anti-jamming, anti-spoofing, and also operating in a GPS-denied environment. So these are the major challenges for actually protective measures which need to be incorporated into the military drones. Okay. And lastly is the EMI EMC compliance. Because you see, in the battlefield, most of the weapon systems which are operating are because of that large amount of EM spectrum being used in that. So it shouldn't happen that these drones which are operating, they are causing interference, that electromagnetic interference to our own systems. So that can be actually very disastrous for our other systems. And also at the same time, rather they should be compatible with it. So that is how this EMI EMC compatibility comes in, where there are different military standards, 461 Echo, 461 Charlie and others, as applicable to different kinds of equipment, which should be actually taken care of right from the designing stage itself. Now I come on to the collaboration. First thing is that why collaboration? I think isn't it something very obvious? Why are we even talking about it, the collaboration? But I'll give you the military perspective of it. You see, traditionally, what has been happening is that it's the military needs which have been driving the innovations. And based on those innovations, the industry used to actually produce that kind of equipment. Whereas now, say over the last about 2 decades or more than that, what has happened is that the pace of change of technology has become much faster, and especially with respect to the disruptive technologies. As a result, what's happening is the innovations are being done by academia, being developed further, produced by industry. And the militaries are adapting to existing technologies and systems. And drone is the most important, the most relevant example in this case. But drones, actually, initially when they started getting developed, they were not really for the military purpose, and the people started actually, later on started utilizing them for this. But then can this process be so linear and only one-sided? No. That is where we come in. So what is required is to guide the innovations by the academia so that they're able to innovate those which are actually meeting our requirements. Because military requirements are different. What we need is they need to understand that. And that is where I say that collaboration should be industry, academia, and I'll say especially military. May not use the word as user, because otherwise in commercial world, both industry and academia are part of the user. But here, it is otherwise. The military is not part of the military is a different user, and they're not part of the academia or the industry. So that is how our actually role comes in, wherein that our collaboration has to be actually with us also, with the user. Okay. And just for your information, look at the amount of the quantum of, say, business available. Okay. We have drones in various categories, and we have procured a large amount of them, including loiter munition, and also the swarm drones. In last 2 years, worth about rupees 2,850 crores of business has got created in the Indian market. And this is most of it, where the contracts have been signed, and in some cases, the deliveries are yet to take place, and in some cases have already taken place. So that is the kind of market when it has just started, and there's a long way to go. And for your information, at present, there are various R&D and D&D projects going on, again under different categories. For example, shown over here, RPAVs, long endurance aerial surveillance platform. We are looking at autonomous surveillance and destruction swarms. And they're different for different areas. Different for high altitude areas, different for deserts and plains. Because challenges of high altitude areas are totally different. And that actually brings me to the point in the red, that drones for carriage of stores in high altitude area. This is one big challenge. We have not been able to get it from the industry. And let me tell you, it's only our battlefield, the highest battlefield in the world, which has got those kind of peculiarities. Obviously, nobody in the world will be able to understand that kind of requirement and come out with the technology. It is our Indian industry, it's our Indian academia, which has to come out with the solution to our requirements. And this is a challenge. We have tried many of them. And in fact, during our emergency procurement, we had even lowered our requirements to quite a bit. There were 4 different cases we had put into 4 different categories. But finally, out of them, only one could succeed in one of the categories, just about meeting our requirement. And that is where the challenge lies. Then others, someone even in the previous session mentioned about the mine detection. That's why we're looking at it in battlefield application of drone-based mine detection and diffusion system. Not only detection, but diffusion also. Tethered drones, applying AI to it, drone feed analysis, and the quadcopter-based gamma spectroscopy system. This is basically against the nuclear warfare. Okay. And then, like I mentioned, drones and counter drones. So there are various things in counter drone. We're looking at soft kill, hard kill, and even a hybrid, including both of them. Okay. In various configurations, maybe by just a single person, or even bigger systems which are vehicle mounted. Okay. And we are following multiple routes in this. What these routes are, I'll just talk about them a little later. And that's where the market actually for defense drones lies. As per a study, nearly about 1.8 lakh crores of aggregate domestic manufacturing potential. Okay. And across basically defense, commercial, homeland security, and counter UAV. And in this, so far as the army is concerned, we are more into tactical and the smaller versions of drones, whereas when we look at Air Force and Navy, the requirement is more of the strategic drones. Strategic drones were, if you remember the previous slide, more than 100 kilometers of range. Okay. Now, if you notice here, mentioned in the red that 1.8 lakh crore market is for drone indigenization projects. Why indigenization? That's the question which comes. specifically from the military point of view. While Atmanirbharta, that's our bigger target, but specifically for military. Why military indigenization? You see, in the present drones, there are many imported critical subsystems. As a result, what can happen? It's actually a security hazard, because there's a capability to tamper with them wherever these critical subsystems are there. It can even enable spying also in real time. So therefore, actually whatever we are doing can be known to him. So before we actually take some other measure, he can have a counter to it. And concealed physical and digital payloads like malware, which could be activated at will and causing injury, damage, or even sabotaging the missions. And also we are aware of some of the critical components and some incidents where that they have been actually of major concern. So that is why it's very important that in our defense grade drones, we have our indigenous components. Now, although you all must be aware of this, what are the various key components, but the major things, so far the defense part is concerned, is about the various kinds of radars. For example, the synthetic aperture radar, the missile electronics assembly, missiles which it has to carry, the navigation system, because now we're looking at only NAVIC and nothing else. So these are basically the major components which are differences from any other normal commercial drones. But now if we see the imported components, what's shown over here in red are these imported components. So therefore, the collaboration, first collaboration required is for indigenization of these. And as we propose, the immediate ones which are doable in a faster time frame maybe are these three over here: battery, airframe, and the motors. And the second lot in a little longer term, because they are all basically chip oblique sensor dependent. And we know it, we have our limitations in this regard. So therefore, maybe in a little later time frame, we can even look at these aspects also. And also there's tremendous opportunity on all these 5 fields listed over here. Okay. And so far as industry academia collaboration is concerned, we need to develop standards to drones. Again, we have spoken about it in the previous session also. I'll not go into it. And also testing and validation of drones. Something very, very important, specifically for the military, because it undergoes through very rigorous testing before inducting any equipment. Okay. Now, how can Army Design Bureau help? That's where collaboration, the third part which I mentioned. Now, when we interact with various people, and even amongst you, many of you sitting here, will fall into one of these 4 categories listed over here. There are many who want to do something, but don't know what to do. There are some who have some idea, some concept, but don't know whether it will be actually acceptable, whether it is actually plausible, possible or not. There are some who have some technology available already, and there are some who are ready with some product, and they want that, they are sure that, or they are confident that yes, this product will be acceptable. So we guide all these 4 different categories of people through various means. And what are those means? Is like this one, the compendium of our problem definition statement. This is one we have just recently released on 15th of February. It contains 110 problem statements related to across all the domains as applicable to military. It does have some problem statements about the unmanned aerial systems as well as the counter systems also to it. So maybe you can look at it. But then having seen that problem statement, many of you, rather most of you, except the Northern India part, people even don't realize as to what are the kind of battlefield challenges over there. So therefore, what are the kind of equipment required to be developed? Now for that, what we are doing is the forward area tours for the academy and industry, where we can take you to those areas, make you spend over there 5-7 days, practically feel it, what are the kind of challenges of the environment over there, so that you are able to factor those when you are designing the equipment. Okay. Then once you start designing, before you actually offer it to us, your internal evaluations which you want to carry out, because obviously if you are making something for the high altitude area, you can ideally actually check it only in the high altitude area and not over here. The results will be totally different, checking them over here in plains vis-a-vis in high altitude. We facilitate that also. We give you the ranges, we make you available, you interact with the units, rather they will suggest you certain things, maybe that if you are able to do cater for this much also, maybe it will be actually more acceptable to us, we'll be able to meet our requirement more. So that's how that collaboration thing again comes in. Then is the no cost, no commitment demos. Just to show you a glimpse of it, that when you have a product ready, you offer it to us for no cost, no commitment. While we do not have any procurement case going on, when we realize that yes, this equipment is acceptable to us, is actually required by us, we go in for its procurement. During our last emergency procurements, worth about 1400 crore of equipment listed over here is the one which we have procured. And there are about 17 odd new ones which we are now procuring in the present undergoing emergency procurement 4. We had launched this event, Him Dronathon, specifically for the high altitude area challenge. We got quite good responses, nearly 100 of them, and we are shortlisted based on the technical inputs given. Unfortunately, people who finally reached over there due to various reasons were very less. And just about 2 or 3 solutions which could actually meet somewhere nearing meeting our requirement in that which came up. That's why I'm insisting again and again, the challenge in military lies on making the drones for high altitude areas. Okay. And finally, having gone through all this process, we find out what is the ideal route available for you, whether it is requiring an R&D or D&D, or we can go in straight for the procurement part of it. And for that, there are different routes, you all must be already aware, catering right from the individual startups up to the DRDO, funding available from 1.5 crore to 250 crore, which we can facilitate. And these are the various routes in IDEX, 1.5 to 10 crore for MSMEs and startups. And similarly, under ATB with academia, with the private industry, that is our Army Technology Board. ATB stands for Army Technology Board. And then in the TDF, which also most of you must be aware of it. As a result of it, as of today, I am handling nearly 178 projects worth 110,000 crores. So this is the kind of, I mean, it's not only drones, of course, it's the entire spectrum of our, whatever we require. And other industry facilitation, which we do, for example, we conducted a swarm drone search, and we conducted a demo, and within 28 days of having seen that demo, the contract was signed. 2 contracts signed worth 218 crores. So that is the pace when we look at find something of use to us, immediately required by us, then exploiting the various options available, we are able to do that. And wherever required, some in-service equipment required, we can even offer you that also. And finally, before I finish, I know it's been a little long, I'm sorry, but I thought it would be a good opportunity for everyone to know, since I'm the only one who's going to be speaking about it. Rest everybody in the whole day has been speaking generally on a little bit of common topics. Finally, you can contact us, reach us. I have separate sections for academia, separate for industry, separate for DRDO, things like that. Send us your proposals, maybe under any of those categories, and then we will find the way forward. Jai.
Thank you, sir. That's a wonderful presentation. Very insightful, I must say. So my next question is to Dr. Naveen Kumar Chowdhury. Given the sensitive nature of incident response and threat intelligence gathering, what measures should be taken to ensure the protection of privacy and civil liberties? And how can industry and academia work together to establish ethical guidelines for the use of drones in these activities?
Okay, there are few things, there are 2 questions primarily. One is related to the incident response, yes, and the second is related to the privacy breach. Am I right? Okay. So incident response, one important issue in the drone R&D is how to identify friend or foe. If you look at the drone, it is an aerial platform that gives you advantage of height, and that is how it has found its way in the military domain, security domain. It all started with intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Thereafter, they realized that it can also carry a payload. That payload can be useful for the societal purpose, or it can be useful for the military or the security purpose. Now, the major problem is that if you look at the other outer space objects like satellite and all, they have a matured space surveillance system. Why we have not been able to realize a space similar kind of system, a real-time surveillance system in drone, because we don't have any proven model to identify friend or foe. Now, the drone policy has come in 2021. If you look at the drone policy, it is more open, not restrictive as it was when it was released earlier version. Primarily, it is focusing on making the India a manufacturing hub of the drone by 2030. But there are certain things, there are gaps which need to be addressed. It doesn't talk about drone investigations, surveillance. It doesn't talk about drone forensics. And for the, one important factor which I want to highlight, if you really want to give a impetus to the drone manufacturing, if you want to take a lead, it is very, very important that we should do what the P5 nations have done, where they have taken a lead. They have taken a lead by achieving a military-grade drone. Because the moment you have a military-grade drone, you have got the drone which is of a higher quality in terms of technology, and then it is a dual-edge, technology, and you can use it for the societal purpose also. Now, India has all the capabilities to do so, primarily 2-3 reasons. First, we have STEM graduates, more than 12 lakh boys, 10.5 lakh girls. They can be oriented into this specialized stream of drone technology. Then you have your own GNSS system. Your avionics industry has matured. So only the bit and pieces need to be put together to have this kind of military grade kind of drone. And when we talk about a military grade kind of drone, then the most important thing is that detection is very, very important. Now you know that what happened last year when the drone came and they targeted one of the airfield in Jammu Satwari, and they dropped twice the explosive, one on the rooftop and another in the open area, and it went back undetected. Now what the kind of term which is being used is terrorist drones. So now there is a requirement that you should, like, I'll just give you example what is happening on a research front to have a very robust kind of model for incidenting the drone, detecting the drone incidents, that you need to have a multiple sensor. I'll just give you an example that you need to have an electro-optical sensor, but electro-optical sensor has a limitation of all weather. So you can go for a IR sensor or you can go for other sensors. Then you can have a robust audio library. You have got a robust RF signature, and then you have to integrate all them as an aggregator. You have to design an aggregator. Our students are doing in the university. And then you should have a robust database and then apply artificial intelligence and ML. And that is how you can detect the drone in the, on our hostile borders in the border area. One more thing, that Interpol has recently released one document last year that if there's any drone incident, how to handle it. Earlier there was no formal document. So even any drone incident happens, how to handle that drone incident. Because you see that what happens, that border police and the army sometimes, they sight the drone, but they don't know what to do with that drone. In the Taran Taran district of the Punjab, drone came 6 to 9 times. It dropped contraband. It smuggled the arms and ammunition in our own territory. People saw it and it went back. Okay, so we are talking about soft kill. We are talking about hard kill. Then we are also talking about that, how we can target. Jammer is not a good solution, because what happened, the moment America, they implemented a 5G kind of technology, Air India flight could not land in New York, because it disturbs the spectrum harmony. And when you go to the border areas and all, so they have their own communication systems, the defense forces, the police, they have their combat net radio and other communication systems. So when you deploy the jammer, so they affect the harmony of the entire spectrum and the communication is affected. So what we need to have a more matured, something which we call it in a, in a security parlance, sensor to shooter kind of concept. That if your model should be such a robust, if you are able to detect it is friendly, let it go. If it is not friendly, it is foe, then your algorithm has to be robust, it should detect, and then your system has to engage it. Let it be a soft kill or let it be a hard kill. Okay, so whatever the model you are going to use for the soft kill and hard kill, but then it should orient towards that, hostile target, and it should negate that target. So that kind of, model we need, and we are working on this. Because the world is collaborative world now, and problems may be at a domestic level, but thinking has to be at a global level. So one thing is that we should have an idea at a domestic level, but a collaboration should be at an international level. In this direction, we have done a collaboration with VTO Labs that is working a VTO drone labs. So we are working on this. Then we also have collaborated with Florida International University, and they have got a research grant by US Army, $30 million. Our university is part of it. I am also part of that project. And one of the area where we are working is how to address this issue and drone forensics and investigation, and working a workforce for that. So keeping that in mind, 2 years back, we introduced one subject in our MTech program. So this question is very good, but then this cannot be solved all alone by the industry. A lot of academic mind is required. For example, a lot of questions were asked that how AI/ML can be used in a drone. I'll just give you 2-3 examples where the research work is going on. These military-grade drones, when they come, so they are now targeted by the anti-drone system. Either they want to target their GPS receivers. So they're coming with a multiple GNSS receiver on board. So the moment you target the GNSS receiver, GPS receiver, it will switch on to either GLONASS, BIDO, or some other, there are 4 or 5 GNSS systems which are working now across the world, so they will switch over to the another system. And that is onboard intelligence that is embedded in the drone. Okay, so now this is a good research topic where your AI/ML, expertise can be used. Now you also know that the ISIS and some of the terrorist outfits, they have their own drone units. And what they specialize in, they buy the drones from the e-commerce website or through illegal means, and they customize those drones. Those drones carry the explosive. These people are trained, and it target the specific area, whatever they want to target. Now, how to detect whether the drone is customized or not? Okay, because if you see what happened in September 2019, 10 drones from Yemen flew to Saudi Arabia, and then it targeted one of the biggest oil refinery company, Aramco, and it hit that plant and 2 of the oil refineries. And what was the aftermath repercussion? The oil prices across the world shot up. They are the second largest importer of oil to India. Next day in India, oil price shot up to 5 rupees. Okay, and only 2/3 of the plant was damaged. So drone can't be underestimated. Drone is a very potent kind of, because it's a aerial object. And if the moment you put some explosive and all as a payload, it can do the damage which you can't even imagine. So now AI can be used, wherein you can have a data set of the normal drone and then a customized drone. So it can detect that. So this is another area where artificial intelligence can be used. And for breaching privacy, you need to have a techno-legal framework. Okay. Now I got one drone from UP. Some police officer called me up that we have got a drone, and it has been intercepted because it was supplying the contraband. So now they got the drone, but they had no idea how to investigate that drone. Now they found that इस drone में तो कैमरा भी बहुत कुछ है, इन्होंने फोटो भी लिया होगा, ये सब भी लिया होगा. They had no clue. I said, okay, find you whether that drone is, don't switch it on. If it is off, let it remain off, because I didn't want any log to be disturbed, and send that drone immediately to us. So the moment the drone came immediately to us, what we did, we took out the micro SD card from the drone, and then we created the entire flight path profile of that drone. And we told them, look, this drone took up from this area at this time, and you go in that area, send your policeman, and you have your local intelligence, who was the person on this date, he flew the drone. Okay, so they sent their local people, and they found out, and they could find out that there were some people, they were flying the drone. But at the same time, you need to have a robust legal framework to address the privacy issue. So that's why I say that drone regulation has to be made more robust in terms of investigation, forensics, and even privacy violation. So that gap need to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naveen Kumar Chowdhury. That's a wonderful response from you. Next, moving on to the next panelist. My next question is to Professor Sarang Pandey. As you are an expert in the field of additive manufacturing, what are some of the emerging trends and opportunities for this technology in industry and academia?
First of all, I would like to thank Anju Sharma madam, to call Marwadi University in the panelists, as well as I would like to thank Dr. Mistry, Dr. Chintan Patel, and I would especially like to thank Dr. Chintan Patel for making me comfortable asking this question about additive manufacturing. In fact, I'm not the expert of the drone technology. I think everybody sitting in this hall would agree that the drones have enhanced the way we live and work. The academia is dependent totally on the collaborations that are going to be established with the industry. And Dr. Major General C.S. Mann has given a lot of problem definitions that I can convey it to the researchers of Marwadi University. Those can be worked on. From the additive manufacturing point of perspective, I would like to add here that the design for additive manufacturing, we are working on the structure of the drones. We are working on the topological optimization with the help of which we will be able to reduce the weight of the drone, by virtue of which we will be able to reduce the power requirement of the drone. So the structure that can be manufactured with a certain kind of material which is able to sustain various, depending upon the application requirement, whether it will be able to sustain sub-zero temperatures or whether it will be able to sustain the fire locations. So depending upon that, the material requirement can be judged, and with the material properties, we are able to design the topologically optimized design, and maybe we are able to get the optimal structure of the drone. So such kind of projects are being conducted at Marwadi University. Initially at the Marwadi University, the skill development about the students, the drone group was established, which was basically a toy type of drones were being used by the students, and within that they were able to take the photographs, and they were facing the problems like the vibrations used to come while capturing the photographs and the images. So from the additive manufacturing point of perspective, how to reduce those vibrations coming in, like how to reduce the natural frequency, how to adjust with the natural frequency of the structure, what should be the measures that can be taken into account. The disturbing forces are coming all from the 4 motors that are mounted on the structure. So right from 0 to the maximum frequency of vibration, what are the different modes of vibrations are coming into picture, and with that, with those vibrations, the disturbances in the photograph and the video are coming. So to nullify that, the work is also being carried out. In addition to that, there are several people who are working apart from the additive manufacturing, like working on the applications of drone in the field of agriculture, plant disease monitoring, etc.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sarang Pandey. That's a wonderful response. So next question is to our next panelist, Shri Sai Pattabhiram. In the interest of the time, we would like to wrap it up a little faster as we are running late. So my question to you, sir, is how can industry-academia collaboration help for India to become a global drone hub by 2030?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks a lot for the visit and calling me here. And I think, as usual is the case, we come to the industry part of it a little later in the So we got used to kind of keeping it short. So Sai, you can be rest assured we'll keep it short. Okay, now coming down to the question that you're mentioning, I think there is only one area which requires to be addressed as far as the industry academia gap is concerned. And the reason I say this is because from our experience, one thing we've realized is that India, the industry per se, works at a different pace in terms of product development, in terms of R&D, in terms of application development. And that is driven by commercial reasons. So we try to keep it as fast as possible. But the other side of it, as General Mann was saying, there was some, you have some programs for the academic side of it. Now I think there, because of the fact that, they're used to a lot different way of working. And because of the fact that they are used to, working with grants, where the commercial angle and the final getting to the market angle is not really as important as, it is for a company to get to the market point. The pace becomes different. And I think one of the things that needs to be addressed there is to, a suggestion is basically to maybe put a timeline and say that whether it is industry or whether it is academia, you got to deliver what you have to deliver within a particular time frame. And I think that is something that will definitely change the way, the R&D, goes about. And just to give you an example, I'll take the case of our own company, where we've been supported by, TIFAC, and we have developed the autopilot in India. And this was way back in 2015. And in 2014, when the drone ban came into effect, we had a product, but we didn't have a market. So we started expanding it to other areas. Now, just to give you an idea of this, now to develop the entire autopilot, it wasn't so much about money, because I don't think we spent more than about 30-40 lakhs to do it. But there have been autopilot projects within the Indian ecosystem which have run into crores and still not got to the end of it. So I think these are certain things that needs to be, looked into. And I think, there needs to be the industry and academia collaboration, we say, is very important and very, essential at this stage, as General Mann was also mentioning, because there is a feedback system that has to go through, and industry is a way of hastening it up, and academia has got a lot of knowledge to add to it. And both need to understand that we need to get to these, with these huge business opportunities and the figures that Sir had talked about, we need to work towards getting there and getting there fast. And I think that's one takeaway that I would definitely say today, is that there needs to be some mechanism by which these differing speeds to reach the objective need to be addressed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sai ji. So next we move to the question and answers, if any from the audience. Oh, sorry. Sir, we would like you to speak a few words about industry academia collaboration.
Let me to introduce myself. Ma'am, I will do it. So, thank you. So first of all, I apologize. I made it late, so I have to introduce myself. So myself, Hiranmay, I can take a privilege of being mentored by Anju ma'am, and presently I lead the Gujarat government initiative called iHub. Thank you, ma'am, for having me here and such a elite panel. Actually, we do a lot of innovation, but I didn't know that the moderator has to become a speaker. That's the biggest innovation I do today. I was given the task of being the moderator of today's session, but then I got late. So a couple of things that I wanted to highlight in this context. Any guess in the audience who in India would be holding the highest patents on drones? Which company in Indian Patent Office would be holding highest patents? Any guess? Just guess. A lot of young people here. Anybody? I can give you a little clue. A defense company, consumer company, internet company. What do you think? Guess. Hers, you want to speak something? Yeah. Sorry? No. Any guess? Which company in Indian Patent Office holds the highest patents? A consumer company, an internet company, a marketplace company, or a defense company? So it has to be, right? That way, it looks like. But will you be surprised if I say the highest amount of patents have been given to a company called Amazon for drone concept and drone delivery in Indian Patent Office? 573 patents. This is exactly the point I'm trying to highlight here. See, when you talk about how do we create the market here, so there are between 2002 to 2022, total 7,000 patents got filed. And many of them got filed, apart from the leading 5 companies, LG, Boeing and others. The rest patents went to companies which are not normally aviation companies or drone tech companies, right? So that means there is a chunk of knowledge and chunk of market being created in the periphery of the technology, and a lot of smart players are protecting them. And this is not something that I read. 2 of the startups which, thanks to Anju ma'am in the drone incubator here, they came to me and they told me, sir, do you know, this is how exactly the knowledge economy of drone works out. So I told, I don't know. Then they told me another thing, and which was very surprising for me. Then he told me, sir, do you know how the technology development of drone is influenced in our nation? I told, I'm not sure. They told me, sir, there is a very simple thing called money changing mind and mind changing money theory. I told, what's that? It says that in many of the developing startup ecosystems like India, the entrepreneur look to the investor psyche. Okay. So what is happening in many of the technology core in the startup ecosystem is the way the foreign venture capital dictates you, even the Indian funds dictate themselves, and even the startup ecosystem align it accordingly. That means if there is a global phenomenon of supporting certain technology patents in drone, even the Indian venture capital follow them. This is called pattern A matching pattern B, and suddenly our innovators start looking into that domain without knowing whether that is an area where we should be prioritizing our research, innovation, or entrepreneurship or not. So this was something eye-opening for us. And when I met these young people, I told, what's next? And they told, sir, again, the third surprising thing in the picture is, if you look at all the patents that have been filed by the academia in India, and the patents trained that the technology companies in India are using, there is absolutely very lesser correlation between these two curves. That means the technology that the startups and the industries are using and in the trajectory curve of patent citation of Indian Patent Office or from academia doesn't intersect. That means somehow the need or want is not meeting with the pipeline that we are trying to create. This is a very important thing. I'm sure Navinji and others, experts will appreciate this fact that as an university or as an academic system, we need to also create a vector approach of in which direction we need to motivate our people to work in this technology domain. Otherwise, it will be like fogging somewhere else and fighting somewhere else. And this is a very, very important thing. I just want to tell you a small story, if you give me liberty. In 1939, a similar situation arose in the Bay Area. And at that time, Franklin D. Roosevelt, suddenly he thought to address the topic that this panel has been given to address, called how industry academia can come together. And the beauty is, the topic at that time was not industry academia covered for civilian application, but the problem statement was, can we solve the application of defense and strategic warfare, because World War was at the peak of happening, and they told, can industry academia integrate to ensure that we have a strategic advantage as a nation, United States, in the warfare in the World War II. And you might be surprised to know they didn't invite the defense companies, they didn't invite anybody in the public labs, they invite presidents of 45 universities, okay? Stanford was there, MIT was there, Caltech was there, Berkeley was there, all came together. And like ma'am has been doing to give funds to various universities and others, the president office decided which university to get what amount of money to develop technology in this space of, particularly in the space of drones and aerospace. Can anybody guess which was the university who got the maximum grant? Again, I'm posing some questions. Sorry? MIT? Any guess out of $400 million in 1939, how much money they might have got? Any guess? $400 million in 1939. What amount of money they could have been got? $87 million. Next was Caltech, $80 million. Harvard, $30 million. And can you guess which was the university which was given the least grant for developing technology in this domain? Guess? Sorry? Stanford University. So Stanford University को $50,000 दिया गया, not even a million. $50,000 दिया गया with a citation in the grant note from the government कि आप लोग तो नया यूनिवर्सिटी हो, आप लोग के पास तो इतना कुछ है नहीं, आप एक काम करो, आप टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशन छोड़ो, आप टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग करो, आप फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम करो. $50,000 was the grant allocated, and by the way, that project name was Office of R&D for World War II. $50,000 का एक ग्रांट दिया, बोले आप लोग तो कुछ इनोवेशन नहीं करने वाले हो, आपसे क्या होगा, आप लोग तो यंग हो, ये तो 200 साल से बैठे हुए हैं. They gave $50,000 rupees. You know what happened next? Do you know? उस रात को स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी की प्रोवोस्ट जो थे उस टाइम पे फेडरिक टॉमन वो सो नहीं पाए. नवीन सर, आई थिंक दिस हैपेंड टू ऑल आवर यूनिवर्सिटी, राइट? ही कॉल इज ऑल द डीन्स, बोले कि अगले हफ्ता तो कोई सोएगा नहीं अगर इस सवाल का जवाब नहीं मिलेगा कि पूरी अमेरिका में कोई हमें गिनता नहीं है आज एन R&D इंस्टीट्यूशन फॉर डेवलपिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, दैट टू फॉर अ डिफेंस पर्पज. एंड ऑल द डीन्स एंड HODs केम, दे टोल्ड कि सर करना क्या है. एंड देन टॉमन गिव ए वेरी wonderful document. All of you can read that book called The Secret History of Silicon Valley. And he told, ensure that every single innovation happens from Stanford goes into defense. So I think this is one area can our Indian universities take into as a challenge, not following up the global market and take it forward. And I think one side is the industry and the government, second side is university. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm sure the facts were eye-opening for many of us here. So any quick Q&A from our audience since we're running out of time? I hope there are any. Yeah, you can please stick out. Thank you. Thank you.
I think you guys are all sorted with all the insights you've got since morning. So I now humbly request, madam. Yeah, sure.
So everybody got the chance to speak. Only one person got the chance to ask questions. But I must say the most important person to talk about industry-academia collaboration is I himself, because he's a live example of industry-academia collaboration, how he from the industry, Crystal Ball, has collaborated with us in KSU School of Drones to bring together a live model of drone mantra in existence. And without them, it would not have been possible to bring up this kind of model. So we will hear his story sometime later, but then they have made a real contribution in this.
Thank you, madam. I will now request madam to kindly present the mementos to all the panelists on the stage. Thank you. And can you, ma'am, join for a photo, please? Thank you so much, everyone. You being a great crowd. You can applaud for yourself for taking knowledge, sharing views, questions, everything. It was indeed a very insightful day with lots of panel discussions and the inaugurals by Honorable CM Sir. We see you next time with more of the informations and facilities so that you can also excel in your field. This is Dhwani signing off. Until we meet next time, stay healthy, stay safe. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
See, the first round I have and also founding 7%.